Hey, attention in the pits out there, attention in the pits. Just while it's quiet here, I'm going to make a quick announcement again. We do have a couple checks up here from the Gamblers still. We still got 3 checks left from the Gamblers race. Skylar McFall, Lorenz Schwartz, and Terry Holloway. We got checks up here for you guys from the Gamblers race. As well, we have all the checks from yesterday's race and payouts ready to go. So if you think you got some money from yesterday, please come up and grab it. I don't want to have to mail any checks out, so come and grab it, please.
Ready to resume with our continuation of test runs, time trials per se, as we continue along here and move our gears back into time trials for our bikes and sleds before eliminations set to begin at the conclusion of time trials today. And as we've done through our first 3 classes of the day, we continue to give an opportunity to everybody to set the benchmark for eliminations this afternoon. Mike Evans is up. Corey Craig. Well, Mike Evans kicks that red light out of the equation in time trials. Clocks in at 9.09, 143 miles an hour, and a very snappy 7.89, 170 miles an hour for Craig. Steve Miller, Kevin Bromley, Woodburn Walla Walla. One of those Chamber of Commerce, 72 degrees Fahrenheit right now. And for those of you from Canada, 22 degrees in the Celsius department, something we don't get to see down our way. 011, 033, so it shows 8.81 for Team Woodburn and 929 at a speed of 150 miles per hour in the Walla Walla lane. The two sleds pair up as Bob Henry, Joe Burney, the Renegade competitors. .927, 133 miles an hour for Burney as Henry locks in at 9.05 and 142. 130 and 60 foot for Burney. Thing does get after it for a cool looking drag sled as we go to Jay Lake, Calypse, and Lindsay Miller for Team Walla Walla. Nice looking 024 by Lake, 12:08, 112 miles an hour to a 944, 143. The reaction of 046 for Lindsay Miller's ZX14. On to Bob Osborne out of the Dalles. This is Team Woodburn. And Jesse May, the big gambler winner on Friday evening. He's from Homedale, a little farming community outside of the Boise, Meridian, Nampa, Caldwell metro. Jesse with a fleet of 3 different entries, Junior Street and Junior Dragster as well. Good job by Jesse, 013. And clocks in at 8.72, 149 miles an hour and 9 flat. 149.45 mph. And the big champ, Roy Barrera, one of the Team Firebird winners alongside of Don DePeel. EV to the staging lanes, please. EV to the staging lanes. You're up. DePeel on the Woodburn team, many-time divisional champ. And Firebird's Roy Barrera. So Roy won Friday night. I'm getting my days confused as I'm a touch in the rummy department, and it was Jesse that won Thursday's best on best as I get things kind of fixated in my mind. Both of them 033. And hot after it is Roy clocks in 7.82. And a good looking run right there to an 8.46 by DePeel. One of my favorite dogs on the property. Their dog is just incredible, adorable, fun to pet, fun to be around, all of the above and then some. As Cody Compton comes up on his Hayabusa, Team Madras and Medicine Hat's Steve Campbell. Once again, I'm sure most of you, if you got your FM broadcasting unit on at your trailer, EVs, you're up. EVs to the lanes. 019 light for Cody. And he'll go 9.57, but the very fast Steve Campbell ride at 8.11, 158 miles an hour. Jay Dudley out of Calgary on the Medicine Hat team, and Renegades Karen Holloway. $4,000's red for Karen Holloway. On the time trial shot, 036 for Dudley. ETY's 998, 131 for Karen. 9.89, 137 for Dudley. One of several gals that participate, not only here, but other member tracks in our bike and sled category, as this is Liz Micheletti, Team Firebird, and from Madras, Angela Compton. And Junior Street, we've pretty much loaded in, or they're headed our way as EV, but Junior Street, you're up. Junior Street to the staging lanes. Thank you. As Liz goes through 8.64, 155.55, comparing to the Spider of 13.68 by Angela. Angie making a good solid lap. And up next is Jose Perez, Team Renegade, and Damian Chin out of Yakima. Damian, good job at the tree at 022, 963, 136 to a 944 and 1-4 and a 0. Daryl Storzuk running for Team Mission, and Renegades Terry Holloway. I was looking back at the prior champions list, and he is on there multiple times on both the Saturday and Sunday meets. Terry's from Yakima, and of course runs for Renegade. How about an 862? Nice job, Daryl. 931, 143 for Holloway as they set up for round number 1 of eliminations. Another one of the Firebird racers, Travis Washburn, running the extended wheelbase ZX14 against the bar bike, the Kawasaki of Derek Rose out of Medicine Hat. Close to 4 dozen motorcycle and sled entries as Washburn is way early. And for Travis, a 9.28, 145.07 to an 893, 145. Final call for Junior Street. I think everybody's there, but if not, final call, Junior Street. Thank you. Scott Grondel, hoping his back is a little bit better. He's been fighting it like a lot of us when we have back issues. Not any fun. On our team for Firebird and Kenneth Pearson, with motorcycle trying to wander around out of the gate there. And for Scott Grondel, a 9.61, 143 miles an hour. Good strong pull for him. Not sure if he had some residual water out of the water box or exactly what would have happened, or if it was something off the bike, but it definitely decided to let the tire get away from itself here just right at the hit. That's why it made a bit of a turn here, and he managed it quite well. Zach Toth is up. Michael?
So Zach's 11 on the tree. And 1,320 feet later, survey says 825.9 at 157. So you had a myriad of guests on the microphone, and you're asking people about their first time at the ET Finals. And
When was yours?
It would have been 87, 88, Division 5 at the venerable Douglas Motorsports Park in Douglas, Wyoming.
You are not joking.
Douglas.
Was it there once?
I think it was there a couple times.
And what was that experience like?
Stephen Kaufman, I'll tell you the funniest thing for Team Renegade. Red by 5 thou here in the time run. My favorite part of the whole entire time was the very, very first day was we're in the staging lanes, and a call comes over the PA system as Stephen Kaufman goes 993, 129 as Riley Toth here in left lane for Team Medicine Hat. Call comes over the staging lanes. All right, we're going to be down for 15 or 20 minutes for the antelope migration. And we're in the staging lanes, and we're like, did he just say that we're on hold for an antelope migration? And sure enough, the valley that Douglas was in, early in the morning before he started on the cars, the antelopes went from one side of the valley to the other side of the valley. And then in the afternoon, late afternoon, they went from that side to the other side. And they just went across the top of the racetrack and went over on the other side. So you had to wait for like 10 or 15 minutes. Because Riley Toth is 13 green and 847. Yeah, but I just remember, hey, we got to be down because a whole bunch of antelope are going across the top of the track.
Well, didn't they have antelope and rabbits or some kind of a
it was jackalope.
That's
jackalope was the famous award from Douglas. Yeah, it was pretty crazy.
And the track was built where? It was somewhere in relation, like right next to the city or some kind of a, like the end of a street
It was out there a little ways. But, you know, when I was like 12 or 13, I wasn't paying attention to the logistics of motorsports facilities. As Dave Toth, the Grand Poobah over there at Medicine Hat, 21 green on the Pro Tree, goes 847.
And how big would the team have been? Would that have been in the Bonneville Raceway days before
Raceway
RMR?
I want to say we took like 25 or 30 people over there.
Some people that still race today. Any names that you can even remember that might have jumped out at? I mean, would Schoenfelds have been there?
Yep, Schoenfelds were there.
Were they?
Yep. God, I'm trying to remember all who. Yeah.
Just back in the day, because we're talking about 40 years ago, right? A long time ago.
It was a wee lad.
And you're only like 45, 42,
Keep going.
39. I'm going the wrong way.
51 going on 97.
Serious?
51 going on 97.
Oh my goodness, Michael! You don't look it. You don't look a day over 40.
I don't look a day over 90.
Mentally, might be a different story.
Yeah. So all of our EVs are back there for their one-time shot. Junior Street should all be up there for their one-time shot today for Race of Champions.
What else is left that we have time trials? Because those are two smaller categories. Oh, we got juniors coming
Junior
up too.
Thunder
Lightning and Thunder.
Lightning, yep.
Thunder typically first?
Thunder is first.
Okay.
We start with the wee ones.
Thank you, Mike. Little Mike time. I love nothing more than visiting with people. Because who wants to listen to just one person solidly for hours and hours on end? It's always funner to have stories shared by a variety of people. That's just my theory. Having been thrown into the announcer's booth when I was just a young guy back in the mid-'70s when we couldn't find anybody else that would climb onto the microphone. And so I, by virtue of default and the oldest son in our family, I got assigned announcing duties. I lasted all of about 2 months in about 1975. I was 14. And then I was back to the water box because I was terrible. And then we had a stint for a bit. I'm just sharing some stories because I know everything that happened when I was a younger guy. Brought in somebody, they didn't work out very well, and then they gave me a second shot, and eventually I just started picking up on it a little bit. But that was long before we had all these computer equipments. So many tracks across the country either had one of two systems. All of us ran either, the majority of which was Klondike, but the track that Mike's came from at Rocky Mountain in Bonneville had the first system for Neutronics, and we had the second system because we opened within 1 year of each other. In 1968 is when Firebird opened, and I think it was either 67 or early 68 when Bonneville opened. Yep. Right.
I just remember we had the great big controller thing on the starting line. You'd have to turn around and manually turn the dials for the dial in. Yep.
Well, you had to subtract the two, and that was my assignment when I turned 15 or 16 was being the handicapper guy. You'd have a dial in both lanes. There was no scoreboards at that time. We just had win-lose lights. Go ahead.
It's Matthew Shea and Joseph Scott here in the EVs. Matthew Shea, 36 for Team Woodburn and 963. That's a pretty fast little Tesla. 963. That's getting after it.
Very fast. So you'd have a 9 flat in one lane. You'd have a 10 flat in the other lane, although the ETs were way slower back in those days. So the difference was 1 second, and you would point a little dial to the lane that was faster. That's all you would do on the handicapper, and there was no verification whatsoever for the first 15 years of our track anyway, because there was no scoreboards. So you had to entrust whoever was on the handicapper to make sure they put the number in right, and that was me. And often there were accusations and whatnot because there was no check and balance system, till one of our staff ended up, that was kind of a computer geek, and was able to build us a differential box on the starting line with light bulbs on the top that pointed to the faster lane. If you can follow what I'm saying, those were the days, the early days of drag racing. And then when computers came along, man, everything changed. I mean, reaction times came into play. We never had 60-foot, 330, 8th mile, 1,000-foot. All those numbers did not exist. You had a starting line, pre-stage and stage, and a finish line, ET and mile an hour, and that was it. As we go with Ali Mazier and Jason Leon. Look at Allie. And where's my buddy, Kevin? Kevin, buddy. Allie Mazier, who is expecting, goes trip zip. You got to love it for Firebird. Nicely done. 12:08, 12:75. We are exhausting the inventory here at Mission. The bank account shrinking up a little bit or two at a time, and they give away these really nice glass mugs. Goodness, I can't think of too many places that give away something that nice, but tip of the hat to Mission for doing that, as we have gone through a brigade, I think an entire box this morning, Kevin's thrown his hat off 3 times. Trip zip. Ali Mazir, way to go. There's an 011 light for Michael Webster. Good job. 10:18, 112 to a 10:79. Junior Thunder, good news. You're up. Junior Thunder, good news. Come our way. Looks like we're done with the EVs, or we're done with EVs moving to Junior Street, right, Mike? Yep, that's what it looks like. Got to remember, this is retraining myself up here in a whole different tower, and I think I announced a little bit when I was here the last time in 2016. It was Stevie who was doing a lot of the announcing, and others as well, as we go to our first pair in Junior Street on the 8th mile with mom or dad typically riding on board. As Kenna Hawkins, Team Firebird, and Jason Lake for Kalispa. The Equinox that runs on our 8th mile at Firebird throughout a 12-race season, I think, is what the Junior Street competitors race at our track. And Jason, spelled Jacen, Lake, Deer Park. It's like Dylan Strong. It's his birthday. Big happy birthday in the back window if my glasses are reading correctly. And a nice 052 light in the 8th mile, 9:16, 78 for a speed to an 11.09. Yesterday's big winner, there's Brody Kelly. Big champ last night. Celebration, there must have been, I don't know, 120 people in the Woodburn Winner's Circle down here. It was packed to the gills in all their royal blue shirts. And Cody McKay from Madras. Oh 43 at the tree, 902, recorded by McKee, and 911 by Kelly. Well, Carter Chun, his brother running back east this weekend, and PIR based the Charger to run the pickup of Taryn Monroe. Team Mission. .26, 76. The 8th mile speed to a 10.99. Pickups a pair. Reigning Firebird track champion and the current points leader in our Junior Street program is Race Fuller. Tyler Smith from Team Mission, from just down the road where I'm staying, and many members of our team down in Abbotsford. Fun little community before you get back to the border. Final time trial for Junior Street. Coming up with Junior Thunder. We are looking for you, and it looks like the majority have arrived in the lanes. Thank you for being primed and ready. Race looking to dive deep into the nines. Just a touch quick. 74 for his speed. Just under the 9 flat, but 11.00. 64 for Tyler. Samantha Payne running for the Renegade team, and Mission's Josephine Smith. Smith clocked in at 9.76 and 74 and 9.55. Smith just a skosh, I mean barely red. Has Lane Harris. And another one of our Firebird competitors, leading a bit too early there. Well, there's a 9.78 and a 13.14. Joshua Klosky and Ellie Brown, Renegade Mission. Klosky at a 9.26, 67.10 compares to a 12.51. And as we gear up for Junior Thunder, Emery Sanchez, last of the Junior Street competitors, it appears, for Team Renegade. .62 as we button things up at 73 miles per hour. Next class up will be Junior Thunder. Here we go. Right out of the box, here comes Team Firebird. Mackenzie Higgins. Beautiful blue machine. The defending Division 7 Junior Drag Racing Series champion in the age divisions that they run down in Las Vegas. And Hudson McGee, Team Woodburn. Final time trial run for Junior Thunder, ready to head down this 8th mile. Hudson's 0.48 at the tree alongside of a 0.101. ET-wise, 9.05, 71 for his speed. For McGee, 9.20, 72.02. Jackson Crawford in our 6 to 12-year-old Thunder class for Pacific, and Woodburn's Natalie Holloman. .046 in the Pacific lane. The Woodburn lane's 0.95. 8th mile ET reflects 9.07. 70 for his speed to a 9.66 at 65 miles an hour. Robert Grice joining me up here in the tower. He's usually down here in the trailer. How are things going? You're always inviting more to stop by and see you.
I'm so lonely, Scott. Nobody's coming to see me. It's so sad.
Well, we'll try and motivate and encourage those of you that would like to come by, and they can actually look at photos. I mean, you can, that's the best part. You've got all your computers, the printers, everything set up there. And if you have 5 shots of somebody, they can pick out which ones they'd like.
Yep, but I usually pick out the best one for them because I'm that good.
Well, and you know, he does all the magic behind the scenes, whether it's Photoshop or whatever else he needs to do. Whether it's a cloudy, sunny, all the different variety of, you can make pictures look absolutely spectacular. Thanks for everything you do.
Oh, thanks for being here. I appreciate you guys.
And here comes Annabelle Froud, Madeline Higgins. She jumped back into the Junior Thunder ranks at the start of this season at our track, as she was a cheerleader for her sister, and all of a sudden said, man, I want to do this again. And so she has been improving slowly on our Firebird team, as Annabelle is the first to cross at 9.30. And here comes Madeline at 11.98, the 8-year-old. As we go to Alex Green, Team Mission, and Renegades, Lincoln Secondi. racing on literally both coasts of the Major League variety in North America. Not only here at Mission, north of the border, but south of the border. The U.S. National is going on today at Indianapolis Raceway Park at the Lucas Oil backed facility. What an incredible place to go. Like 900 race cars, everything from Top Fuel down to stock eliminator and everything in between. The world epicenter of all things of the big league variety taking place at Indianapolis this weekend. 887.73 for a speed. That's green, and 12.91 for Lincoln. For those of you that have been announced as best appearing winners, I think we've announced a few of them. There'll be more to announce as I get more information on that as well. But those of you that know that you are a best appearing winner, come by the winner circle. Bring your car, bring your family, bring part of your team, all your team, whatever you'd like to do. Robert Grice is in the trailer. Just knock at the trailer. He'll grab his camera and come out and get the photo. And we've got the awards. I saw him upstairs earlier with Ashton Katnick and Joey from Woodburn alongside a Mission. We do have the awards all ready to present. So those of you that know that you've won a Best Appearing Award, and it may be that Dave Dohanick has already shared with all the winners who's winning one of the very special awards that are acrylic awards with the Wally, if I remember right, upstairs, that are being brought down to the winner's circle. So if you did win, this is a good time to do it before we get into the heart of eliminations. Come to the winner's circle. And Junior Lightning, we're now looking for you. I see a lot of the Junior Lightning, they just come up with the Junior Thunder because it's all in the family. 896, 893 right to left. And so they just hang back here in the V, I guess, in a sense. I'm not sure what they call it here, but it looks like a V to me. So the Lightning competitors, you're now welcome to enter your way into the lanes. But those of you that have won Best Appearing Awards, please make your way to the winner's circle as we have acrylic awards to present, and at the same time Robert Grice is ready to take those. So now's a good time, especially if you're not coming up for an hour or two for your eliminations. You might as well come up and be congratulated by many of us in the NHRA and Mission and have your photo taken, capture a moment and another slice of adulation from all of us here at the Summit ET Finals. Allison Busby, Reese Heaton, and there's an 896 with an 074 tree. It's a touch red 1247 for Busby. On to Easton DePeel and Cadence Rodriguez. Rodrigue, Team Mission, and obviously DePeel on the Woodburn team. We're still in Thunder, so it means Lightning, you should be in the lanes or just about there. Lightning, final call. Cadence 088. The 8th mile ET shows 891 to an 894. Moving to Caitlin Prock and Will Katz, Woodburn, Medford. Will delivers an 071 and a good 891. Caitlin clocks in at 9.38. So for all of you that do know that if you are a best appearing winner, you can come to the winner's circle if it's convenient for you. We'd love to do that now. It's a period of time before we kick it into eliminations, which we're still in the middle of Junior Thunder. Lightning to follow as yesterday's big winner, Journey Morrell. Robin Carolyn, mom and dad, and Cody Evans out of Spokane. Jeff looking on. Journey's 087, 8.94, 75 for the speed, 12.26 for Cody. Jacob Lake moving forward in that right lane left lane, and Wesley Armstrong. Mission Kalispa. .08 to a 12.57. Here's Oliver Adams. His uncle yesterday, an absolutely diehard Ducks fanatic, Jonathan Adams. Of course, Jonathan's brother Joe, as they're coming forward on the Woodburn team. And the Ducks hammered Montana State yesterday in a big way. And Bodie Larimore, Team Madras. Unfortunately, our Broncos did not fare well Thursday night. They were crushed by a Florida team that does not bode well at this point. You hate to lose your opener, but BSU a little different than Oregon has started out the season with a pretty tough customer traditionally, and football is now underway in the college world. Bodie way out front at 9.00. Very healthy and very strong Thunder class to a 12.39 by Adams. Here's Grayson Fossum, Peyton Huber, Bremerton, Renegade. Congratulations to David Oyen. Beautiful car, my friend. Our best appearing pro entry as he has made his way to the winner's circle and looking for the rest of the best appearing recipients. There's an 038 for Grayson, 892. Close ETs to an 893 here in time trials. On to Revy Swigger, Team Walla Walla, and Landon Huber. It was his brother that just ran for Bremerton. Kind of cool when father and son both have cars. Dad runs in Super Pro. Matching paint schemes. Kind of a mint green. Sweet color. Boy, Landon was close. He's saving that green light for eliminations. 9.07 to a 9.18. Here's Miles Sullivan, Calispa, and the Tyson Sanchez, junior dragster from Renegade. So we're up to 3 of our entries that have won Best Appearing honors. Any of the rest of you head in the direction of the winner's circle that have been notified that they are one of the selections for our Best Appearing awards, please. There's an 099 by Sullivan out of Spokane. Left side clocks in at 9.02, a speed of 73.12 to a 1086. On to Grayson Moss and Urza Taylor, Mission Bremerton. Pretty close race between them, 892, respectively to the 906 in the left lane. And these cars look a little bit faster. I don't know if we've just shifted gears and moving into Lightning, but I think we are. We'll see here in a moment as my screen getting ready to change. And indeed, my guess is right. As Megan Moore comes forward and Carter Ozuna. Ozuna running for Renegade. Woodburn's Moore. We step up to the plate, and now they can run as quick as 7.90 should they choose to. Or you could run 850 or 890 or 910. You could run whatever, but it's always fun in a lot of respects. Families do work towards that target of 7.90 in many of these machines. Both these two hunting for that 790 something, and a 791 posted at 81.48 by Carter. 794, 80.63 for Moore. Brandon Peck, the Alberta team machine from Medicine Hat, and Bentley Johnson, Team Mission. Lots of cool looking rides in this Lightning class. 790s, 805 and 808. Here's Ellie Brown, Team Renegade. Gray Sean, driving the Medicine Hat Junior Lightning machine. All white, very colorful in the right lane. It's a nice 044 light. Good job, Ellie. These two whistling down through. 7.90 right on the target. The bottom end of the class, the quickest end of the class at 790, 80 for a speed to an 8.07. Sydney coming forward from Bremerton over in that right side. Walla Walla's Jeg Holbrook. Round one, Sportsman. Getting ready to kick things into gear. Practice just about done. Sportsman, round number one, Race of Champions, first call. Best appearing Super Pro. Congratulations to Vicky Shepard. What a cool car. I just love anything painted bright orange. It's got that Halloween feel to it. I don't know. Orange is just a great color to paint a race car. 003. Jake. Then a couple thousands of that 790, which is where they'll probably dial. 789. 8.45 for Sydney. Just a skosh to the red side. Two more, Michelle Brown, Team Renegade, and Cole Karen in his Lightning ride out of Medicine Hat. nice. 004 and a 17. Another one right, well, both of them just barely under the 790. 789 in this cool morning air at 76 degrees, warming up a little bit. And 787.83 for a speed for Cole. Round one, Sportsman. Firebirds Ashlyn Harris and Natalie Erickson with Bremerton. Ashlyn featuring the red, white, and blue patriotic colors. What a cool color scheme here as well for Erickson. Be coming up shortly on our national anthems and our invocation. Very, very fast for Natalie. 780. 832 in the right. Rochelle Place and Presley Pratt. Reaction time of 0:49, the better of the two at 7.92, and right on that number, 7.90. Sets up well for Pratt. Adam running for Mission, and Renegades Emery Sanchez. Or in the tower side. Yeah. Hey, 7.90. Boy, there's a bunch of those throughout the course of this time trial session. And 7.92. Connor Jackson, Abbotsford. Of course, that would make him a Mission competitor. It's like a single. And a big thank you to all of the Sportsman competitors for making your way to the lanes. They are chock full at the minute. Chock full. No gaps. Thank you. It's kind of cool looking at the laptop up here. They got a laptop that tracks all the points, and it's 0, 0, 0, 0. Nobody has a point yet. So we're going to be adding to that here as we get closer to eliminations, which is not far off with our invocation coming up. Martin Schultz with Racers for Christ. Our anthems, and then we'll be rocking into our start of eliminations today. And there's a 794, 81.12. Alexandra, Alea, and Jason Lake. Calispa and Calispa. Double wham, thank you, ma'am. .079 for Alea, 9.52 to an 1161. On to Kai Lee Busby. And Gage Charles out of Liberty, Washington State. Just a reminder, your checks are here in the tower. Some tracks mail them. That's how we do it. Monday or Tuesday, they get mailed. Here, you need to pick them up. So, friendly reminder from yours truly. Swing by the tower. You walk up one floor. That's where the announcers and the whole control deck of race control here at Mission. Easy to do. You don't have to worry about the postal system. Probably cost $25 to mail from Canada to the U.S. So pick your checks up, please, today. Reminder. Top end shows 7.95, 81.23 to an 8.07. Kind of interesting in that 8.07 and 80.7 miles per hour. That's kind of an interesting pair of numbers. The speed and the ET almost correlate, at least looking at the screen. Little things like that tend to jump out at me from time to time. Oh, Scotty. On to Xavier Heaton. PIR and Medford's Kinley Proc. Lightning time trials. Are we almost to the end of the road? One half of the just appearing or best appearing, the Proc family. I mean, check this out. This is just drop head gorgeous from top to bottom. The sleek nature. It's just got a super cool look, and a pair of cars that have been deemed the best appearing juniors that will be in our winner's circle at some point. I guess I can't say this morning anymore since we're now 12:29, 1:29 Boise time, maybe even Utah time, Mike. Last two for time trials, and then it's nothing but down and dirty eliminations. How about a 788, 82.31 to an 808? And with that said, it looks like we have buttoned up time trials for the weekend. Kind of interesting as you look around and survey things here at the facility. I don't think Joey Severance can stay in one place at one time for any given of length What's the deal, dude? You were on the fence for a while. Now you're holding up the grandstands. Yeah, you're twiddling your thumbs. For a while, it looked to me like you were watching the Christmas tree, like you were practicing mentally, like you're inside the car, all of those things and more, as each of us now have the nervous nature of getting ready to watch each and every one of our racers compete today for that opportunity. Like Sherry was saying earlier today, the significance of being able to go to Las Vegas and run for an NHRA national championship in the Summit Series with 7 other peers from across the country, and in fact, at least one that will come from Canada, because they've taken the 8th spot that's no longer a wild card, and it is pulled out of the furthest distance that you could possibly go from somewhere north of the border on the eastern side of the country, from Division 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then an 8th qualifier that will come out of the eastern side of Canada. We'll be coming up here shortly with our pre-race, which includes an invocation, our national anthems, as we are getting things put in place for today's first round of eliminations and a full day of racing that has already continued for the last, 3.5 hours? Well, they're making their way under the bridge, and at this time, it's my distinct pleasure to introduce to all of you, on behalf of Racers for Christ, the non-denominational chapel service, and Martin Schultz.
Thank you, Scott New. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please join with me in a brief prayer? Heavenly Father, I thank you so much for the opportunity to gather here today for the NHRA Division 6 Summit ET Racing Series here at Mission Raceway Park. Lord, I thank you so much for the opportunity for each one of these contestants to earn their right to go to Las Vegas for the National ET Finals. I ask that you watch over all of our racers, all of our spectators, and all of our crews out there and keep them safe. Thank you for this day. This I pray in Jesus' name. Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please rise? And gentlemen, remove your hats for the playing of the U.S. National Anthem. Please remain standing for the Canadian National Anthem.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Martin Schultz, as we get ready to go live in prime time at this, the 47th year of the Summit ET Finals. On behalf of the National Hot Rod Association, Mission Raceway, all the participating tracks, all of us that are here, welcome everybody once again to this incredibly prestigious event. As we kick things into high gear, this is our opening round of eliminations in Sportsman Eliminator. Good luck, everybody. Points on the line in the Track Managers Cup, but most importantly, everybody vying for that opportunity. We're going to see who the first person is with Bremerton and Mission in our first pair. Brendan Michael, Piskasek, and Webster, and it's red to start the day, so Mission gets the first point of Sunday. Dateline the final Sunday of August, and our winning elapsed time shows at 13.14 and a 13.11 with an 0.50 reaction time. Unfortunately, 0.03 of a second red ends the weekend for Webster. On to Kenny O'Keefe from Team Woodburn and Walla Walla's Jake McLean. It's getting a little darker as the blue skies were now about partly cloudy to mostly cloudy, and a little bit of blue skies left up above us as the weather staying at actually dropping a degree from 76 to 75 and getting a little darker at the minute. We're a long ways from night time as we go with our next pair, Woodburn Walla Walla. Remember to check your dial-ins and verify that they are accurate. Do not stage unless they are correct. And a victory at 12.05 on a 12.03. 2 off the number. There's a point for Woodburn. 12.40 on a 12.35. The losing bid by McLean as his weekend comes to a close in Sportsman Eliminator. Up next is Troy Johnston and Ken Eldred. This is Bremerton in the Duster, 73 the year, and the 67 Camaro. The Walla Walla machine dialed at 1160 and 1170 for Johnston. Hello, buddy. Real good. And off we go. Down the 1320, and our winner shows at 11.60, that's perfect. Dialed 1160 and ran right on the number. The better reaction time favoring the 014 by Johnston. I don't know if he gave it back, but 1174, 4 back of his dial in. And the win goes to Eldred. Yesterday's big money winner, team race champion Derek Jackson, set to take on Eric Hansen. It's Mission left, Woodburn right. Foul start. Hansen knew he needed a good light, but not 4,000ths on the red side of the equation. Jackson was primed and ready with an 015 on his 1189 and 1188. Oh, adding insult to injury. 1221 on his 1221. Those are always hard to take. He was within a 4,000ths of being into round number 2, if it could have been on the green side with the 00, but it is Jackson. On to Woodburn, John Huvel, car number 604. Okay. Dennis Hadley from Team Walla Walla, but Woodburn takes it at 1166 within 0.05 of its dial. 300ths under in the left lane. Making a swift pass. But the win will go to Woodburn, 1 point. Medicine Hats, Ted Bazinas. And here comes my nephew, Connor New from Team Firebird. Former high school drag racing champion. Connor hungry for a win, as is Firebird hoping for its first point of the day. And indeed, 1288. Connor with an 018 light. Way to go, Connor. knocking out Ted. Made his best attempt at 17:03. Boy, the split was almost 5 seconds. Jeez, talk about wait an eternity for that Silverado truck as Tyler Hereford is getting ready to roll forward. PIR to take on the former track champ of Firebird, Chris Townsend, driving his Mitsubishi. Hereford in at 12:92. Chris at 14.24. About 100th between them, lane to lane, so no great differential here. As the chase is on, Tyler trying to catch Chris, who picked the better number. Victory shows at 12:91 and out by just 100th as Chris unfortunately goes under by 2. And the margin of victory, a mere 4 thousandths of a second. Doggone it, but good job to PIR as Hereford takes the win. Up next, it's Heather Bromley. The number 1 player in Firebird's team point standings fouls out by 9 thousandths. Rodney Weaver's weekend is over. He'll be heading back to Boise. Actually, he's from Shoshone, which is another couple of hours east, with an 11:65. So the 11:84 posted up by Bromley, and we'll be back in round number 2. Darn it. Jared Greenan out of Edmonton, Team Rad. And Callispa's John Diener. He's in at 11:73. This is like virtually a heads-up race. 11:72 for Jared. In 11:71 with a 006, for goodness sakes. That was a package there, like 8 thou, roughly 2 thousandths under. 11:71 with a 006. That's chewing it up there. Jared, good job. As John comes up a bit short, going further under at 11.71 with Mike Slavens and Will Carnell. It's Firebird against Callispe. Well, there we go. We'll take it. Sorry, Dylan. 063, actually, I'm not. Team Firebird gets the point. I should correct myself here. What am I saying? And an ET of 1162, dialed 1162. Way to go, Will. He'll advance to round 2. It's Veronica Hodson from Mission, selecting an 1197, driving the 69 Dodge Dart. And this Nova, 1970 from Edmonton, Kevin Greenan. Slight advantage, couple tenths to the Dart. We'll see how Veronica does. Home track player, knows this track as well as anybody that's on the Mission team. Well, and knew it a bit too much. Anxious at the tree. The dreaded red light. Darn it. So the Edmonton racer will take it on the 1170, goes through at 1177. Team Pacific. This is Blake Peterson, ready to run Jed Biscay on the Woodburn team. Well, as we had forecasted at a given point, there was going to be a slight chance of a tinkle or two. It's in the tinkle department at the minute. Not much, just a few drops, but enough to say, now let's park it. Let's hold it for just a bit until it stops. Darn it. So we're on hold for obvious reasons. Drag racing does not work as well as like a sports car road course event where they'll run rain or shine. Drag racing needs all the bite, all the hook, all the traction. And so things are put on pause. And we'll take a bit of a breather here and be back with you just as soon as it decides to stop doing what it's doing at the present time. You always like it when cars come to life. And it brings an air of excitement not only through the pits, but all of us up here that are so motivated to running cars. We get to go back after it with Blake Peterson and Jen Biscay. Little break in the action, Mother Nature making sure that everything stays nice and green out here in the greater, what would this be known as? Is this the Vancouver Valley? The Fraser Valley with the Fraser River, okay. Team Pacific and Team Woodburn. Off they go. And a victory showing at 13.53 is a bit off the mark. Unfortunately, Blake not able to muster the number he was hoping for is Stephen Ryland. Team Pacific and Woodburn's Amy Cole. We're also superstitious. I think I've mentioned this before, but when it comes time for eliminations, we all sit in the same place, and if you tend to have success, you don't ever want to move. I don't care if you have to use the restroom or whatever the situation might be. It's one of those where it looks like we're going to back things up. And as badly as we would like to run, looks like we're back on hold. So we're in the realm of approximately, give or take, any number you want to throw on the dartboard, but 20 minutes is now kind of the ballpark educated guess, as Kevin is our resident meteorologist up here in the tower going through what all of you are doing, which is looking at your phones, because what else is there to do at the minute but study Facebook, Instagram, and whatever else you might happen to follow. We're all guilty of it today. It's part of society, part of life. But if you were wondering if you had enough time to either go use the restroom, you're not going to miss anything, or go grab a bite to eat, since it is lunchtime and the food stand is open if you're hungry. You can grab some of the chicken strips. I've had some of those, hamburgers. Mike Eames he tried to run them out of all their inventory in the poutine, but I'm not sure that's even physically possible. He made his best attempt. That's the report out there. He tries to keep it secret, so I don't report anything back to Rachel back home, just in case she might be watching the live feed today. Mike has been a very, very good boy, but the poutine, I'm quite concerned, because that's all he talked about for the past, since our night fire like 3 weeks ago. He said, Scott, you got to have poutine. Oh, and here he is to defend himself. You got to have poutine like every day. I hope, does Rachel watch the live feed? I start talking about you, and you have no room. You don't even have a microphone in your hand to defend yourself. Golly. Have you had poutine? Just kind of fess up, because is the live feed still going, Bo? It's still going. So you're broadcasting to the world.
Let's see. I got up here on Tuesday. I had poutine on Tuesday. I had poutine on Wednesday. What is today? I had poutine on Thursday. I did not have any on Friday.
Oh, a skip day.
Because Anna would never go get it for me. I did not have any yesterday because I didn't eat yesterday. And also nobody in the tower would go. I was begging for them to go get me something to eat, and not a single person from the tower would go get me anything to eat.
Can we talk about how you cried over your poutine on Tuesday night because you lost?
I did cry over my poutine on Tuesday night because Kevin beat me on the golf course.
So is it also, since we're beating up on Mike at the minute, is it possible to even reference the day you and I match raced, the first and only time in the history of mankind when you decided to throw down? Kevin tried to bet me $100 the other day on one of the races. It could have been 5, but I swore I heard from his office that it was 100. But between you and I, you said, should we put $1 on it on the Christmas tree?
Yep.
And what happened?
And I found out that the Dodge Durango rental car does not like to be power braked in any way, shape, or form. And the second I added a little bit more pressure with the right foot, it went and completely died.
And what happened after we were all done?
And then when we went and did it again, I was a little bit more aggressive, and then it was really aggressive. So
then
I was red.
And what happened from your wallet or
I
your
had to
pocket
take out
got a little
$1.
lighter?
I had to take out $1 and give it to Scott New.
And since we're
It was
broadcasting
the
worldwide,
best day of his life.
it was absolutely fabulous. And just to clarify, Michael, just for 1 second, if you have it one more moment, no? Hold that thought. Okay, there's more to this story. Can I add to it?
Yes, feel free.
Because you're kind of like describing your entire, and it doesn't happen to include a whole bunch of salads and kale and all the other things they offer up here in this great province. But I just wanted to know where you fit in amongst all the poutine that you have shared with everybody. Where is your workout program? Where do you fit that in?
0.
Oh, really?
But I am. Hold on.
You do keep track of your steps,
on.
don't you, like I do, to try and get 10,000 steps a day.
And I'm like at 178 days in a row.
I know you've been
Hold on.
trying to do what they tell us to be healthy, right? Trying to walk 10,000 steps a day.
I eat horribly, though, so it don't matter.
No willpower? Is that the...
174 days in a row.
Wow. Good for you. You got me beat there for sure. That's impressive, dude.
The hardest day was the Monday after the Seattle National event because I drove from Pacific back home to Salt Lake.
Oh, I remember you and I talking about that. What were you going to do? Just stop in a rest area and then just start walking circles? Or?
No, so every time I stopped and got gas at the gas station, I walked around the gas station for 15 minutes.
Oh,
just
my
around
goodness.
the perimeter of the gas station.
Huh.
But when I got home, I still needed a whole bunch. And I told my wife, I'm like, this is where it's going to end. And she was like, because it was like 9 o'clock. There's a park right by my house that one lap is 1,700, 1,800 steps. Mm-hmm. And she goes, if you don't, just go over there and do it. I know it sucks, but just go do it. And because if you don't, tomorrow you're going to
not be happy.
You're going to be really
Right.
mad. So literally at 9:30 in the dark, and I had black shorts and black shirt on, and Rachel stopped me,
Nice.
and she goes, no, you're going to look like a stalker. Put at least not a black shirt on.
Stalker.
So there you go. Yeah, pretty much.
That's impressive. I must say that is very impressive. Tip of the hat to Mike Ames and the effort he puts forth. It's not easy to do, stay motivated on that kind of string of days in a row of hitting the trails, hitting the wherever it is we all walk for the craziness of what life brings our way. Okay, we're back on hold. Well, we've been on hold, but we'll be back with you hopefully sooner than later.
So all my sportsman competitors that are down there in the staging lanes, I know you might be asking the question, why don't they send us back? So in full disclosure, everybody pulled up in the lanes. It's a car draw. We're all up in there. It's kind of the order that's set, even though it is a random draw. You just don't want the orders to change if we were to send you back and then you all come filing back in the staging lanes in a different manner, and then you're racing somebody that you weren't kind of alongside with when you pulled in the first time. And so that's kind of the reason why. I know it kind of stinks that you guys are out there and it's getting wet, but I hope you understand the position that I'm in about the integrity of the round, et cetera, et cetera. Scott, New, care to add anything?
Well, there's time, and there's teammates, and there's captains, and there's everybody that can go get towels. I mean, that's an easy thing. And this, strategically, this facility is laid out in such a fashion that it's very easy. I mean, you can walk literally just about to every pit area or take your golf cart or whatever it might happen to be. Yeah, thank you, Kevin, for reminding me that when you finish 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, you get a little further down the... I mean, I'm not saying that, yeah, a lot of times being down at the end of the track, I know at our facility, when you park in the Valley Pit area, it's much quieter. There's not as much traffic. There's advantages, pros and cons at any facility. People like certain places to park, but then when you get to a team race, it all has to be laid out in a fashion that accommodates hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of vehicles. So I get it, but yeah, grabbing a towel is a good thing. If you have teammates up here, it helps to have towels so that you can hopefully stay as dry as you can. The good news is it's much so to the lighter side. Well, this is good news, it appears. We're getting a little bit closer. Oh, and the tractor's going to get out of the way. That's even better news yet. We are putting it back in its hole, and cars are starting to warm up, so that's all positive, as all of you have been diligently wiping off your cars, trying to get all the dews and dampers off. And the sun's starting to peek its way out, so the darkness has maybe left us for, hopefully, more than less of the day. And we are on the positive side. Kevin?
Hey, well, it's still slightly quiet for a second here. I'm going to just make another announcement that we have a bunch of checks up here for those who were in the team race yesterday and went to the most classes, Pro, Super Pro, Sportsman, all paid back to the eighths. Everything else paid back. Some of them have paid back to the quarters or the semis. So if you think you might have money up here, which you probably do if you made it quite a few rounds, then come on up to the tower, please, and grab your checks. I really don't want to have to mail a bunch of checks out.
Thank you, Kevin. That's always pleasant news to relay to all of those. And the sun now coming back out brightly, even though we're seeing a lot more sweatshirts and a few jackets today. It looks like we get to head back to our happy place, which is anytime we get a chance to be able to watch racing, head down this quarter mile. So it looks like I'm hoping that's all moving. I don't know if it's westward, eastward, northward, southward. It's going somewhere. Hopefully away from us, as Woodburn and Pacific are bracing to be our first pair with Stephen Ryland and Amy Cole as we resume things here at the Summit ET Finals. Gotta love the sunshine. 14.08 for the Mustang in the left. And for Ryland, locked in at 11.98. Oh my goodness, we sit for what, 30, 40 minutes? 007, 009. For goodness sakes. And Sportsman Eliminator, our first winner as we resume 1209. Congratulations over a 1422, but boy, impressive. A 007 in the left for Amy, but it's Stevens 009 parlayed with a 1209 as the humidity is probably up another 10, 20, 30 numbers. And I'm just throwing that out for general purposes because I have no idea, but it's, with all that moisture now, it's just kind of laying there in a fashion of, now what do I dial? After you have zero precipitation, it comes in and then things can change, but you just got to put some target on the number and hopefully hit it or come closer than your opponent as Sherry Larson takes on Sean Langley. Medicine Hat versus Team Pacific. Pacific looking strong, an 11.91 victory will advance at 100 miles per hour over a 12.25, much closer to the dial, but a miss at the Christmas tree will favor Sean Langley advancing as we go to Gary Gandy and Alan Kessner. We saw all of these cars earlier this morning making their one-time run, and now the conditions just drastically different. 13.86 to a 16.20, the two respective dial-ins. The quicker car in the right lane, the Renegade Team Mustang. This morning, the air cool, sweet. Now we're at 72 degrees. We've dropped from 76 for the high thus far today.
I wasn't offering. I was showing.
Oh, Mike Eames is just back with his poutine for the day after his workout of walking all the way to the food stand. So he's building miles on his Fitbit, or however he calculates it on his phone, as we show through. This is a tight race at the starting line. 079, 081, but 1622 on the 1620. We're finally getting closer to the dial-ins, and Medicine Hat takes the win. The poutine has arrived, and I said, well, I better not, Mike. And he says, well, I'm not even offering it to you. I'm just showing it to you. It's Nick Douglas, Team Mission, and Renegades Bobby Berkovitz. Indeed, it is true. The Puntine has arrived to the tower. It's all Mike Eames. Congratulations. How is it? Wonderful? He is enjoying it. That's a good thing. Red light start for Nick. Darn it. And Bobby will take the win. 11.99 on an 11.97. 0.39 tree. And 0.15 and very red for Nick Douglas as Carl Thorsett about ready to advance for Team Pacific, and Shane Schaefer from Team Firebird. Shane's run a lot of these ET finals over the years. He's a former NHRA National Event Super Street winner at the Northwest Nationals in Seattle. He's won every major event on our schedule, and like I had mentioned earlier, I think it was 1980 or 81, high school drag racing champion at our track some 45 years ago. Shane dialed at 12.67, 11.78 for Thorsett. Oh, and Shane, the dreaded red light. Darn it. Lives up in the mountains in Idaho City, does a lot of drag racing throughout the year, but he tosses out the 12.72, and so the win will go to Thorsett with Pacific. 11.75, 300s under that 11.78, and he'll advance. A reaction time of 0.32. Here comes Bremerton's Bobby Berkovitz and Ron Wright. Team Calispe out of Deer Park, and he red lights. Gosh darn it. It's tough when the tree goes red because you don't even get a shot at the stripe. Winning time 12.19, 0.87 at the tree on his 12.21. Would have been 2 under. And very close to the dial, but it was red, and Wright's weekend is done. As our next pair look forward to advance, we get the dial-ins up on the scoreboards as Brian Thompson selecting the 12.96, says that's good. Same thing, 12.93 for Lauren Bazinas. It's Medicine Hat and Bremerton. Very close contest here in terms of dial-ins, just 300 the split. And a victory at 12.95, under by 100, and will take the win over a 12.85 and a monster breakout. Ugh. Angie Hereford, Joseph S., Team Pacific and Team PIR. Chase is on for Spanker-Rotella. God, that's a tough one. Or Spack-R-O-Tell-A. Hereford, victory, yes, 13.15, and Letty says, oh yeah. 13.14 the dial-in, so one back of the number with an 0.67 and 12.03 the losing time and a breakout. So we go to Renegades, Larry DeCamp, and Blaine Robb for Team PIR. Dylan, you ready to go live in prime time, buddy? Do you like the red one or the black one? You don't care, right?
Nope, sure don't. I'm always ready to go there, Scott.
Thank you. You're up. I'm going to check out. I think my couple hour stint here is plenty, and we'll come back and check in on you a bit later. You ready?
Yes, sir. Appreciate
Thank you.
you
Thank
talking
you,
all
Dylan.
morning.
You bet.
Well, it looks like we got some drizzling going down there at the top end. Gonna wait for a little bit. Wait for it to pass over. Appreciate your guys' patience with us. Don't forget, go grab some lunch. Mike just got some poutine, the chicken tender poutine. Mike says it's delicious, and he demands everybody to go grab one. All right, looks like cars are firing up. We're getting ready to go here. Blaine Robb in the white Mustang pulling up to the water box. Going to be racing Larry DeCamp in the 69 Camaro. Larry DeCamp choosing 1193 dial. Blaine Robb 1238 the dial for Portland International Raceway. Larry DeCamp racing for Team Renegade. Here we go. Sportsman for a trip to Vegas. 2 go down, 1 come back. The winner of this event's going to go to Vegas. Wow, sit there and wait for about 10 minutes and then show up. Go 008. Worst lights at 35. Wow, Larry DeCamp going to get the win. He's behind on the tree with a 35 light to Blaine Robb's 008, taking 44th out the stripe to run 1197 with a 3 on the 1193 dial. Blaine Robb had a 008 reaction time but couldn't get her done. Brings up Gordon Rust and Jimmy Hereford. Wow, this is a good matchup right here. 1174 the dial in for Gordon Rust for Team Renegade. Jimmy Hereford dialed in at a 1237. Portland International Raceway. And they're off. 20 thou separate them up front. Jimmy Hereford going to take out Gordon Rust. He's 46 up front, take 13th out the finish line. Run a 1242 with a 9 on the 1237 dial. Gordon Rust misses the tree a little bit, 20 thou behind. Runs 1179 with a 3 on the 1174. Tried to do all he can, but couldn't get her done. Brings up RJ Nomi, my track manager for Team Calispe, and JR Hawkins for Team Firebird. 1560 the dial for RJ in the Ford Ranger. JR Hawkins dialed in at 1185. RJ Nomi going to take the win there. Finally, a Spokane competitor does not go red. RJ just went way green instead. Runs a 1555 with a 7 on the 1560 dial. JR Hawkins, let's go 54. Red. No good. RJ moving on to the next round. Robert Gillette, Pacific Raceways, dialed in at 1323. Marlon Ulrichsen for Team Mad Hatters, dialed in at 1240. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Robert 73 red to a 366 green. Ouch. Marlin going to take the win. Runs a 1239 with a 0 on the 1240 dial. 1 under. That'll work. Brings up Richard Love out of Osoyos, BC. Racing for Team Calispe. Dialed in at 1170. He's doing double duty. Driving Ryan Ledurt's Nova today in Pro. Waylon Carlson for Rad Torque, dialed in at 1274. Who's going to drop the tailgate at the finish line? Team Calispe going to get the win there. Richard Love, he's a little behind on the tree. He's 70 up front to Waylon's 56. Runs 1170 with a 5 on the 1170 dial to be behind 23, forcing the breakout. Waylon Carlson breaks out 5 thou, taking 23. Ouch. Ashley Isabel, Danielle Bowler. Danielle Bowler, mama of Racing Jason and Shake and Bake Jake. Danielle dialed in at a 1410. Ashley Isabel dialed in at a 1213 for Team Rad Torque. Ashley Isabel going to take the win there. She's 32 up front, has a big starting line advantage. She takes 33 out thou at the stripe on the brakes. Runs a 1221 with a 1 on the 1213 dial. Danielle misses the tree and runs way under. I told her to hold some numbers, but I didn't tell her to hold that much. Chris Tickrob, Woodburn Warriors. Stephen Watkins. Stephen Watkins, team on a mission. Dialed in at 1218. Chris Tickrob dialed in at 1261. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro class, we need you to the staging lanes. Pro class, we need you to the staging lanes. Chris Tickrob gonna take the win there. He's 68 to Stephen Watkins 97. Drops it dead 8. Taking a bunch at the stripe, but it don't matter when you know your car. Dean 80, Devin Froud. Mad Hatters versus Team Renegade. Dean 80 dialed in at a 1334. Devin Froud dialed in at 1176. Team Renegade Raceway. Wow, some good laps being put down here. Can you tell there's a road trip to Vegas on the line? Worst lights of 57. Best lights of 52. Who's going to get it done? Wop, 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 wop. Devin Froud going to take the win there. He's 1181 with a 5 on the 1176 dial, whopping his way to a 41 stripe. And Dean 80 was 57 up front, runs a 1343 with a 1 on the 1334 dial. Missed the dial in a little bit. Brings up Cherie Wilmham. Races with us down in Spokane all the time. She's racing for Team Renegade today. And Joel Smith, team on a mission, now in 1162 in the Chevelle. Joel Smith going to take the win there. He's 91 up front to Cherie's 67. Cherie needed to tighten it up just a little more. Double breakout. Joel Smith runs 1159 with a 7 on the 1162 dial. Cherie runs a 1241 on the 1248. Bringing up Ken Green and Keith Hadley. Keith Hadley for Bremerton Bombers. Dialed in at 1225. Ken Green, Portland International. Dialed in at 1245. Gonna take the win there. 47 up front. See what he clicks the boards at. Keith Hadley's 36 red. Runs a 1232 with a 9 on the 1245 dial. But it's all right because the opponent goes red and he moves to the next round. Dennis McGregor, Larry Brewer. Larry Brewer dialed in at 12:16 for the Madras race team. Dennis McGregor dialed in at a 14:25 for Rad Torque. Dennis McGregor has the starting line advantage but can't get it done. He's 11 up front, taking way too much. Runs a 4:18 on the 14:25. Giving Larry Brewer the win. He's 49 up front, runs a 12:16 with a 5 on the 12:16 dial. Dropping her dead 5 to be behind. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. High school, you will follow pro. This isn't your call to the staging lanes yet, but you will follow pro. And pro, if you're not down here, you should be making your way down here. Do not miss the bus to Vegas. That'll be very bad. 17,000 separate these two up front. Cole Dickoff and Karen Kalsch. Cole Dickoff for the win there. Runs 11:69 with a 9 on the 11:66 dial. Taking 39,000 at the stripe. Karen's 38 up front, runs a 13:41 with a 4 on the 13:36. Team Bremerton Bombers on to the next round. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need the pro class to the staging lanes. Pro to the staging lanes, please. And we will be running high school right after pro. This is not your call to the staging lanes. We are just letting you know. Thank you. And don't forget, if you had your winner circle picture taken today, or want your team picture, maybe you have a little picture of you and your friends. Don't forget, go see Robert Grice down at the NHRA trailer, the back of the NHRA trailer specifically. Go get all your winner circle pictures, team photos, and your signature event photo. Don't forget, go check out Missions Pro Shop. It's very cool in there. They got Hot Wheels, pens, lanyards, hats, sweatshirts, all kinds of things. We got a points update here for the Manager's Cup. Team Woodburn and Team Portland in number 1. Renegade, Bremerton, Pacific, Rad Torque, all tied for number 2. Wow. Then we have Mission, Firebird, Medicine Hat, Callispe, tied for number 3. In 4th place, we have Walla Walla and Madras. Wow, gonna be tight coming up here. We got the pro class coming up. They're getting ready in the back of staging. So Team Woodburn Warriors won the team event last night, currently tied in 1st place with Portland International Raceway. Wow. Mike Eames just told me, I was born in 2000, so I've been alive for 25 years. The Woodburn Warriors are 20-time team event champions. Wow. How impressive. Want to give a special shout out to our starting line crew. They've been working their butts off all weekend long. If you see them walking around today, make sure you shake their hand, give them a thank you. Do a great job down there at the starting line. They're always busy, except for at the moment they're enjoying some lunch. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need our pro cars to the staging lanes. Everybody in pro, we need you to the staging lanes for the ROC race. First round's going to be coming up here shortly. High school, you will follow pro. This is not your call to the staging lanes. You will be following pro, though. So, high school on standby. High school on standby. All right, here we go. Moving into our pro class. Gonna be a good one. One of the winners gonna go to Vegas today. Well, they're not going to Vegas today, but they're going to Vegas October 30th. That's for sure. Don't got any information, but I can read Mike Breno's window. Mike Breno dialed in at 1038. Lord Colane dialed in at 979. Mike Breno goes 007 red. Lord Colane goes 15 up front, runs a 977 with a 4 on the 979 dial. Hollis Runge, Philippole, Dr. Phil, racing for Team Adrenaline. Hollis Runge, racing for Team Woodburn Warriors. Can Woodburn Warriors start running away from Team Portland? They're currently tied at 5. 955 to dial for Hollis. Dr. Phil gonna work them fingers. He's 14 up front to Hollis' 54, taking 13th out at the stripe. Wow. Runs a 1069 with a 6 on the 1065 dial, backing into him. Bringing up Dana something Olson. If you know, you know. Racing for Team Adrenaline. Brian Thompson, racing for the Bremerton Bombers, dialed in at 1256. $20,000 separate him up front. Anybody's racing the quarter mile. Give the win to Dana Olson. He's 32 up front, dead 8. Be behind 22, forcing the breakout for Brian Thompson. Brian Thompson misses the tree. Well, doesn't really miss the tree, but misses it compared to Dana. He's 20,000 behind and takes 20 to break out 34. Bringing up Mike Hansen, Woodburn Warriors. David Knudsen, Pacific Raceways. Mike Hansen dialed in at 1047. David Knudsen dialed in at 1024. Give the win to Mike Hansen in the Woodburn Warriors. He's 11 on the tree. David Knudsen goes 007 red. Mike Hansen 1 above 1 with an 11 light. That'll work. Daryl Tip, team on a mission. Steve Kelly. Wow, this is a good matchup right here. 1152 to a 973. Steve Kelly for the Woodburn Warriors. Daryl Tip, team on a mission. Correction, Daryl Tippy. I've been saying that wrong all weekend. Give the win to the Woodburn Warriors. Oh, never mind. Sorry, team on a mission. I read that completely wrong. My bad, my bad. Daryl Tippy, 39 up front, taking 19th out at the stripe, sending Woodburn home. Race Albie, your Lone Ranger for Coos Bay. Lance Churchuk, dialed in at 1135 for Rad Torque Raceway. Race dialed in at 957. 60 thousandths separating them up front. The Lone Ranger from Coos Bay gets it done. 009 up front, runs 958 with a 4 on the 957 dial, taking 26th thou at the stripe. Lance, let's go 69, runs 1133 with a 0 on the 1135 dial, no good. Brings up Dave Oyen, your best appearing car in the pro class. Dialed in at 1097 for Team Callispe. Brendan Smith for Team Firebird, flying like a bunch of eagles. 1004 the dial for Firebird. Three Huns separate them up front. Give the win to Dave Moyen. He's 26 to Brendan's 56. Take 002. Runs an 1101 with a 7 on the 1097 dial. Good driving there, Dave. Brandon Smith runs a 1006 with a 0 on the 1004 dial. Brings up Jason Bourne. Rad Torque Raceway. Mike Masters. Callispe Raceway Park. Mike Masters dialed in at 1094. Jason Bourne dialed in at 1003. 30,000 separate. Oh, 29,000. Wow. Wow. My math is off. Give the win to Mike Masters. He's 1 under. 002 up front. Giving the stripe back 40 thou. Forcing the breakout. Bringing up one of our announcers, John Masterman, Portland International. Michael Clement, Firebird Raceway. Portland could really use this win to keep up with Team Woodburn. 1254 the dial for John. And John Masterman goes 009 red. Ouch. Give the win to Michael Clement and Team Firebird. He's 18 on the let go. Runs a 1014 with a 7 on the 1011 dial. Bringing up Daniel Whelan, Pacific Raceways, dialed in at 970. Rick Green, Bremerton Raceway, dialed in at 1238. Rick Green's 003 red, give the win to Pacific Raceways. Daniels 20 on the let go. And dead on 0. Wow, that was going to be hard to get around no matter what. David Bronick, Martin Lambert, David for Team Woodburn, dialed in at 929. Martin, 948, dialed in for Pacific Raceways. $40,000 separate them up front. Give the win to Martin Lambert. He's 002. Runs a 952 with an 8 on the 948 dial. Taking 17th out at the stripe. David Bronick misses the tree a little bit. 42 up front. Runs a 931 with a 6 on the 929 dial. Bringing up Shannon Campbell and Gary Howe. Bremerton Raceway versus Team Firebird. Shannon dialed in at 1123 in that Mustang. Gary Howe dialed in at 1194. $16,000 separate them up front. Give the win to Shannon Campbell. She's 15 on the reaction time. Runs a 1124 with a 5 on the 1123 dial. Giving it back 005. Gary Howe had to take absolutely nothing. He had to take 1/10,000th of a second to win that race. Had no chance. Congratulations, Shannon. Anthony Price, Woodburn Drag Strip, dialed in at 921. Jacob Phelps, dialed in at 976. Firebird Raceway, Team Woodburn. Who can cheer louder? Jacob Phelps not going to miss that one up too many times. He's 19 on the let go. Runs a 978 with a 4 on the 976 dial. Anthony Price misses the tree a whole lot. Runs dead 4, but reaction time started with a 1. Here comes my homie, Brian Jenin. Team Adrenaline dialed in at 1056 against Chance Edelman. Matt Hatters dialed in at 1020. Brian Jenin for the win. He's 20 up front. Chance reaction time started with a 1. Brian takes full advantage, runs a 1066 with a 3 on the 06, taking 62 thou at the stripe. That just means I can announce for a little while longer. Derek Knudsen dialed in at 961 for Team Pacific. Jim Bonner, Callispe Raceway Park, dialed in at 1053. Jim Bonner currently sitting second in points behind Brian Jenin at our track. Jim Bonner goes 59 red. Derek Knudsen, let's go 005 up front. Runs a 962 with a 6 on the 961 dial. Sending Team Pacific on to the next round. Coming up next, we got Jake McLean, Team Adrenaline, dialed in at 980. Travis Marion, Matt Hatters, dialed in at 1051. Firebird versus Mustang. Jake McLean clicks at 36 red, giving the win to Travis. He's 98 on the let go. Runs a 1050 with the 6 on the 1051 dial. Bringing up Greg Keelman, Portland International Raceway, dialed in at 1018. Lauren Schwartz, Team on a Mission, dialed in at 1021. See who can get her done. Give the win to Greg Kilman. He's 57 to Lorenz is 53. 57 on the reaction time. Runs a 1020 with a 9, taking 006 at the stripe for the win. Bringing up Chad Campbell and Jeff Taylor. Chad, Team Firebird, dialed in at 974. Jeff Taylor dialed in at a 914. One fast little Dodge Dakota. 20,000 separate them up front. Worst lights at 26. Give the win to Jeff Taylor. Chad Campbell, let's go. 006 up front. Runs a 978 with a 4 on the 974 dial. Giving it back. 002 to Jeff Taylor. Ouch. Jeff Taylor, 916 with a 2 on the 914 dial. Bringing up Matt Wow, this is a final round right here. Matt Kilman and Justin Cooper. Matt Kilman dialing in at 989. Justin Cooper, 1081. Give the win to Matty Kilman. Keelman 16 on the tree to Cooper's 42. Taking 37th out at the stripe to run a 990 with a 1 on the 989 dial. Cooper tried to give it back. Tried to feed him the stripe, but couldn't get there. 1083 with a 3 on the 1081 dial. Can't whomp him, dump him. Didn't work for old Coop that time. Matt Warner, team on a mission, dialed in at 1053. Monty Beagle, dialed in at 910 for the Mad Hatters. Give the win to Monty Beagle. He's 23 on the reaction time to Matt Warner's 80. Taking 55th out at the stripe to run a 913 with a 4 on the 910 dial. Matt Warner misses the tree and runs 3 above for the loss. Brings up Doug Klassen, Medicine Hat Raceway. Ralph Ellers, team on a mission. Ralph dialed in at 1088. Douglas dialed in at 970. Ralph Eller's gonna get away with one there. Douglas goes 009 red. Ralph's reaction time started with a 1. He gets the win. Runs a 1086 with a 0 on the 1088 dial. Team on a mission got lucky on that one. Russell Lopeman, Corey Seekins. Russell Lopeman, Renegade Raceway, dialed in at 1014. Corey Seekins, dialed in at 949 for Team Madras. Give the win to Corey Seekins. He's 81 on the tree to Russell 62. Runs at 949 with a 1 on the 949 dial. Taking 11th out at the stripe. Russell 62 up front. Had the starting line advantage, but gives it back 11th out. Martin Condon, Renegade Raceway, dialed in at 1206. Garth Drager, Mad Hatters in the Mustang, dialed in at 905. In problems for Garth. Martin gonna coast through the finish line, runs a 12:33 with an 8. Tough break for Garth Drager. First round of ROC and your car just sputters off the line. Tough day for Garth. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. High school, we need you to the staging lanes. High school, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Team Renegade gonna take the win there. Bringing up Mike Mosiewicz and Tyler Zeller. Zeller gonna get his Z fired up. Mike Mosewich dialed in at 996 for Rad Torque Raceway. Tyler Zeller, Matt Hatters, dialed in at 1028. Mopar versus Camaro. Tyler Zeller going to take the win there. He's 19 on the let go. Runs a 1031 with a 1 on the 1028 dial. Be behind 49 thou at the stripe. Feeding them breakfast with no hog. John Tebeck, Greg Hereford, team on a mission. Portland International Raceway. Greg Hereford dialed in at 1032. John dialed in at 1054. John for team on a mission. Let's go 16 red. Greg Hereford's 54 up front. See what they click the boards at. Greg Hereford runs a 1033 with a 4 on the 1032 dial. Sending Portland International on to the next round. Coming up next, we got Rob Monroe racing for team on a mission. Oh, another team on a mission in Portland International Raceway Crime. Hayden Amborn dialed in at 1028. Rob Monroe dialed in at 1044. $3,000 separate them up front. Anybody's game. Give the win to Hayden Amborn. She's 25 on the tree to Rob Monroe's 22. Taking 70 thou at the stripe to run a 1030 with the 0 on the 1028 dial. Sending Portland International on to the next round. Zachary Zerbrug racing for Team Bremerton Bombers against Robert Steffen. Wow, this is a final round matchup right here. Another final round matchup in the first round. You already got to see Matty Kilman and Justin Cooper race. Now you get to see Zachary Zerberg and Robert Steffen. Wow, and look at this race. One of them is perfect up front. Worst light is a 14. Give the win to Zachary Zerberg. He's perfect up front. Take 007 to run a 1035 with a 1 on the 1032. Robert Steffen tried everything he could. He was 14 on the let go, but runs a 1087 with a 4 to be behind 7 thou. Wow. That did not disappoint. Bringing up Luke Bannon and Jason Harmon. Team Firebird versus Portland International Raceway. Jason dialed in at a 1046. Luke Brandon dialed in at a 1016. Holy smokes, folks, look at this. Jason Harmon's 15 up front to Luke's 63. Take 0001 at the stripe. Runs a 1048 with a 5 on the 1046 dial. Wow, there's some racing going on today. Steven Ryland, Tanya Mosewich. Steven dialed in at 1250. Tanya dialed in at 912. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Final call for high school. Final call for high school. If you miss this bus, you might not graduate. Tanya Mosewich goes 57 red up front. Steven Ryland's 84 green. Runs a 1244 with a 6 on a 1250 dial. Giving the win to Team Pacific Raceways. Bobby Berkovics, Team Renegade, dialed in at 1258. George Weimer, Team Madras, dialed in at 933. One of these drivers is late on the let go. Give the win to Bobby Berkovic. He's 42 on the let go, runs a 1261 with a 9 on the 1258 dial, taking 54th out at the stripe. George goes dead on 6, but his reaction time started with a 1. Bringing up Phil Fluette. Renegade Raceway, dialed in at 1017 in the Camaro. Richard Love, Ryan driving, Ryan Adents, Nova. Dialed in at 1034 for Richard Love out of Osoyos. We got a 20 to a 94. In the 20s, not going to get it done. Phil's 94 up front, runs a 1019 with a 0 on the 1017. Richard Love, something happens. I don't know if he missed. He did something. He never looked back. I don't know what went on with Richard Love there. Breaks way out. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need Super Pro. First call, Super Pro. Super Pro to the lanes, please. Bringing up Ryan Wildham and Brian McGinnis. This should be a doozy. Ryan Wildham dialed in at 1023 for Team Renegade. Brian McGinnis dialed in at 1037 for the Bremerton Bombers. Eight thou separating them up front. Give the win to Brian McGinnis. He's 008 on the tree. Runs a 1038 with a 5 on the 1037, taking 36th out at the stripe. Ryan 16 on the let go. Runs 1027 with a 3 on the 1023. Bringing up Dean Cowell and Jim Wyford. Jim Wyford, Team Adrenaline, dialed 1046. Dean Cowell dialed 1069. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Super Pro to the lanes, please. Super Pro to the lanes, please. Give the win to Jim Wyford. He's 69 on the let go. Dean Cowell's 23 on the let go. Jim Wyford runs dead on 9, taking 18th out for the win. Wow. Brings us into our high school class. They're rolling into the water box at the moment. Here we go. We got JT Sherlock, one of my good buddies, racing for Team Calispe in his daddy's toilet. And Jacob Cleve, dialed in 1166 for Team Renegade. John Sherlock, dialed in 1180. Give the win to JT Sherlock. He is embarrassing on the tree, but it's okay because Jacob Cleve, let's go 48 green or 48 red, sorry. Wow, goes dead on 5. That'll work, JT. Just got to tighten up that light. Sven Nelson. Prabjap Mali. The team on a mission versus Team Woodburn Warriors. Sven dialed in at a 1580. Prabjap dialed in at 1515. Give the win to Team on a Mission. Neither driver great on the reaction time, but Team on the Mission has the big starting line advantage. Runs a 15-19 with a 6 on the 15-15 dial-in. And we got an updated points after Super Pro. Or Pro, sorry, excuse me. Team Portland sitting in number 1. Team Woodburn and Team Pacific sitting in number 2. Renegade and Bremerton round out the top 3. Firebird, Medicine Hat, and Walla Walla all sitting in 4th place. Team Calispe, Team Mission round out the top 5. Brings up Gabby Halverson and Harmon Grual. Harmon for Team on a Mission dialed to 1543. Gabby Halverson for Team Firebird, flying like an eagle, dialed 1215. Gabby Halverson, let's go 001 red. Harmon, her red light started with a 1. Might have had way too many Red Bulls at the old Tim Hortons this morning. Bringing us up to our next pair of high school competitors. Elizabeth Wagner, Renegade Raceway, dialed in at a 1490. Xavier Heaton, Portland International. Big one for Portland right here. Can they maintain the lead? 1191 the dial for Xavier. Xavier Heaton gonna get the win there. He's 22 on the let go. Runs a 12:01 with a 0 on the 1191 dial. Elizabeth Wagner, her reaction time was late. Runs a 14:94 with an 8 on the 14:90. Bringing up Jed Biscay and Skylar McFall. Wow, this should be your high school final round right here, eh? 1180 the dial for Jed. 1367 the dial for Skylar. Give the win to Jed Biscay and the Woodburn Warriors. He's 36 on the tree, taking 31 thou at the stripe. Runs 1194 with the 6 on the 1190 dial. 1180 dial, excuse me. Skylar McFall misses the tree. Can't get it done. Brings up Natalie Erickson, Team Bremerton Bombers, dialed in at 1585. Kylie Bostick, dialed in at 1242 for Team Pacific. Anybody's game at the quarter mile. Who's going to turn on the win light? Give it to Natalie Erickson. She's 82 on the let go. Runs a 16:02 with a 1. Giving the strike back 127 to force a breakout by a 2 hun for old Kylie Bostick. Sending Team Bremerton Bombers on to the next round. Next up, we got Abigail McFadden, Team Firebird, dialed in at a 14:09. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, if you're not on your way down, you should be in the lanes. Thank you. Super Pro. To the lanes. Abigail McFadden, 36 on the tree, runs 14:10 with an 8 on the 14:09 dial. Gonna do a little track prep before we get our Super Pro competitors fired up. Don't forget to go down to the NHRA trailer and see Robert for all your event photos, team photos, and winner circle photos. Take them home today before it's too late. Final day of ET Finals. ROC Day. One of these drivers going to Vegas. Four drivers going to make their way down to Vegas over the 30th of October. Man, I'm pacing in the tower already, and we just got out of the first round of pro and high school. All right, folks, we got updated points here. Team Portland, 11 points in first place. Team Woodburn in second with 8 points. Pacific, Bremerton, and Firebird, top 3. Wow, this is going to be tight. Renegade sitting in fourth place at 6. Then it goes Medicine Hat, Walla Walla, Mission, and Team Calispe. It's going to be tight. Moving into our Super Pro category here. David Chun in the dragster. Son Cooper took quadruple 0 at the fling this weekend for the loss. David Chun, Daryl Tippy. Team on a Mission versus Team Woodburn. 693 the dial in for Daryl. David Chun dialed in at a 579. Give the win to David Chun. 20 on the reaction time. Daryl 21 red, runs a 697 with a 3 on the 693 dial. David Chun getting the win, runs a 578 with a 6 on the 579 dial. Bringing up Jerry McGee for Woodburn Warriors and Donald Sparcerotella. 609 the dial for the Chevelle. Jerry McGee dialed in at 502 for the Woodburn Warriors. Woodburn Warriors could really use this win to help them crawl back to that #1 spot. Donald goes red, giving the win to Team Woodburn Warriors. Jeremy McGee, 22 total. Griffith and Jason Gibson. Woodburn Warriors versus Team on a Mission. Jason Gibson's been on a mission all weekend. Jason Gibson dialed in at a 618. Earl Griffith dialed in at a 631 for the Woodburn Warriors. Jason Gibson gonna get the competition single. Can see from the tower there's some fluid leaking under that Nova. Jason Gibson on the competition single. Reaction time of 24. Runs a 619 with a 1 on the 618 dial. Robert Lindley, Toby Peterson. Toby Peterson dialed in at a 547. Robert Lindley dialed in at a 556. Don't forget, go see Robert for all your event pictures. I know I've said it 4 times already, but I'm going to keep reminding you. Go see Robert Grice for all your winner circle pictures and team photos. Down at the NHRA trailer, specifically the back of the NHRA trailer. $3,000 separate him up front. Give the win to Toby Peterson. He's 15 to Robert's 18, taking 24th out at the stripe for the win. Runs a 548 with a 9 on the 547 dial. Bringing up Vicky Shepard. I'm pretty sure she had the best appearing Super Pro car this weekend. She did. Vicky Shepard, Team Woodburn Warriors, dialed in at a 498. Jason Beggerly, Team Pacific, dialed in at a 554. 22 thou separate them up front. Give the win to the best appearing Super Pro dragster, Vicky Shepard. 20 on the tree, dead 8, 28 total. Jason Beggerly, 42 on the tree, has no chance because Vicky Shepard's package is better than his light. Wow. William Carnell, Jake Swigger. Call him Jake Tigger Swigger. Calispe Raceway Park, dialed in at 513. William Carnell, dialed in at 470. Team Firebird, flying like a bunch of eagles. Give the win to Calispe Raceway Park. Jake Swagger's 20 on the tree. William Carnell, 003 red. Jake Swagger runs a 516 with a 5 on the 513. Coming up next, we got Mike Householder and Kevin Johnson. Mike Householder, Calispe Raceway Park. Wow, 2 thou separate them up front. Who's it going to be? Give the win to Papa Householder. Papa Householder runs a 650 with the 0 on the 645 dial. 38 up front, be behind 84, forcing the breakout for Kevin Johnson. From Rad Torque Raceway, 12 on the let go. Runs a 554 with a 1, taking 3 thou at the stripe. Morgan Karen misses the tree, doesn't miss the tree, but Pat's in total control. James Lavoie, David Wakefield. David Wakefield in the Chevelle. James Lavoie in the Nova. David Wakefield gonna take the win. Runs a 613 with the 6 on the 607 dial. James Lavoie misses the tree by a whole bunch. Mark Simmons, Jace O'Hara. Jace O'Hara in the Nova. Jace O'Hara, Mark Simmons. Mark Simmons in the dragster. Jace in the Nova. 642 on the board for Jace. 456 for Mark. Wow, look at that race, folks. Mark Simmons going to take the win there. Dead on 6. 16 up front, dead on 6. Take 19th out at the stripe for the win. Coming up next, we got Lonnie Sharkey, Martin Rochelle. Donnie Sharkey, let's go 006 red. Giving the win to Martin Rochelle in the Malibu. Martin Rochelle runs a 646 with a 3 on the 645 dial. Well, folks, if you're ever looking for the party at Walla Walla Drag Strip, look in Chad Welch's trailer. Team Adrenaline dialed in at a 585. James Taylor in the white dragster dialed in at a 493 for the Woodburn Warriors. Giving Chad Welch the win for Team Adrenaline. He's 40 on the tree. Lights the scoreboard up with a 586 on the 585 dial. Kevin McNoll, Don Sefton. 444 the board. Wow, 1,000 separate him up front. Give the win light to Don Sefton. He lights the scoreboard 446 on a 444 dial. 1,000 separated him up front. 10,000 separated him at the finish line, giving the win to Don Sefton. Aaron Steinke, Dale Green, Renegade Raceway, Mad Hatters. 440 is what it says on the scoreboard for Aaron. Dale Green has it lit up the scoreboard, 567. One of these drivers is 005. Give the win to Aaron Steinke. He lights the scoreboard 443 with a 2 on the 440. 005 up front, take 23 thou at the finish line for the win. Bringing up Robert Siemens, Kelly Thielen. Kelly Thielen in the 57 Chevy Bel Air that runs like a dragster. Robert Siemens out of Ogden, Utah. One of them racers that travel all the way up to Firebird every single weekend. And now they're in Canada, racing for Team Firebird. 485 the scoreboard for the dragster. Kelly Thielen, 477 in the Lord Cove scoreboard. What a beautiful green 57 Bel Air. He calls it the Sinister. Separate him at the starting line. Give the win to Robert Siemens. 0003 on the reaction time to Kelly Thielen's 009, excuse me. Lights the scoreboard 487 on the 485 dial, taking 7th thou at the stripe. Bringing up George LeBlanc and Frank Clanton. George LeBlanc in the orange Super Sport. Frank Clanton in the little pickup for Portland International, dialed in at 684. 565 to dial in for George. Give the win to the orange Super Sport. George LeBlanc's 005 on the tree. Lights the scoreboard 567 on the 565 dial, taking 12th thou. Locking Frank Clanton out. David Pratt, Kyle Mosier. Team Adrenaline, Team Medford. Kyle Mosier dialed in at a 542. David Pratt in the little red Vega dialed in at a 548. Hiding the sharp objects from Kyle Mosier. He's 001 red. And runs dead on 0. Hide the sharp objects. Giving the win to David Pratt. 17 thou on the let go. Runs a 551 with the 0 on the 548 dial. Bringing up Jim Bruns in the red Camaro. Dialed in at a 644. No crosstalk. Matt Condon. Renegade Raceway. 486 the dial. Matt Condon can't get it done. He's 002 to Jim Bruns is 17, taking 41 thou at the stripe to break out 005. Woo! Cora Seekins and Todd Fricky. Todd Fricky in the black dragster for Team Adrenaline, dialed in at a 479. Cora Seekins in the blue and white dragster, dialed in at a 512. Whose hood scoop's gonna be rocking on this one? True start, going to work there. Cora Seekins gonna take the win. She's 003 red. Todd Fricky's 13 thou red. Runs a 513 with a 5 on the 512 dial. Todd Fricky runs a 480 with an 8 on the 479 dial. 13 red. Lost that race by 10 thou. Bringing up Jerry Brown, Austin Mackey. Jerry Brown and that beautiful little demon down there for Rad Torque Raceway. Dialed in at a 689. Austin Mackey, Team Madras, dialed in a 559. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need bikes sled to the lanes. We ask that our Pro Tree bikes hang towards the back of the staging lanes, please. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need bike sled to the lanes. If you are using a Pro Tree, please hang to the back of the pits or staging lanes, please. Thank you. Jerry Brown and the Demon gonna get the win. Another true start victory. 006 on the red side to Austin Mackey's 52 red. Runs a 691 with a 7 on the 689 dial. Mark Pratt, Zach Mazier. Zach Mazier from Boise, Idaho. Mark Pratt, Woodburn, Oregon, racing for Team Medford. 485 to a 588. Zach Mazier down there whomping, lights the scoreboard. 488 with a 0 on the 485 to be behind 003. Mark Pratt had to take 001 or less for the win and couldn't get her done. Team on a mission. Craig Johnson, Mike Nicholson, Portland International Raceway. 524 the dial for the dragster. Wheel standing wagon, 660 the dial. Ow, separate him. Give the win to Mike Nicholson. Runs dead on 3, taking 23 for the win. 1 thou separated him at the finish line. 23 thou separated him at the... Will Dewey, Callispe Raceway Park, 660, the scoreboard says. William Vest, 603. Give the win to Team Callispe. William Vest is 002 red. Will Dewey drops it dead on 5. 34 up front, dead on 5. See if Justin Cooper can get some revenge from his pro class loss to Matty Kilman. Justin Cooper dialed in at a 679. Bill Hurd, Portland International, dialed in at a 564. Justin Cooper driving Stephanie's car. Always nice when your sister lets you race. Eight 10,000 separate him at the starting line. 2,000 separate him at the finish line. Give the win to Bill Hurd. He's 007 on the let go. Justin Cooper's 15 on the let go. Bill Hurd drops it 2 above for the win. Bringing up Zachary Zerberg. Doug Wildham. Doug comes up and races with us at Callispe all the time. Zach for the Bremerton Bombers, dialed in at a 569. Doug dialed in at 521. Give the win to Team Renegade. Doug Wildham's 24 on the reaction time, runs a 520 with a 4, breaking out 5 thou, but it's okay. Zach, let's go 16 red. Jeremy Soares, Breanne Jones in the Corvette. Breanne Jones dialed in at 643. Jeremy Soares, 483s on the scoreboard. Breanne taking her time to pull into the beams. Jeremy's in. Breanne follows. Here they go. 600 separate them. Give the win light to Team on a Mission. Team on a Mission. Lights the scoreboard. 1 above. They're 11 up front, 1 above for the win. Breanne Jones misses the tree. Needed to hit the bump down a bunch. Couldn't get her done. Oh, man. 2 of my favorites right here. Magic Pad O. Justin Jones. Shout out Jody. I know she's watching at home. Hope your team's taking a bunch of pictures for you. Pat O dialed in at a 503. Justin Jones, 562. Team Adrenaline, Team Callispe. We race together all the time. Justin Jones going to be taking advantage of the throttle stop on his dragster. Magic Pat's in. Justin Jones to follow. Ouch. 001 red for Magic Pat. Justin Jones showed up to party, though. He's 00 weight, one above for the win. Nicholas Carr, Dave Mazier. Should be a final round matchup, but it's not. It's the first round of the ROC with the road trip to Vegas on the line. Nicholas Carr, 578. Dave Mazier, 472. Firebird versus Team Woodburn. Who's got it? Who's got the team spirit? That's what I want to know. Wow, Dave Mazier going to get the win there. He's 008 on the tree. Dead on 3. 11 total for Dave Mazier, first round. Came all the way from Escondido, California to lay down 11 total, first round of the ROC. Bringing up Robert Smith and Hayden Amborn. Hayden Amborn dialed in at a 610. Robert dialed in at 533. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Bike sled, you should be on your way to the lanes or in the lanes. If you're using a pro tree, we ask that you hang to the back of the lanes. If you're using a full tree, please pull forward. Red light, red light, red light. 16 red for Hayden Amborn, Portland International Raceway. Giving the win to Robert Smith and the Bremerton Bombers. 27 up front, dead 4. And it looks like that'll do it for our Super Pro class. We're going to be moving into our bike sled class here. Full tree bikes are going to be first. All righty, folks. As we move into our bike sled class, we have an updated points after that Super Pro round. In first place, we have Team Portland International Raceway with 13 points. In second place, Team Woodburn Warriors with 11. Tied for third is Bremerton and Firebird. Calispe sitting in fourth place. Pacific sitting in fifth, along with Renegade and Mission, all tied for fifth. Then we have Medicine Hat and Walla Walla in 6th place. Brad Torque in 7th. Madras in 8th. Coos Bay and Medford in 9th. Brings us to our bike sled class. Lindsay Miller, Team Adrenaline, Angela Compton, Madras Drag Strip. 946 the scoreboard says for Lindsay. Angela's scoreboard says 1368. How close can they put it down? Lindsay Miller for the win. She lights the scoreboard 952 with a 4 on the 946. Angela misses the tree. Had no chance. Bringing up Jay Lake and Jessie May. Jessie May, your winner of the Best on Best earlier this weekend for Team Firebird, flying like some eagles. Jay Lake, Calispe, Raceway Park out of Deer Park, Washington. Dialed in at 12-0. Jay Lake is going to hate himself. Hide the sharp objects. He's 0005 red. Ouch. Giving Jessie May the win. He's 26 on the let go. Runs a 878 with a 3 on the 875 dial. Giving Team Firebird the win. Travis Washburn, Jay Dudley. Jay Dudley lights the scoreboard 969. Travis Washburn's scoreboard reads 928. $21,000 between them at the starting line. Scoreboard says, give it to Travis Washburn for Team Firebird. Runs a 934 with a 6 on the 928 dial. Taking 12th out at the stripe. Sending Jay Dudley home. Brings up Ken Pearson and Roy Barrera. Man, Team Calispe getting all the good Firebird racers today. Ken Pearson dialed in at a 1211 for Team Calispe. Roy Barrera, Team Firebird, dialed in at a 781 on the bar bike. Old Captain America over there. Maybe called him Evil Knievel. Evil Knievel is flying like an eagle today. Give the win to Roy Barrera. Neither rider's great up front. Roy Barrera, 710 above, actually. Wow. Give the win to Team Firebird. Flying like some eagles. Jose Jr. Perez. Cody Compton. Jose Jr. dialed in at a 951. Cody Compton, 958. Gonna be a lot of head checking. Watch the helmets of these two. Give the win to Cody Compton. 19 on the Christmas tree. Runs a 960 with a 6 on the 958 dial to be behind 20 thou. Locking Jose Jr. Perez out. Mike Evans. Stephen Kaufman. Stephen Kaufman dialed in at 992. Couple of bar bikes. Mike Evans dialed in at 908. The Woodburn Warriors. $15,000 the difference on the starting line. Give the win to Mike Evans. He's 005, take 155 to run 916 with an 8 on the 908 dial. Sending Stephen Kaufman to home. Back to the States, eh? Kevin Bromley, Scott Grondal. Give the win to Kevin Bromley and the Woodburn Warriors. He's 35 on the let go. Take 29 thou at the stripe. Runs an 893 with a 1 on the 884. Sending Scott Grondal home. Wow, look at this matchup. Terry Holloway, Bob Osborne. Bob Osborne dialed in at a 9-0. Terry Holloway, 931. Mano y mano. Problems for Bob Osborne as his bike is not shifting. Terry Holloway going to coast his way through the finish line. Lights the scoreboard 9:35 at 137 miles an hour. Terry Holloway 25 on the reaction time. Brings up Riley Toth and Joe Burney. Joe Burney on the sled. Dialed in at a 928. Riley Toth on the bar bike. Dialed in at 848. Give the win to Joe Burney. 96 up front, runs a 960 with a 6 on the 928 dial. Something happened to both those riders. No clue what happened there, but Zach Toth, Bob Herney. Zach Toth scoreboard says 826 for that bar bike. Bob Henry on the sled. Pretty sure he's raced with us a couple times up at Callispe. Dialed in at a 906. Give the win to Zach Toth. He is late. Check this out, folks. Zach Toth 73 to Bob's 37. Zach Toth taking 004 at the stripe to run an 829 with a 2 on the 826. Sending the Mad Hatters on to the next round. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need EV and Junior Street. EV and Junior Street to the lanes, please. EV and Junior Street to the lanes, please. Coming up here, we got Karen Holloway, Terry Holloway's wife. Dialed in at a 1001. Frank Scully, Woodburn Warriors. Dialed in at 828. One's got a bar on it. One's got no bar. Separate them up front. Give the win to Frank Scully. Karen Holloway has the reaction time advantage but can't use it. Frank Scully runs a 831 with a 2 on the 828 dial, taking 16th out at the stripe, sending Karen Holloway home. Bringing up Steve Miller, Team Walla Walla. I have lost to this guy more times than I can count on my hand. Dialed in at a 931 on the Gixxer 1000. Steve Miller, 006 red on his bye run. See what he lights that scoreboard up at. He runs a 932 on the 931 dial at 146 miles an hour. Team Adrenaline moving on to the next round. Bringing us into our Pro Tree category bikes. Don DePeel, Dave Toth. What a matchup here. Might as well be a final round with these two bar bikes. One purple and checkers, one's blue and black, silver. EV and Junior Street, we need you to the lanes ASAP. EV and Junior Street, we need you to the lanes. Please make your way to the lanes as fast as possible. 848 the dial for DePeel. 849 the dial for Dave Toth. Bar bike on bar bike crime right here. One of these riders is perfect. And he's going to take the win. Don DePeel, trip zip on the tree. Runs an 852 with a 7 on the 848 dial. Sending Dave Toth home. Okay, folks, I just got word from the Mission Raceway Park staff that we are now officially out of Perfect Light mugs. If you get a Perfect Light, you will get a sticker. Wow, they've gone through 72 Perfect Light mugs since July 1st. Wow. Liz Micheletti, Derek Rose. Bar bike versus Hayabusa. Who's going to get her done at the big end? Give the win to Liz Micheletti. Runs an 868 with an 8 on the 865 dial. Taking 23 thou at the stripe. Gonna bring up more bar bike on Hayabusa crime here. Corey Craig, team on a mission, 789. Stephen Campbell, Mad Hatters, 812. Do not forget, go see Robert Grice down at the NHRA trailer for all your event photos, team photos, and winner circle pictures. Take them home today because it's your last chance, folks, on ET Final Sunday. Stephen Campbell runs an 820 with a 4 on the 812 dial. Corey Craig misses the tree by a whole bunch, giving Team Mad Hatters the win. Daryl Storzak, Damian Chin. Give the win to Damian Chin in Callispe Raceway Park. He's 32 up front. Daryl is 13 up front. Damian Chin gets behind 62 thou to force Daryl to break out by 5/10 thousandths of a second. Wow. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. EV and Junior Street. If you guys are not in the lanes, you need to be in the lanes ASAP. We are about to be running your class. You're going to miss the bus for the Wally. You can't win a Wally if you don't show up for first round. EV and Junior Street, we need you guys to the lanes ASAP. If you are not there, we are going to run the class without you. Junior Street, we need you to the lanes, please. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning, you guys are on standby. Don't come up to the lanes just yet. Please wait till I call you, but start getting ready because we're about to run your class right after these guys. Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning, you are on standby. Junior Street, you should be making your way to the staging lanes if you're not already in them. Junior Street, we need you to the lanes ASAP. Thank you. Here we go, folks. We got an updated points tally here. Wow, this is a real big shakeup. In number one, Team Woodburn Warriors with 16 points. Number two, my good buddy Connor News Track Firebird Raceway with 14. Sitting in third, we have Portland International Raceway. Tied for fourth, we have Bremerton, Callispe, Renegade, all tied for fourth place. Medicine Hat sitting in fifth place with 9 points. Pacific, Mission, and Walla Walla sitting in sixth place. Rad Torque, Madras, Coos Bay, Medford following behind. Wow, what a shakeup. Portland International hanging on with half a team. It's ROC day. Four drivers / riders are going to Vegas. Who's it going to be today? Moving into our EV class, I didn't hear him pulling into the water box, so Joseph Scott, Jason Leon, 1274 to 1156. And a pair of Teslas. 24 red for Joseph Scott, sending Renegade Raceway on to the next round. Jason Leon, 46 up front. Runs a 1278 on the 1274 dial. Moving Renegade Raceway into the next round. Tim Lewis, 1285. Matthew Shea, 965. Be very, very quiet. We're hunting wabbits. Well, that rabbit's going to be hunting a little while longer. 967 on the 965 dial. Had a big time reaction time advantage, and he's going to lock it in. Allison Mazier, Michael Webster. 1211, 1224. Is that battery acid, or do those have water in them? What leaks out of a Tesla? That's what I want to know. If you got AC in your Tesla and you're racing with it, you need to turn it off, please. That way, we're not stuck here again. I know you guys are all comfortable in there, but just turn your AC off for 12 seconds. That's all we ask. Allison Mazier, Michael Webster. Bremerton Bombers versus Firebird Raceway. Allison Mazier going to take the win. 22 up front, dead one. 23 total. Taking 40,000 at the stripe. Wow. Pretty impressive out of a little Tesla. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Junior Thunder. Junior Thunder, we need you to the staging lanes, please. You guys were on standby there for a minute. We now need Junior Thunder to the staging lanes, please. Junior Lightning, you will be on standby still. Here we go. Brody Kelly, Woodburn drag strip, dialed in at a 916, and my good buddy racing Jason Lake. Team Calispe and Ron Burgundy. Can he get her done? A Hun separate them at the starting line. Gonna be looking at each other all the way down the track. Racing Jason breaks out 0003 for the loss. He misses the tree as well. Great driving by Brody Kelly. He's 92 to Jason's 162. taking 16th out at the stripe. Good win for the Woodburn Warriors. Ellie Brown in the diesel. Josephine Smith, team on a mission, in the SS pickup. 982 to a 1248. 98 green for Josephine Smith, giving team on a mission a round win. Runs a 981 with a 9 on the 982. Man, these kids are dialing these cars good. Samantha Payne, Carter Chun. 953 to a 935. Carter Chun in the Charger. Samantha Payne in the Camaro. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Thunder, you should be making your way to the staging lanes. Junior Thunder to the staging lanes. Thank you. 22,000 separate these drivers at the starting line. Give the win light to Samantha Payne out of Yakima, Washington. Runs a 957 with the 1 on the 953 to be 64,000 behind. Sending Carter Chun home. Tyler Smith, Emery Sanchez. Emery out of Snohomish, Washington in the Charger. Tyler Smith in the C15. 1095 to a 966. Tyler Smith gonna get the win for team on a mission. 005 up front, 1108 on the 1095. Sending Emery Sanchez back to Snohomish, Washington. Miles Dougal, Joshua Klosky. I think this is the first time I've seen Joshua change his dial in all weekend. Team on a mission. Team Firebird. 964 the dial in for the pickup. 902 for the Blazer. Womp, womp, womp. Give the win to Joshua Klosky. 909 on the 902 dial. Taking 005 at the stripe. Had a big reaction time advantage against Miles Dougal. And gets the win for team on a mission. Another team on a mission racer. Taryn Monroe. Lane Harris. 1105 the dial for Taryn. Lane Harris dialed in at 1316. Lane Harris goes 63 red, giving Taryn Monroe the win for team on a mission. Taryn Monroe, even if they were green, she showed up to party. Runs 1110 on the 1105 dial with the 15 light. Man, check this race out. A 904 dial to a 903 dial. Looks like someone's trying to get in deep up there. They're hurrying to the starting line. Cody Mackey, Race Fuller. Build and boost in that little diesel pickup. Give the win to Race Fuller. Cody Mackey has the starting line advantage but can't capitalize on it, breaking out by 5,000. Ouch. Sending Race Fuller on to the next round for Fly Like an Eagle, Firebird Raceway. Kenna Hawkins out of Boise, Idaho. Dialed in at 11:15 on her bio run. $11.07 for Kenna Hawkins. Missed the dial in a little bit there, but she's okay. Gonna get the competition single. On to the next round. Okay, folks. We got updated points. Number 1, Woodburn Warriors, 18 points. Sitting in number 2, Firebird Raceway with 17 points. Sitting in 3rd place, Portland International Raceway, 13 points. 4th place, Renegade and Mission. 5th place, Bremerton and Calispe. 6th place, Medicine Hat. 7th place, Pacific and Walla Walla. 9th place, I think, Rad Torque and Madras, followed up by Coos Bay and Medford. And that rounds out your points. Firebird and Woodburn going to battle here today. 1 point separate them going into Junior Thunder. Who's going to get it done? And don't forget, Junior Thunder, if you are not in the lanes, you are going to miss your call. Junior Thunder, you're going to miss your call if you are not in the lanes. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Lightning. Junior Lightning. Okay, Junior Lightning to the lanes, please. Junior Lightning to the lanes, please. Thank you. Attention in the pits, EV class, you guys need to turn your AC off. EV class, I just got word from the starting line crew. You guys need to make sure your AC is off. Thank you. Don't forget, Junior Lightning racers, we need you to the staging lanes. Junior Lightning to the staging lanes. Junior Lightning to the staging lanes. Thank you. All right, folks. Scott News is going to step in for me. I'm going to go grab a bite to eat here or something.
Thanks, Dylan. Well, the sunshine and all the beautiful weather that is now gracing our facility is a welcome and certainly encouraging sign. After this morning, it was testing our patience for a bit. Certainly the beauty of this area. And when the sun pops out, man, it is just fantastic. Out and about, everybody in the grandstands, those in the pits that are listening, and all of you worldwide that have been able to tune in to NHRA.tv or through the Mission site. It has indeed been fun, and we're still working our way through this opening round of eliminations. Round number 1, Junior Thunder, set to go. Good luck, everybody, in our junior divisions. Each and every one of you and everybody on the property. So important to the concept of what this Summit ET Finals represents as we go with Madeline Higgins from CUNA, down in my neck of the woods, and Team Firebird to run Team Missions, Alex Green. 1199 in the left, 890 in the right is our first round of elimination set to go. This is Madeline's first ever Summit ET Finals. What a moment for the younger sister to Mackenzie that'll be coming up here shortly as well. As with each and every one of these pairs going down the racetrack, each one carries 1 point. Top end shows 895. Narrowly takes the win over a 12.18. And so Mission scores the point with yesterday's big winner coming up next. Journey Morrell, Team Firebird, dialed at 895. 898 the number. Ashton Katnick out of Team Mission. Very even pairing as both are dialed into the 890s. And it looks like we're ready to go. What a day for Journey yesterday to win it all on the main event, the team race. 10-year-old in the left, 12-year-old in the right. And across the stripe, 9.05. My goodness. Pulling off the victory as by 5 thousandths of a second. Journey falls short in this opening round at 74.94 miles per hour. She breaks out by just microscopic amounts. And her day comes to an end here in round number 1. Darn it. That's racing, though, as we go to Calispe and Cody Evans. Bremerton's Peyton Huber. Dials big lead here with the 1217 dial in the left lane. 894 the number for the chaser. Here we go. Both of them with mid-O lights. Let's see. 660 feet away. And the victory shows 896 on an 894. Good win to Huber. The point to Bremerton, and 1219 on a 1217. Both of them 2 off the number, 042 in the right and 058 in the left. On to Landon Huber, Team Bremerton, after everybody got the time run this morning, and ready to square off with Bodie Larimore from Madras. Another very even pairing, 907 dial in the left, 9 flat in the right. Last minute adjustments being made, making sure the throttle's just right. Looks like we're good. Both parents back up, and we are now all focusing on the two youngsters ready to go. Well, pulled the trigger, a skosh, 8,000's red. Darn it for Landon, Bodie will take the win. 9:06 on a 9.00. And for Huber, a run that's right to the dial. 9:07 on a 9:07 with an 8,000s, wrong side of the Christmas tree. Here comes our next pair. Jackson Crawford from Pacific, what was once Seattle International Raceway. Jackson from Issaquah, and Reese Heaton out of Vancouver running for Team PIR. Pacific PIR, who gets the point? Win light shows 898 on an 895. Knocking out the too quick 9.10 on the 912. PIR gets the point. Having quite a day, actually. Came into this round of Junior Thunder with Woodburn in first at 18, Firebird at 17, Portland at 13. Derek Snelson's Renegade Raceway at 12 and tied with Mission, the home track. That is your top five. Miles Sullivan, Calispe, and Cadence Rodriguez. Team Mission. Mission looking strong in this pair. Will it work? Yes, 9.00, defeating a 10.70. And the victory and point going to Mission. Continuing with Thunder. As we go next to Mackenzie Higgins, Team Firebird, and Easton DePeel, Team Woodburn. Kevin making a final adjustment. DePeel's in at 8.97, and McKenzie selecting a 9.06. Well, there's a 9.01 in Team Woodburn. Advancing DePeel. 9:16 and a 10th off the number for McKenzie in the warmer part of the day. Ends their weekend. Best wishes for their trip home. And the DePeels will advance. I just ran into Don coming up the stairs. He just got one of the last mugs, I think, as he went trip zip first round, I believe. Nicely done. don't think you can get a junior much brighter than this one. The bright orange machine of Urza Taylor out of Team Bremerton. The whole family surrounded in orange as well. Dialed at 894 to run Allison Busby from Spokane. The dial in for Allison is 12.51, as we can see on the scoreboard. Sizable difference here on dial-ins. Here comes Urza. Got him. 895. Let me correct myself. 898 on an 894. Knocks out a 1261. Good job to Urza. Point to Bremerton. Annabelle Frau. Of course, competing for Renegade Raceway. And selecting a 9.32 to run Medford's Caitlin Prock. 9.41. Looking to get the tires good and hot. Looks like we're ready. Both of them inching their way in. They're locked, and here comes the tree. Oh, shoot, Annabelle. Anxious just by the smallest of margins, and 052 to the red side, running 935 on the 932, but the victory will favor the 949 by Caitlin. And Medford gets the point. With support from Fountain Tire, here comes our next pair. It's Wesley Armstrong running for the home track Mission Entourage. The Canadian entry dialed at 9.10, like I said, 921 the number for Hudson McKee, Team Woodburn. Both of them deliver O lights, 064, 089. Advantage showing 9.09 in Team Mission as they both break out. And ooh, that was a squeaker. Out by 2 thousandths in the left, and the right showing out by 4 thousandths. Oh boy. Lincoln Secondi. This is Team Renegade Raceway. And Natalie Holloman from Woodburn. 968 here in the tower side lane. Over in the spectator lane, we've got a 13.08, so a big, sizable margin. Got to keep the blinders on and trust your dial in here, and we will see how Lincoln will do. So encouraging to see our category for the 6 to 12-year-olds, the Thunder class. So strong in attendance. Oh, and unfortunately, Lincoln trying to hit a good light. Goes 005 red. Darn it. 1309 on a 1308. A heck of a pass. So close to perfect, but 975. The win goes to Natalie. As Jacob Lake rolls forward. The junior based out of Deer Park, Washington State, Callispe, and Walla Walla's Revy Swigger. Another big, sizable differential, 1268 in the left, 921 in the right. Lots of rivalries exist in the Great Northwest and the Canadian provinces represented in our great division. For a variety of reasons, every track, to no surprise, wants to win very badly. And yet another pair, two tracks that are within not that far between each other, ready to go after it. Big head start. And here comes Walla Walla. Like a freight train it comes. And a victory at 9:28 at an 0:38 light. The losing time is 12:74. Good effort, but bows out. Round one. On to Grayson. Grayson Moss from Mission Raceway and Woodburn's Oliver Adams. Oliver's in at 12.40, the 9-year-old, to take on much, much faster car at 9:06. Whether you're faster or slower, the whole key is it makes it sound easy when you sit up here in a chair with a microphone in front of you. Hit the tree, try and be better than your opponent at the tree, and try to be as close to the dial-in as you possibly can without breaking out and getting the win stride. So easy to talk about, a whole nother story when you get behind the wheel and try to actually do it. But that's why everybody practices all year long. Winning eliminator, class eliminator wins, making practice runs on test days, all the time you spend on the track. So when you come to the marquee event, which is this weekend here in Mission, you get to put all your efforts on this 8th mile, all of it on the line. Can Oliver do it? Boy, he was good at the tree. You bet he can. 12:52. Team Woodburn collects the points, or point, at an 0:17 and 12:52. The losing time is 9:08 on a 9:06. I know this was a best appearing winner at our Halloween Classic, if I remember right, a year ago, the Outlaw. Just love all the graphics and the color scheme on this machine. Tyson Sanchez, Renegade Raceway. What a cool ride. Ooh, heads up race. I even like it better. 9 flat, 9 flat. And Joey from Woodburn. Tyson over in the right lane. Let me get myself straightened around here on the screen. Woodburn in the left lane. It's easy to get your wires crossed from time to time, especially when you come to a track I haven't been to in 10 years. Should be really good. Heads up. I love it. Joey and Tyson, who's going to round number 2. And it shows 9.05 beats a 9.05. Margin of victory, 0.037. Good race, really good race. And it almost looks like, from my vantage point, that Thunder might be done, and we're getting close to maybe our next category. Are we still in Thunder? Yep, we're still in Thunder. Okay. Don't get too anxious yet, Scotty New. Oh, I missed Stevie Wong this weekend. I'm sure he's back at home probably watching a little football of some variety, and at the same time probably watching drag racing from here at Mission as well, like everybody can, with the cool setup that they have with all the live timing, all the visual aids that really brings this event live anywhere and everywhere that somebody wants to dial in through the world of the internet. As Grayson Fossum swings in from Renegade Raceway over in the right lane, and Will Katz from Woodburn. Kind of interesting that two pairs consecutively are both dialed in identical. This is another one. 896 left, 896 right. Oh, yeah. Red light start, how about it? Derek, Renegade Raceway, count the point, 896, right on the dial-in. Woo, baby, 041. Will, doggone it, 901. Respectable showing, but unfortunately it goes red at the wrong time. You always wish those red lights would pop up in time trials. The only time it can actually work is if your opponent red lights more than you, but that doesn't happen all that often. So it's Grayson advancing to round two. Here comes Megan Moore. Team Woodburn and Walla Wallace Presley Pratt. Oh, one of the more exciting calls I've made today. Sportsman Round 2. Thank you, Michael. Sportsman Round 2. I like the sound of that. 794, 794. Another heads-up race. Woo! I like it. And there we go. 8 flat beats 8 too quick, 792. Megan was primed and ready. Had an 012 or 021 light. And is off by 6. And Presley grabs the finish line first, but 11 thousandths on the quick side. Thunder is now buttoned up, and here comes Lightning. Ellie Brown, Team Renegade. The very colorful, the hues of green, pink, blue, the menagerie of colors and graphics. Very nice. The Renegade competitor at 790. We are in the middle of Lightning as Kylie Busby, running for Team Calispe. What do you think? Whew, by the skinniest of skinny, 789.2 within 8 thousandths of the dial on the quick side. But their opponent, Ellie's opponent, goes 788 and buries the number by 6 hundredths. So victory for Renegade Raceway. Gage Charles, Calispe, Bremertons, Sydney, Halashik, 850 the number. Loshik, thank you for the help, 790 for Charles. Points are updated after Junior Thunder. Woodburn 22, Firebird 17, Mission 16, Portland 14, top 5, 13 for Renegade. They're both clean and green. I did learn that from Stevie as well, like 30 years ago. There we go, 851 on an 850. 4 back of the number at 794 on the 790. Comes up short. So we go next to Michelle Brown, competing for Team Renegade, and Adam Katanik, Team Mission. So I've been counting. Well, there we go, 789, double breakout race. And there's another one that's a squeaker, out by 2 thousandths for Natalie. And the opponent, Kinley, goes 791.5. That's out by 5 thousandths on the 792. And oh my, my, my. Whew. Tight, tight, tight. Double breakout, 3 thousandths. If my numbers are right, although I'm not exactly the mathematician. I used to be pretty good at it. Missions, Bentley Johnson over in the spectator side. Jason Lake, 8.70. This is about as big a differential as you would traditionally get in the Lightning class. There we go, 3 seconds later, over 3 seconds later. Here we go with Mission playing the chase, a mile to go. There's the 8th. And it shows winner 8.08 on home turf. Out by 300ths, the left lane much more sizable as the car decided to pick up from who knows where. Good oxygen, good air, finishing at 11.53. So we're on to Emery Sanchez. Team Renegade. Medicine hats, gray Sean. 805 left, 790 in the right. I mean, you can all see it on the scoreboard, but for those that are listening from far and wide, 2 more in our very competitive Lightning category. And this is now final call for Sportsman. Final call, Sportsman. Tight one. So many close races. 8:12, 79 miles per hour gives the win to Medicine Hat. Renegade giving it everything they had in 794 margin of victory. 0-0-6. That's a dead heat when you hit that stripe. I mean, that's inches. You can't even tell one or the other. Thank goodness you have computer systems that can calculate and figure this all out instantly. It's Cole Karen, Team Medicine Hat. Carter Ozuna, Team Renegade. Heads up, 790 a pair, or in each lane, I guess you might say, in this pair. Wrap the throttle one last time. Big old dry hop in this left lane, making sure it's going to stick, and it definitely did. Got to grab a handful of brake, though, in a hurry. Looks like we're good. Pre-stage, pre-stage, stage, stage, and off goes the tree. .95. Right on the dial in. It's 790 in the right lane, but the difference, another one that goes right down to 3 digits out with an 020 in the left and an 070 in the right, and the better ET in the right side. Still the margin of victory, just 7 thousandths of the Bond variety. 007. Cole takes the win. Now on to Medicine Hat. Once again, another one of the teammates of Cole is Brandon Peck. Dialed at 803. And then Mission's Connor Jackson from right down the other side of the river in Abbotsford. Once again, final call for Sportsman. We're 99% sure that that's close to what we have in the lanes, but just letting everybody know in the pits, on both sides of the pits. Oh, 8 thousandths red. Automatic win to Medicine Hat. On the 803, clocks in at 795. Boy, it was picking up numbers there. But 8 thousandths red in the left ends the bid for Connor, and Brandon will advance. Well, here comes one of Firebird's Team Machine. Has Ashlyn Harris rolling forward in the patriotic red, white, and blue stars and stripes for Team Firebird, dialed at 805. 792 for Rochelle Place from PIR. So fun over the years because Portland and us have similar number of championships, 9 and 10 or 9 and 9, something like that. So the battle continues with Firebird and PIR. Well, Letty's going to be happy. 796 on the 792. Much better reaction time. And an 814 for Ashlyn. Tried everything, but the day comes to an end for Ashlyn. And we'll now cheer on everybody else as Xavier Heaton, PIR, and Alexandra Ellier. They were nice enough to walk up into the tower, so I should be nice enough to pronounce their last name correctly. Thank you again for stopping up. They said that Grandma was watching. very keenly back home and competing for Kalispe, Alexandra from Yakima. Oh, darn it. 9,000's red. But Xavier was 013 at the tree, so that was very, very strong. 813 on an 812. 79.10 miles per hour. Last but not least, is this the end around Uno? We have finally finished the first round of eliminations, and is it more than 3 hours? Likely, just to appear, if you take out the rain delay of whatever that was. What time did we start? 12:35. Started time trials at 9. 4:30. 793. Nicely done for the Walla Walla Jake Hallbrook entry. 043 at the tree, and that's a good way to set up for next round there within 8 thousandths of their dial in. How exciting as we button up round number 1 and you take a great big huge deep breath. Whew! We made it. 1 round down. Many more to follow. But now the field, whatever we started with, umpteen hundred, is now half the size we started with, at least. When you look at it from this side of the fence, is ladders, not ladders, but run sheets and all the data logging of all this material continues to be sped out of the computer. As we do need to the tower at some point. Probably not these Sportsman racers just yet. I'll announce those in a bit. But we are Jason Leon, you've got your EV runner-up check here in the tower. Mark Lynch, I may take this for Mark and give it to him. He may have left early. And Jerry Brown, I can take that back to Mark since he's on our team, and I can give it to Bob or one of our friends from Utah. Corey Seekins, we got money up here for Pro Semis. Brian McGinnis, as Sportsman coming up, and here comes my nephew Connor New. Jason Cooper, Pro 8th Finals. John Masterman, Pro 8th Finals. And we'll now announce a few more here in a minute. So it's Connor to take on Joel Smith. Team Firebird, Team Mission. Oh, and Connor may have gave him the stripe back. 1297, had an 011 light. Ran 109 miles an hour. Hard for me to say from my vantage point, but 1173, your winner. Closer to the dial, he was 065, and Connor, darn it, 011 at the tree. That's a hell of a reaction time, and still had fun this weekend. We've had a great time. As his uncle and his dad wanted to come, but the passport didn't get here in time, so John's been back. I'm sure he's even watching the video here between my two brothers, Brad and John, my wife, Debbie, my mom, Eleanor, who is 87 now and helped the founder of the track with my dad, and everyone else. Of course, Anna, Connor's mom, so proud of him for coming here, his brother, Colin. It's a real family affair at Firebird, as it is at lots of our facilities. And a red light start for the Mission Racer. So how about it for Will Carnell for Team Firebird? He'll advance with an 075 and goes 1163 on his 1166. Maybe holding a couple of numbers. Annabelle Froud, we've got your semifinal for Junior Thunder. Gage Charles, we've got your runner-up for Junior Lightning. And Michelle Brown, Junior Lightning semi. So all those payouts are here in the tower. And in a few minutes, I'll announce the other Sportsman ones, but we're in the middle of that right now, so let's not let anybody lose focus. Bobby Berkovich running for Renegade, and Walla Walla's Ken Eldred. Fierce rivalry. Track to track, these two. 030 and 028. That's a virtual dead heat at the line. And it shows 12:02, the win to Berkovich. And impressively, Renegade will move on. Round 3, here we come as Heather Bromley, Cole Dickoff. This is Bremerton versus PIR. John Masterman joining me up here in the tower. I would hate to think that you're done early.
Oh, I'm done early. When you race have a quality round like I did, you have a lot of time to spare.
Did you miss the tree or miss the dial?
Well, I missed the green side of the tree by 9 thousandths. And oh, by the way, if I'd have turned it green, I would have missed the dial completely anyway.
Combo? You had the pure combo.
Well, go big or go home, and I covered both ends rock solid.
11:87, taking the win, and Heather Bromley for PIR gets the point. John Huvel, Team Woodburn, and PIR's Tyler Hereford. Well, that's great. I don't even have to take it to Mark Lynch. He came and got his check, so that's even better yet. John?
Tyler Hereford's away with a 001 green light, and that certainly helps his cause. He's good with a 98 on a 95. Point for Team Portland. He'll be back for round number 3. And here comes his mom up next in the same lane. That's Angie Hereford. Yes, we have plenty of Herefords to go around. Kevin Greenan in the Nova in the near lane. Team Rad Torque Raceway.
So question of the moment, you're not in a rush then to rip out of here and head home yet?
No, sir.
How long you got?
I'm
bit?
I'm leaving tomorrow. I'm here for the bracket finals, man.
Do you mind announcing for a little while?
Bring it.
All right. John Masterman, here's your man. Thank you for coming to help.
Yes, sir. See, this is a fine tradition. Lose first round, eat peanut butter and jelly sandwich, go find microphone. That's just how it works at the home track. And Angie Hereford picking up the win. Can't skip out on that part. She went 54 green, which was much better than the other lane, and she went 27 on a 15, which got the job done nice and solid. So she had to follow up what her kid did in front of her. She's in good shape. Here comes Alan Kestner in the minivan. Or is it a crossover? Whatever, anyway, it looks like a minivan to me. Carl Thorsted in the far lane. How would you like to bracket race and lose to a minivan? Uh-oh. Well, Carl may be in danger of doing so. Let's see how the top end shakes out. Will it be Team Medicine Hat or Team Pacific? It's going to be the Mighty People Carrier. 21 on a 20 dial for Alan Kestner. 29 light. The big bad race car just got zapped by the People Carrier. Hey, I can pick on People Carriers a little bit. I have run races in pro bracket at PIR with a baby seat strapped in the passenger seat. I had to drop the kid off at daycare that morning. So, and they make great helmet holders just in case you ever need to know. Here comes Kenny O'Keefe racing the rest of the family. This is Tyler's dad, Angie's husband. Jimmy Hereford in Letty's car, Ford Fever. And they're off. Letty, got some ground to make up. Kenny O'Keefe running for Woodburn Drag Strip this year. It's a long story. Jimmy, as always, racing for Team Portland. And not too surprising after seeing that reaction time, Kenny O'Keefe picking up the win. He was 26 on the tree, runs 1 off with a 3, took an 8,000th stripe. Jimmy broke out by 6 thousandths trying to stay out in front, but he was in a reaction deficit and trying everything he could to overcome that, but just couldn't quite thread that needle. In fact, there was no needle to thread. Here comes Richard Love, Team Kalispa. Did I get that right? Pay. Let's think money. Pay. I'm gonna get this yet. Stephen Ryland in the far lane. Team Pacific. Staring at each other at the top end. And it's Stephen Ryland. 12:02 and an 11:98 dial. Point for Team Pacific. So why do I go and announce after I lose early? Because this is how I get back into my groove. You get that bummed out phase after you bomb out. Well, this snaps you right back out of it. You get to go out and cheer everybody else on. Here comes last night's champ for the umpteenth time, Derek Jackson. Back in Old Faithful, the comfy Dodge pickup. Marlon Ulrichsen, also in a Dodge, but of the passenger car variety. Team Medicine Hat. We got Warriors versus Mad Hatters. We've got sitting on top of the front axle line versus several feet behind. I've said for years what an advantage it is for Derek to sit out there, and then for the last couple of years he's raced his Challenger and he hasn't missed a beat, so say whatever you want. He's just really that good. A little bit of an advantage going to Derek, and sure enough, he does not get there first. Cuts him loose. 96 on a 90. Ulrichsen breaking out by 19. So a point for Team Woodburn. And Derek Jackson will be back for round number 3. Here's Jed Biscay. Are there more Herefords or Biscays out there this weekend? I don't know. I'll have to keep a tally. That's Larry DeCamp in the far lane. It's trusty old Camaro running for Team Renegade this year. Pretty sure he's been here most of the years for the last couple decades. Jed hasn't yet because he wasn't born yet. Well, we're going to see what Youth and Ambition does to Old Age and Treachery here, and Youth and Ambition's in the driver's seat on this one. And sure enough, 0-1-0 at the tree for Jed Biscay. He runs a 43 on a 38 to take a 7,000th stripe. Larry DeCamp was behind at the tree and just wasn't able to make up the difference. Another Team Woodburn racer is Rattle Can. Chris Tickrob. Tishrob? Tickrob. Tickrob. Okay, I have been straightened out. And that's Larry Brewer in the far lane. Pickup versus pickup. Little truck versus big truck. Both trucks go red. Big truck goes red by less. So Larry Brewer is going to be the winner with a red light for Team Madras. Here's Sean Langley. Fastback Ford Mustang. Bobby Berkovics. Third gen Camaro. Ah, the chatter in the background. Team Pacific versus Team Bremerton. The across the sound battle. Oh, Sean Langley going red. 3,000ths too early. Dang it. Bobby Berkovics getting a free round. Trip down the track. There may be some cheering involved, staring at that beautiful green light in his lane down there. Runs 22 on a 20, 27 light. Good to go. Round number 3 coming for him. Here's Devin Froud. Coupe Mustang this time. And that's Mr. Nomi in the far lane. First initial R. I've heard the name, but I don't remember it, and it didn't get input all the way. So, you'll have to bear with me. Team Calispe. Pickup truck leaving first. We need Pro Bracket to the lanes, please. Those of you in Pro Bracket that did better than I did, I need you to over to the lanes for round number 2. Devin Froud chasing down Mr. Nomi. And he is successful. Huge double breakout. A big breakout beats a horrendous breakout in this case. That was a challenging run for the right lane. We'll just put it that way. Devin Froud picking up a win for Team Renegade. He'll be back for round number 3. Pro Bracket. Need you to the lanes, please. Here's Ashley Isabel. Rad Torque Raceway. That's Brian Thompson in the far lane. And if it is, he won the round. Even if it isn't, whoever's driving the Mustang won the round. And this looks like our final parent sportsman, Jared Greenan. Team Rad Torque Raceway. Far lane, Ken Green, my pit neighbor. 67 Chevelle for Team Portland. And apparently he's in a hurry to go home. 47 red, Jared Greenan getting a free pass. Gets away with a 1-0 light. Staring at a green bulb down the track. Always a good thing. Runs right on the number. Got the dial figured out. Just got to square away that reaction time a little bit. Point for Team Rad Torque Raceway. And I believe that finishes up round number 2 of Sportsman Bracket. And Pro Bracket should be lining up and getting ready. If you're not here and lining up and getting ready, you should be on the way to being here and lining up and getting ready. And if you're not doing any of those things, then you're either late or you're not in Pro Bracket. Or you lost in the first round of Pro Bracket. And I do have some checks in front of me here. I mean, they're not made out to me, but I have a check here for Stephen Ryland. I have one here for Grant Smids. And for one of my own team, Tyler Hereford. I got a check for you up here. So if you are Stephen Ryland, if you are Grant Smids, or if you are Tyler Hereford, you may want to venture up to the tower because there will be monetary reasons to do so. I can be teased into behaving with enough money. And that'll save them on postage and having to track you down. And in the department of you have payout money in the tower, we have some more people to summon up here. We are looking for Jason Leon. We are looking for Corey Seekins, but he's down doing what he does in the staging lanes right now. We are looking for Brian McGinnis. And we are also looking for Jerry Brown, for Steve Miller, Liz Micheletti, and last but not least, Adam Hetler. How do I know these names? Because the names are on checks sitting up here just begging for you to come up here and collect them. And if I had money in the tower and I knew it was there, by golly, I would go up and collect it. And much surprise to me, I actually had some yesterday, but since I was up here running my mouth, it got delivered to me. It was pretty cool and very surprising. But hey, I'll take it. We're in the water for round number 2, Pro Bracket. And from the Department of Redundancy Department, we'll just say that they're all tough customers at this point. Your round 2 Race of Champions, you didn't get here by accident. Here's Jeff Taylor. He goes pretty darn speedy. Always running right at the bottom end of the Pro Bracket, and always running right near his number. And that's Ralph Ehlers in the far lane for the home track, Team on a Mission. Jeff Taylor running for Team Woodburn. He got the better of me yesterday. I deserved it, my lights stunk. We're 2 thou apart at this end. We got ourselves a race. We'll see how Ehlers does with Taylor's truck going by at 403 miles an hour, or at least it sure seems like it. Yep, Taylor picking up the win, 921 on a 916. Ehlers just not, he broke out, got it. Man, there's a lot of data on this screen. Runs 85 on his 88, trying to stay out in front, but it's pretty tough to sort out when the closing rate is 25 miles an hour. Just to toot my own horn for a second, I lost to him yesterday, but at least I tapped the brakes, took a 22 stripe. He closed 43 miles an hour faster than me. I'm calling that a win, because I got to take what I can get. Here's another Team Woodburn racer, Mike Hansen. And that's Brian Jennen in the far lane. Wild Poncho, Team Walla Walla. We got Woodburn and Walla Walla. That's a lot of W's. Will it be 1 W or 2 W's picking up a point this round? Well, judging by the reaction times, there might be quantity involved. Reaction advantage went to the right lane. Brian Jennen picking up the win. He runs 1 off with an 8 with a 12 light. Nice job. Mike Hansen was dead 8. But with a 41 light, he just didn't have room to get it done. Here comes Martin Lambert in the Monza. Team Pacific, Race Albie, otherwise known as Team Coos Bay. Only 600ths apart. 957 to 951. Oh, Martin Lambert goes, well, actually spectacularly red. Race Albie goes 21 green, staring at his win light. Point for Team Coos Bay. Runs 960 and a 957. Here comes Daryl Tippy. The home track, Team on a Mission, the Nova Wagon. In the far lane is Greg Keelman, Team Portland. Got any PIR people down there that are awake? I didn't think so. Well, they're off. They're both decent lights. One is definitely better than the other. We'll see if Greg can do anything about that. Daryl Tippy picking up the win. He goes 0-1-1 at the tree and runs a 56 on a 54. He took a 21 stripe. Keelman's 27 light was not bad, but it didn't give him enough room to get there. 21 on a 19, and unfortunately, senior Keelman is done for the day. Here comes Michael Clement. He was the recipient of a red light pass in round number 1. You're welcome. Far lane's Dave Barcelone. 1/1000th apart of the tree. 27 versus 28. Anybody's game. Will Dave get around? Dave will get around. Takes an 18 stripe. Dave Barcelone picking up the win. 79 on a 78. Well, here's a couple of big dogs. Derek Knudsen and Corey Seekins. Second honoriest man in show business. Why? Because there's always room at the top. And there's always room for improvement. Knudsen's going to leave first. Seekins giving chase shortly after. 964 to 949. And they almost left together, and that's very bad if your name is Derek Knudsen. All right, Seekins, don't screw this one up. There we go. 51 on a 49. Seekins left with a double 08 light. Knudsen left with an 087. Ouch, that's hard to work with. Knudsen breaking out, trying to stay out in front. But Seekins picking up the win for Team Madras. Here comes Dave Owen. Team Calispe. In the mauve-colored coronet. Jacob Phelps in the Vega. Dave leaving first. Jacob will be leaving us about a second and a quarter after, give or take. Well, we got a pretty good split up front. 23 separate them at the tree. How will it look at the top end? And it's going to be Jacob Phelps. Reaction advantage, good enough to take the win. Runs 2 off with a 9. Took a 10 stripe, got the job done. Next up, Dana Olson, Team Walla Walla in the Plymouth Duster. My parents bought a Plymouth Duster, 1973 model, brand spank new, in October of 1972, and nobody cares. Michael Masters in the far lane, going red in his fair lane. So Dana Olson getting a free pass, 16 light, very competitive. Dialed 918, 921. Nice pass. We are ready for Super Pro round number 2. So Super Pro, hop off the golf cart, go get in the car, head for the staging lanes. Round number 2, Super Pro, ready for you in staging. Here's Bobby Berkovics and Brian McGinnis. $10,000 separates him at the starting line. McGinnis has an advantage given chase. And on a double breakout, McGinnis taking it for Team Bremerton. 4,000 breakout versus a 45,000 breakout. Pulling up to the line now, Martin Condon, Team Renegade, in the Dodge Dart. In the far lane for Team Portland, the Patriots. That's Greg Hereford, the patriarch of the greater Hereford neighborhood. Greg's used to dealing with slow cars out there, but he usually beats me anyway. Condon's away, Greg's away. Condon left on time, Greg left too soon. You have that little minus sign in front of your reaction time, that is bad. So Martin Condon, point on the board for Team Renegade. 17 green light, runs a 10 on an 8. Nice set of numbers. Here's Daniel Weiland in the S10 pickup. That perhaps is not as economical as it once was designed to be. I like how he has it kind of done up in stealth mode. It looks like a poor wore out old pickup truck, but those are not cheap metal panels in a lot of those places. They're a little lighter than that. That's Tyler Zeller in the far lane, the Team Medicine hat. Will it be Team Pacific or Team Medicine hat? Big reaction advantage went to the right lane, and it's going to be good for the win. 005 light for Tyler Zeller. Runs 10:30 on a 10:29, 15 package. I will take that any time, any day. Nice work. Weiland was there, 30 light and a couple off the number, but man, the competition is tough up here. Here comes another one from my own camp. Matty Kielman, flat spot himself. Team Portland. Everyone down the track will have a good view of the bottom of his car momentarily. The far lane, that's Phil Flewitt. 67 Camaro, structural components. For Team Renegade. A few more bumps. Reverse lights are on. We're ready to go. Well, this one is going to be pretty well settled. If Matty crosses at full throttle, he's in trouble. There we go. Huge reaction advantage for Matty K. 33 light, eases across to a 95 on an 89 dial. Phil's reaction time started with the number 1, which in this case is very, very bad. So there's a point for Team Portland. Where is Letty? Are you still alive out there? Oh, there you are. Hi, Letty. Here's Monty Beagle. Team Medicine Hat. Philip Hole. Team Walla Walla. Scan. Ooh, the bad light out of this pair is a 022. Good lights, 009. And 009 stays out in front. 1069 on a 1068 with a 009 reaction time. That will get the job done in many, many cases. Monty Beagle didn't stink. He was a 22 light, 14 on a 12, but got squeezed out. Here comes Shannon Campbell. Now, isn't this the car that says the Chad's wife on it? That's Hayden Amborn in the far lane. Go Truck. They call him the funny man. Why? Because his initials are H.A. Just work with me on this. Team Portland in the far lane. Team Firebird in the near lane. Fox Body Mustang or a 1950 pickup truck. Well, one of these drivers is in it deep. And sure enough, Shannon Campbell picking up the win for Team Firebird. 22 light, eases across to a 27. Hayden having something going sour on the truck getting down there. He wasn't up to full snuff, neither on the reaction time or the ET. Here comes a slightly later model Mustang. All right, Ford people, yell at me if I'm wrong, but isn't this an SN95 chassis? Is it possible that I can learn something about the Blue Oval? Yes, I got one right. Travis Marion. Far lane is James Wyford, Chevrolet Nova, or Chevy 2 back then, officially. 3 thousandths apart on this end, 18 to a 24 light. The competition level is going up. Oh, Wyford gets there first, but he breaks out doing, double breakout. Ooh, a 16 thou breakout to a 17 thou breakout. Wyford took a 3 thou stripe, but Travis Marion picks up the win. He broke out by 1/1000th less. So a win for Team Medicine Hat. That's some tight racing there. Here comes Stephen Ryland. 4 doors for more fun. Far lane, it's Michael Knight. Okay, it's Jason Harmon. Team Portland versus Team Pacific. All right, the brake held that time. Good. Harmon's giving chase. Riley's got a good head start. Top end is going to be Harmon. He had a 16 light, runs 54 and a 48. Took a 33 stripe, and that did the trick quite nicely. Here comes Zach Zerbrugg. Hopefully with a smaller entourage today. Zach's away with a 37 light. Dial 1031, runs 1035. But of course, you never quite know what somebody's thinking when they put a dial in on the car for a single pass. Why? Because it doesn't make the least bit of difference. I have fun putting goofy dials in my car when I know I'm going to have a single, just to make people go, what are you doing? I'd tell them I'm opening up both bottles in the trunk this time. Even the starter shakes his head when I do that. Who wants a points update? Oh, okay, somebody raised their hand. That's good enough for me. All right, currently on the screen right now, Woodburn in the lead with 27 points. And then it gets messy. Second place is a three-way tie. Mission, Firebird, and Portland all have 20 points each. Followed in fifth place by Bremerton with 19. Sixth is Renegade with 17. Then Medicine Hat has 15. Walla Walla 13. Calispe 10, Pacific 9, Madras 8, Rad Torque Raceway has 7, Medford and Coos Bay have 2 apiece. The preceding commercial was brought to you by, will you just tell us the point standings once in a while? We are headed into round number 2, Super Pro. Now, I never got an answer to my question last night. Is this the car that Gary Hostetler used to own back in the 90s? Because he won up in Ashcroft in 1996 with a Chevelle that looks dangerously similar to the one in the left lane right now. That's Dave Wakefield. And Dave Wakefield picks up the win. 609 on a 608 with a 10 light. And that was Jack Swaggart in the far lane. Little glitch in the data, but unfortunately he did not come up with a win light. Dave Wakefield did. Another point for Team Renegade. Well, here comes a racer that some of you may have heard of. He may perhaps possess some good skills at bracket racing. What do you think? Yes, there is some sarcasm dripping off of this. Notice that number 1 on the side of the hood scoop and the dragster in the left lane? Yeah, that didn't happen by accident either. Zach Mazier, whose streak was broken yesterday. And that's Michael Householder in the far lane, trying to end Zach Mazier's day today. Michael's going to leave first, and Zach's going to go by him at a very large rate of speed. Team Firebird for Mazir. Khalees Bey for Mr. Householder. Well, we're only 4th thou apart on this end. Who's going to be closer to the number at the top? It's going to be Michael Householder. He takes out the big dog on the block himself. You just took out the world champ, dude. Michael Householder runs dead 2 with a 43 light. But a 43 light looks a lot better when it's next to a 39 light. Zach Mazir was only 87 on his 85. Gave Michael just enough room to get the job done. Here's Chad Welch. 1967 Chevrolet Camaro. Team Walla Walla, and that's Jeremy McGee in the dragster in the far lane. Hudson's dad. Before too much longer, well, no one will know him as Jeremy McGee. He will just be Hudson's dad. Running for Team Woodburn this year. Left lane is going to leave first, 586. McGee dialed 502. Oh, dead even for 4 digits at the reaction time. 0.011 with a 2. McGee not able to get there. Chad Welch picks up the win. 8,000th margin of victory. That's snug. That's some tight racing. 19 pack to win. Yikes. Here's Jason Gibson, the one that took down Mazir yesterday. And David Chun in the far lane. Oh, he's racing for Team Woodburn this year. All right, I won't cheer as much, but I'll cheer some. It's one of those mixed bag deals. I like David, but he's running for the enemy team. So will it be Team Mission or Team Woodburn? We need bikes sled to the lanes, please. Pro light bikes, please hang out in the back of lanes, but we need a motorcycle to the lanes. Well, a big reaction advantage going to Chun on this one. What's going to be at the top end? It is David Chun. Takes an 18 stripe. 83 on an 80 dial. He had a 17 reaction time. Jason Gibson was 50 at the tree, and in Super Pro, that is typically your undoing. Next pair up, 66 Chevelle, George LeBlanc. Far lane, the age-old dragster, passed down from his dad. Okay, his dad's still around. He just sold him the dragster. That's Mike Nicholson for Team Portland. George LeBlanc running for Team Walla Walla. Go Team Portland. Well, that might have jinxed him a little bit. Those were not Super Pro spectacular level lights, but George LeBlanc getting the job done. He runs dead 4 with a 34 light. Mike Nicholson was a bit tardy at a 57. Just not able to get there. 26 on a 22. So George LeBlanc will be back, and Mr. Nicholson, unfortunately, will not be. Here's Jim Bruns in the near lane. Mark Simmons giving chase. Ooh, 000H for the reaction time in the left lane. And 645.5 on a 645 dial, a 5,000th package. Wow. Leaving your dragster with a 12 light and run 1 off with a 9, and you are not even close. Youch. In fact, he had a 12 light and he was already wasting fuel. Jim Bruns, Team Bremerton. Wow, 5,000th package. Nice, nice work. Hey, I get excited watching racing. I just happen to be the one staring at all the data. And I have a microphone. Here's Aaron Steinke. In the dragster in the near lane, Toby Peterson in the far lane. Team Medicine Hat versus Team Pacific. Little over a second head start in the right lane. Door car being chased by a dragster. Common scenario. Well, the reaction advantage went to the door car for sure. And it's good for the win, too. Getting their 7,000ths in front is Toby Peterson at 0.4 Team Pacific. Stanky was a little bit tardy on the tree, but runs dead 6, trying to make it up. spot on the number, but you got to have both ends going on. It's an interesting game we play. There is no, okay, you can have a perfect run, but really and truly, it is just who screws up less. Smallest margin of error wins. Here's Pat Dohanek. Is that officially that's a roadster, not an altered? See, it's on the left. And that's Vicky Shepard in the far lane. Was talking with her son Nick the other day, and he said, yep, brought my mom's car up. Normally you bring along the kid's car for junior dragster. Well, I brought along mom's car for senior dragster. So we got Rad Torque Raceway. And Team Woodburn, the champs. Double red light again. Pat Dohanek left first, went 007 red, but unfortunately Vicky Shepard bailed him out by going 10 red behind him. So Pat Dohanek picking up the win for Rad Torque Raceway. 55 on a 54. Got to roll a little bit more into the box. Or don't bump in as far. I mean, there's a variety of ways to correct that little gremlin. And fortunately, he will have the opportunity to correct that. Here comes Jerry Brown. 1970, it is a 71 Demon. Got to make sure I get my Dodges and my Plymouths straightened out, otherwise the knuckle draggers will have my hide. I know this. In the far lane is the Ford Pinto economy car for Bill Hurd for Team Portland. Bill was old when I started racing, and he hasn't aged in 30 years. Apparently he was chasing the fountain of youth. He left way too early on that one. Jerry Brown, 20 green light, breaks out by 3 thou, but it doesn't matter. He wins by red light, so a point for Rad Torque Raceway. Next pair up, Jeremy Sears. The Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway Park. Or Team on a Mission if you go back far enough. David Pratt in the far lane. Now, is this David's car now, or is it on loan from Danny? I'm not down to Woodburn very much, so I don't know who owns what these days. Well, one got the tree, one didn't. David Pratt. Team Medford. 26 light, 51 on a 50, getting the job done. Jeremy Sears, little snafu there at the starting line. A 60 light, don't get many rounds done in Super Pro. Here's Justin Jones in a dragster, Team Calispe, and Don Sefton in a dragster, Team Bremerton. Well, the bad light is a 006. There's some dragster racing for you. And it's Justin Jones picking up the win. That was a tight race. One off with a 4 and a 003 light, 17 pack. Beating up on 2 off with a 1 and a 6 thou, so beating a 27 pack. Wow. I'd take a 27 pack any old time, but in this case, it did not do the trick. Here comes Cora Seekins, running Dave Sadam's old car. They were talking about her buying that from him before his untimely demise last year, so it's good to see it back. And the dragster that Dave had in the fleet at the time of his passing, that has been sold and is getting raced out at Portland occasionally as well. So they both stayed local. And that's Dave Mazier in the far lane. Team Firebird. Cora races at both Portland and Madras, but she was top dog and super pro down there, so she's racing for Madras so that she could race on Thursday. So I might pick her on a little bit, mostly because of who her dad is. And it's, I pick on the genes, but I understand. Uh-oh, Dave Mazier adds to the pool at the 000 Reds. Cora Seekins, 10 green, 15 on a 13. Coming back for round number 3, Dave Mazier minus .0002. It's like the people that invented this timing system thought, all right, a 001 red is not quite enough pain. We're going to break that down, and we're going to give you 9 other ways to have it sting even more. That'll do the trick. That'll get back at those racers. I'm sure that somebody thought of that while they were designing that. Here's Will Dewey, one of the slower cars in the category. I always like slow cars. Actually, both of these are not exactly on the 4-second range. Will Dewey in the near lane. Martin Rochelle in the far lane. 661, 646 dial. No wonder. Both on throttle stops. Will Dewey goes red. Martin Rochelle goes green. Runs a 15 light. 47 on a 46. So the former big-time world champ will be back for another round. Next up, Robert Smith. Flashback to the 90s. Got kind of that 90s pro stock car vibe to it. Those were good-looking cars back then. Team Bremerton. Doug Widholm in the far lane. Team Renegade. Yakima, Washington. We haven't had the finals there in 23 years now. Fourth out, separate him on the near side. Advantage on the light going to Robert Smith. Oh, Doug Winholm picking up the win. 23 on a 21. 10th out, cross in front. 20 light getting the job done. 2 off with a 1. And here comes Robert Siemens out of Ogden, Utah. There's a short little drive for a weekend race. Note the Division 5 number. Good thing that was a single. 48 light. 483. Got some data going into round number 3. Here is motorcycle bracket, round number 2. 1/100th separate these two on the handicap, 933 to 932. So there will be casual glances at each other. I hope they mostly face forward rather than staring at each other at 140-something miles an hour. But that's Terry Holloway in the near lane, Steve Miller in the far lane. Team Renegade, Team Walla Walla. Well, Holloway's away first. Will he stay out front? Yes, he will. He runs dead 5 with a 12 light. 17 thousandths package for Terry Holloway. For Team Renegade, Steve Miller for Walla Walla, 38 light and runs dead 8, but it just isn't enough. What do you do with a snowmobile in the summer? You drag race it. Joe Burney, Team Renegade. Lindsey Miller, Team Walla Walla on the bike. Oh! Early departure for Joe Burney. Lindsey Miller picking up the win. Point for Team Walla Walla. 35 green light. And at the quarter mile, 54 and a 46. Little room for some tuning adjustments there. But hey, a win light is a win light is a win light. Here's Jesse May, Team Firebird. Far lane, Cody Compton, Team Madras. Cody's away with a reaction advantage. Jesse May giving chase. Will he catch him? He will not. 62 on a 61 for Cody, a 30 pack. Point for Team Madras. Sportsman bracket. Ready for you in the lanes, please. Sportsman bracket, round number 3. Please head for the staging lanes. Still in bike bracket. The left lane is running for Team Woodburn, Mike Evans. The right lane, that's running for Team Firebird. Out of Boise, Idaho, is Travis Washburn. Well, there's a big reaction swing on this one. Okay, it's not ridiculously huge, but it is 16 to 70. And the 16 light's getting the job done. Eases across, not quite a 10th off the number, but a 16 versus a 70 light will give you a lot of working space at the top end. Well, hopefully Sportsman heard the first call. If you're still in Sportsman, get yourself down to the lanes, please. And don't forget to take your race car with you. At the line now is Zach Toth in the left lane. Frank Scally in the right lane. Team Medicine Hat, Team Woodburn. Hop, bang, kapow, and they're off. And Zach Toth leaves 9 thousandths too soon. Ouch. Frank Scally, 22 light, runs a 28 on a 26. That's a pretty rock-solid effort there anyway. Always a bummer when you squeeze it a little too hard. Or in my case, I'm so bloody slow that I probably thought I might have been in trouble when I took off, but I have to wait until about halfway through first gear, 2.5 seconds later, when the other car finally leaves, to look down there and go, yep, missed that one. Here's Kevin Bromley, running for Team Woodburn. At least his daughter's racing for Team Portland. Roy Barrera, Team Firebird in the right lane. Oh, 12 thousandths red light for Kevin. Roy Barrera getting a freebie. He turns it green. Point for Team Firebird. What's he going to run? Dial 783, runs 786. Coming up the line now, staging carefully, Liz Micheletti in the left lane, Team Firebird. Right lane, Stephen Campbell. Team Medicine Hat. Liz going red, Stephen getting a freebie. He turns the light green, runs dead 3, 8:14.3 on an 8:14. Wow. 157 miles an hour. Going 157 on a motorcycle, it sounds neat, but no. Besides, Mrs. Masterman would never, ever in a million years approve of such an activity. And here comes one of the rock stars of the bracket. Here's Don DePeel. Run for Team Woodburn, right lane, Damian Chin. Calispe. Reaction advantage going to Don. And he runs dead 8 for the win. Damian Chin wasn't far off, but Don DePeel was closer, so another point for Team Woodburn. All right, we're about to run Sportsman bracket, so if you're still in for Sportsman round number 3, you need to be in the staging lanes. Okay, your car needs to be in the staging lanes, and you need to be in it. So if you're in Sportsman and you're not there, you are late. Having said that, Pro bracket. Need you to the lanes, please. Pro bracket, round number 3. Head on over to the staging lanes, and as always, please bring your car. And points are updated. Who wants points update? Anyone? Yay! Well, of course you want a points update. You're in the lead. Sit down, sit down. Okay. Team Woodburn's ahead with 30 points. We get it. Yay, rah-rah, cheer, woohoo. Second place, Team Firebird at 23. Third place, Team Mission, 21. Fourth place, three-way tie, Portland, Bremerton, and Renegade, all with 20 points. And then we got Medicine Hat and Walla Walla tied at 16. Calice Bay at 12, Pacific and Madras at 10, Rad Torque at 9, Medford at 3, Coos Bay at 2. All right, the quest for reduced postage. And besides, they want you to go home with your winnings. We have checks up here. So we are looking for Grant Smids, Tyler Hereford. Get up here, Tyler. He's on my team. I'll yell at him. Corey Seekins. He's not on my team, but I'll yell at him anyway because he just deserves it. Brian McGinnis and Steve Miller. Oh, wait, and Jason Leon. You all have checks in the tower. And they have zeros behind the digit and before the decimal point. So they're worth coming up here to get. So again, Jason Leon, Steve Miller, Brian McGinnis, Corey Seekins, Tyler Hereford, and Grant Smids. You have checks in the tower. Come and get them. Round number 3, Sportsman Bracket. Here is Derek Jackson in his trusty Chrysler-powered Dodge pickup truck. Joel Smith in the far lane. Pretty Black Chevelle running for Team Mission. Well, I have my suspicions on how this one might turn out. We'll see if my suspicions are correct. Why, yes, they are. 1191.0 on an 1191 for Derek Jackson. 27 light, dead zero. Joel Smith was in the game, 51 light, but broke out trying to stay out in front. There was only 6,000 separating him at the finish line, but the breakout made up for the bad light to get him there, unfortunately. So Derek Jackson will be back for round number 4. Here comes Alan Kestner in the People Carrier. Proof right here, you can bracket race anything. William Carnell for Team Firebird and a little bit more racy looking third gen over there. Never laugh at the people hauler. High school bracket, you're going to be up after pro, so stand by, hang on for a moment, be ready to go. Alan Kestner breaking out. So did William Carnell, but William Carnell breaks out by less. So point for Team Firebird. We need pro bracket to the lanes, please. Pro bracket to the lanes. Here comes Jared Greenan. Long box, square body. Race truck. Team Rad Torque Raceway. 55 Chevrolet in the far lane for Team Portland. It's Angie Hereford. And she's off. And he's off. And there's a particular lean on this one in the data department. It just so happens to be in, well, never mind. Cancel all that. Angie had the reaction time, didn't get there. Jaron Greenan makes up for a 52-10 reaction deficit and picks up the win by 28 thou. Angie just flat didn't get there. Here comes Kenny O'Keefe, a veteran of, I believe, all but one bracket finals, he told me once. Running for Team Woodburn this year. The right lane is Stephen Ryland, Team Pacific. 1202 dial to 1203 dial. And Kenny O'Keefe leaves a little too soon. Stephen Ryland, 12th out green light, picking up the win for Pacific. he gets a free set of numbers, which is good because he went 1196 on a 1202 dial. Then again, a car that big, yeah, we can pack a few hundreds in the trunk. We'll carry that down there. We'll see if we can unload it. Here's Bobby Berkovic's Chevrolet Nova. Hey, my friend has a Nova. They race. Do you know him? Okay, I've been straightened out. Both lanes have Bobby Berkovic's in them. One's senior, one's junior. So I can tell you assuredly that Bobby Berkovic's is going to win this round. Which one? Well, that remains to be seen. Stay tuned. But it will be Bobby Berkovic's one way or another. It's the one in the left lane that runs 12 flat on an 1199 dial with the much better reaction time. Team Renegade. Here's Jed Biscay, and in the far lane is Tether. It's Heather Bromley. See if she can do better than her dad did. Nope. Jed Biscay turns the light green. Getting a free pass, point for Team Woodburn, like they needed it. Unfortunately, Heather Bromley going 20 thousandths red. Nope. Jed Biscay apparently packing a little bit too. Under by 33 thou. Next up, Devin Froud, Team Renegade, Ford Mustang. Far lane, Larry Brewer, Chevrolet Blazer. Brewer's going to lead first for Team Madras. Devin Froud's going to give chase. The Yakima Valley catch up with the Central Oregon Desert. I'm thinking we got real good odds of that happening. Left lane had a 002 reaction time. Right lane was an 81. Sure enough, Devin Froud crosses 17 thou in front, picking up the win. A 002 will do amazing things for your odds. Next up, Brian Thompson, convertible Fox body. And in the far lane, once again, is Tether, part 2. It's Tyler Hereford. 1297 to 1295, 200s difference. If you watch the tree carefully, you might actually see a little bit of difference. But in the sunlight with blinders up, good luck. Well, the reaction advantage went to Brian Thompson, but Tyler Hereford comes up better on a double breakout. He breaks out by 2 thousandths less than Brian Thompson. Apparently, we have hit that time of day where all of a sudden, oh crud, my car went faster than I thought it was ever going to. Either that or they went to the school of let's see how much we can pack and spot dump and unload and all that shenanigans. Anyway, Tyler Hereford's your winner on a double breakout. Point for Team Portland. Go, Letty. It is time. School's in session. High school bracket. Ready for you in the staging lanes. High school bracket. Need you to the staging lanes, please. In the water box now. Pro bracket. Round number 3. First pair out. Left lane, Fox Body Mustang, Shannon Campbell, the Chad's wife. Far lane, Race Albie, the entireness of Team Coos Bay. Shannon Campbell's going to leave first. Race Albie's going to give chase. Second and a half later. One's away. 2 away. 8 thousandths apart of the tree. Got ourselves a good solid race. Get it? Got a race? Yeah, I made myself chuckle. Race Albie picking up the win. Runs a 60 on a 59. He was down 8 thou at the tree, but he made it stick. Shannon Campbell broke out trying to stay out in front. Crossed 44 in front, but that was 25 too much. Here comes Brian Jenin. Team Walla Walla, Wild Poncho. And that's Jeff Taylor for Team Woodburn, who clearly lost lane choice because he always runs the left lane. But anyway, big reaction advantage to one of these racers. There you have it, 009 light for Brian Jen, and he takes out big dog Jeff Taylor. Runs dead 9. 18 thou package to take Taylor out. Excellent work. Okay, for those of you that can't quite see too clearly at the moment, a pair of eyeglasses has been recovered and turned in and is available in the pro shop. So grab someone who can see where they're going and make your way over to find your glasses if you're missing yours. Mine are in the trailer. I'm all set. Here's Matty Kielman and Dave Barcelone. 3 thou apart at the tree. Will the King of Womp, will Flat Spot himself get it figured out? No, he will not. He breaks out by 6 thousandths. Barcelone breaks out by 3 10,000ths. Barcelone, your winner. Team Bremerton. Here comes Daryl Tippy in the mighty Nova wagon, or Chevy 2 wagon if you're being really technical. And in the far lane, now just to throw this out there, this is a 3rd gen Firebird. 3rd gen Firebirds came from the factory with nothing but Chevrolet motors that came with V8s. This actually does have a Pontiac motor in it. And no, it was no small feat and no small $ task to put that in there and make the exhaust fit, but it really is a poncho-powered Pontiac. So Michael Knight giving chase to Daryl Tippy. Knight Rider. Is it Kit? Is it Car? Who knows? Harmon gets down there. Runs 49 on a 48. He was 17 better at the tree. Closer to the number. Daryl Tippy got there first, but breaks out by 21 thou. We need Super Pro. High school, you should already be in the lanes. We need Super Pro. Head over to the lanes. Up next, Brian McGinnis, Team Bremerton. Black Shoebox, 1956. Far lane, Jacob Phelps. Chevrolet Vega, Team Firebird. 22 advantage in the tree going to the left lane. And he's going to make it work. He runs dead 2. 34 with a 2 and a 34 dial. With a 19 light, 21 package. Wowzers. Here comes Dana Olson in the Duster. And there's Corey Seekins. Team Walla Walla or Team Madras. This will want to be one of the rarer times that Corey leaves second. 950 dial, 921 dial. 2 thousandths apart on the tree. Anybody's game. Let's see who's paying attention better at the top end. It's going to be Dana Olson. Seekins breaking out by 14 thou, trying to get there first. Olson was good. Seekins got there a smidgen too quick. Here comes Zach Zerbrug in his trusty Camaro. Martin Condon in the right lane. 67 Dodge Dart. Back when style on American cars meant something. Martin Condon's going to lead first, 12:10. Zach's going to give chase, 10:35. Oh, Zach goes red. Martin gets away with a 78 light, but he's still happy going down the track because he went green and his opponent did not. Runs 12:07 on 12:10. Yeah, I got back after a pass yesterday where my opponent went red, and somebody asked me, hey, how'd you do? I said, I didn't go red. What were your numbers? I don't care yet.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, kids of all ages, bike, sled, we're going to skip you in this rotation. Super Pro should be in the lanes. Junior, Street, Thunder, and Lightning will follow Super Pro. Super Pro, you should be heading this way. Junior Street, you should be getting ready. John.
Philip Hull in the left lane. Travis Marion in the right lane. Team Walla Walla, Team Medicine Hat. Oh, 2000's red light for Marion. Philip Hull will be your winner. Point for Team Walla Walla. 28 light. Runs a 67 on a 68. Good set of data for the next round. And apparently this racer here did not play nicely with others, and he does not get to race anyone. Bummer. Tyler Zeller getting the single this round. Team Medicine Hat. Single passes in competition are the coolest thing. And again, if you are missing your eyeglasses, a pair has been turned in and they have been sent over to the pro shop. So if you can't see where you're going, find someone that can, that will lead you to the pro shop to correct that little glitch. All right, pay attention, kids. Class is back in session. Come on, pay attention to the teacher. High school bracket. Out of the water box, just about ready to stage. Abigail McFadden. Abigail McFadden in the near lane. John Sherlock in the right lane. Firebird versus Khalees Bay. Abigail going red by 35 thousandths. Oh! John Sherlock going green by a lot. But he gets away with it on this pass because he did not go red. Runs an 81 on a 78 though. Just got to work on the near side. Next pair in high school bracket. Class is still in session. Gabby Halverson, 66 Chevelle for Team Firebird. And we're going to go with the last name of Molly in the far lane because I will tear that to shreds. But whoever it is, by golly, they won a round. The light was green, the trap is clean. Sorry, wrong movie reference. Team on a mission. Now, how do you pronounce Prabhjaap? Because I know a local here is going to know. Prabhjab. Got it. So Prabhjab wins. I'm glad I had someone to figure that one out because I was in trouble. Big trouble. Ooh, I like what I see in the water box in the department of don't be biased as the announcer. I like seeing a teammate as a single. Thank you very much. At the line now, Natalie Erickson in the left lane. Team Bremerton. The right lane, Jed Biscay. Team Woodburn. 4 working days later, he will leave and give chase. Didn't phase him a bit. He's pretty solid on the light. At the top end, it's going to be Jed Biscay. Had a pretty good reaction advantage, 30 versus 97. That'll give you some functioning space down track. So a point for Team Woodburn. Not that you needed it, but yay, be happy and cheer. Thank you. Here comes Xavier Heaton, who is racing nobody. Cuts an 11 light. I say that to try and scare off the competition. All right, and as soon as Xavier gets to the finish line, he's out 1185. He runs 1188. Okay, class dismissed. High school bracket for this round is complete. Alrighty then, I am told that the points are updated. Who wants a points update that has nothing to do with Team Woodburn? Anyone? Holy cow, I just ruled them all out. Can somebody please wave that they want a points update? Anyone? Anyone? Anywhere? All right, that counts. I see someone across the way. Well, Team Woodburn's ahead. We know this. They have 33 points. Yes, they're very good. We get it. Move along. Second place, Team Firebird, 24 points. Tied for third place are Renegade and Portland. There are what, 6 teams here, 5 teams duking it out that are 2 points apart. And behind Portland and Renegade, we have Bremerton and Mission tied at 22 points each. Then we have Walla Walla at 19, Medicine Hat at 17, Calise Bay at 13, Pacific at 11, Madras and Rad Torque at 10, Medford and Coos Bay have 3 points each. I really hope this works out better in our favor because we are about half a mile away from where I'm standing right now. And while I appreciate the exercise back and forth of the pit space, I hope we're parked closer next year. Okay, Junior Street time. If you're in Junior Street and you're still in, head for the lanes. I see Brody Kelly's already there, but he's pitted like 14 feet away from there, so that helps. So we need Junior Street to the lanes, please. Okay, an unpaid announcement. Team Bremerton is selling junior event shirts in 2 styles. One with all kids' names on it, the back of the track for anyone interested. They're leaving tonight. There were about 10 left when I got this info. So if you need junior event shirts for Bremerton, go pick one up. Just about ready to go for Super Pro. Robert Siemens, Team Firebird in the dragster. George LeBlanc in the door car, 66 Chevelle, Team Walla Walla. George leaving first, Robert giving chase. Robert getting a little too anxious on giving chase. 5,000's red, George LeBlanc picking up the win. Team Walla Walla. Dead 4 with a 32 light. Perhaps roll a couple numbers out of the box, but by golly, that dial is right on it. Coming out of the water, Chad Welch. Left lane, Team Walla Walla, 67 Camaro. Right lane, Doug Widholm, 69 Camaro, Team Renegade. We have Eastern Washington Desert versus Central Washington Desert. Over here at the exciting elevation of perhaps, 15 feet here? Oh, 28 feet. Excellent. Chad's gonna leave first in the near lane, or left lane if you're watching on the live stream. 3,000ths apart on the reaction time, 14 to 17. And Doug Widholm picks up the win, 23 on a 21. Chad Welch breaking out by 5,000ths, trying to stay out in front. So a point for Team Renegade. Next up, David Pratt. Lives in Woodburn, racing for Team Medford. And Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning, they're ready for you. Head on over to the lanes. Far lane is David Chun, and another of the fleet of family dragsters. Chun's gonna leave first. Pratt gonna leave second. Pratt is gonna go right on by. Yep. David Pratt picking up the win for Team Medford. It was 002 on the tree. Chun was 73. Dude, that is not gonna get it done. Next up, the Chevelle of Dave Wakefield. Still, nobody's told me if that is Hostetler's old car. Used to be X608, I believe. He won the Ashcroft Finals in 1996. Far lane is Michael Householder.
Whoops.
Who unfortunately blipped his way through the lights. Ouch.
Whoops.
Yeah, that's a...
So, John,
Yes, sir.
I finally made it back to my rig to get the composite that I'm going to share with you. You're the first person I'm going to share this with.
Look at that.
This is the full packet that has 97% of the former 1978 and 2024 former champions, former track champions, because Andy McCloskey stopped in earlier today, and I meant to make it a point to share with him. He'd asked a couple of questions. He was at the first, or the second race I think we hosted in 1994, and he lives 7.5 hours north of here, so you can imagine how far that is to come either to here or come all the way to Boise. And he's been at a multitude of these ET finals, but he was asking me the year Jackie Alley won both Saturday and Sunday, and it was 98 in Seattle.
Yes.
Anyway, I'm sharing this with you. You're the
Excellent.
first. You're such a statistician, a historian, and you love all this stuff. So I've brought it all the way up to current to the best of my ability. There's a few holes in there, but maybe between me and you, we'll fill those in over time, potentially.
Excellent.
And I'm just grateful for all your help announcing. I mean, you are
Thank you.
absolutely A+ in the announcing department. I've announced with a lot of people over the years, and I just want to say thank you for everything you've contributed to this event. This doesn't mean you're going anywhere. Just keep announcing. But I just wanted to pass along from so many different people that have commented on how much they appreciate your vast array and humor and all the things that you can add to the equation. So good job.
Well, thank you very much. I'm just having fun. It's a racer talking to racers. Martin Rochelle leaves with a 0005 light. Oh, and loses.
Uh-oh.
Justin Jones with a 12 green light. Wow, a 12 light and you're horribly late and you run dead one with a 13 pack and you win. How would you like to be the one that goes .0005 at the tree and loses?
7,000's the margin, and when he gets to see that, that's painful, isn't it? You can speak as a racer what it feels like. Not fun, right?
That's gonna sting. Ouch.
Dang, Justin Jones just tore one off. That's one of those that is, thank you, Lord, looking over his shoulder, incredibly enough, just a minuscule at the stripe. So much good racing here late in the day. It just gets better and better as we move along.
I do believe they're serious. Here's Pat Dohanek. In the Roadster, Toby Peterson. In the Malibu. 001 light for Toby Peterson. And runs dead 8. 9,000s package. Wow.
That's sweet there. Woo. Nice.
Point for Team Pacific. Next up, here comes Jerry Brown. Eventually. Momentary delay while the dragster backs up. So Jerry Brown on his 71 Dodge Demon will pull up. Cora Seekins, Team Madras. The daughter of the second honoriest man in show business. I love giving her a bad time out at the track each week. Well, the weeks that she shows up anyway. Because when you pick on her about something that you know that she kind of thought she got away with, she just gets this grin and says, well, you know who my dad is. Half the genes come from there. So Jerry Brown dialed 691. Cora dialed 512. We need Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning. To the lanes, please. Jerry Brown gets away first with a 21 light, runs dead 0. 691.0 on a 691.
Well, he's got definitely the feel at this point, running
boy,
perfect.
I think.
Now that's impressive. Man.
Cora was a 13 on a 12, but a 59 light was her undoing. And finish off this category, Jim Bruns, Team Bremerton, 1969 Chevrolet Camaro. Wheels up, a little flinch of the throttle, but pretty much anything goes once you pull out of those beams because you've already won the round. Which is good, because this is not the most amazing set of numbers that Mr. Bruns will be looking for. But all is good when the wind light turns on.
It's the value, and when you earn the buy run the round before for having the best reaction time, it's always nice when you have a hiccup, which obviously it did something there to stumble, and he'll go back and take a closer look to see what maybe that was.
So many times we hear you got to have a lucky round somewhere. There you go.
So we must be getting, we're not quite to the quarters after that round, are we? The next round, is it not the quarters? Were we at 16, 15, 14? We'll take a look here to see what the log may show us. I'll check, John, we'll see.
Last round, Pro was at 17 and Sportsman was at 16. So we should be 9 for Pro, 8 for Sportsman, and okay, we're down to 8 for Super Pro.
So that is quarters. So one class is still one round bigger than everybody else, so there'll be a bye there at 9. I get it. Walk in from sitting out in the grandstands, cheering from our grandstand section, just having a great time, but the depressive nature of losing a racer, 2, 3, is enough to make me go sit somewhere different for a while. It's the superstitious side of things. You just like, what did I do? Did I just heck something? We were going so good, and then you start losing racers, and it's like, I'm moving. I'm going somewhere else.
Well, this is my therapy session, both for me and the rest of my teammates as they slowly get picked off one at a time.
What was your first ET finals again?
94.
So you were 94.
Yep, over at your track.
And do you remember who won Street Eliminator?
Yes, that was Jeremy McGee. I can give you all the numbers from that race because it was
You
the
can.
craziest thing I've ever seen. Because I was talking with David Chun about that, and after I mentioned it to everybody, he gave me some details from that race. And both the perps in that final round are on the property today. That was Jeremy McGee and racing David Chun's car.
Oh, my. I was trying to remember back to 79 when we were at PIR for the first time, and it was very wet. Leroy Gray won for Seattle, as did Ken Harkema. Mark Sachs won for PIR, and Lee Shaber won for PIR. Go ahead.
Samantha Payne in Junior Street picking up the win for Team Renegade. Taryn Monroe had a better light, but breaks out by a substantial margin. Samantha Payne was dead 8 with a wrong bus schedule reaction time. Man, got away with one there, but whatever gets the job done. Coming up to the line now, Race Fuller in the pickup for Team Firebird. Josephine Smith in the other pickup for Team Mission. Left lane Fuller, right lane Smith.
Talk about a long ways from home. He's somewhere in the vicinity of 16, 17 hours from Grantsville, Utah to Mission. That's a haul.
That vastly exceeds my attention span. Well, they're both green. One of them's better than the other, but they're definitely green. Little Whomping. Race Fuller picks up the win. 906 on the 904. Takes a 29,000 stripe. Josephine Smith breaking out by 009, trying to get there.
Did you sense that in the tower? There was like 4 people on that end of the tower that were all in a state of depression, and one person on this end of the tower that was extremely excited. Oh, yeah. God, it's just...
I tried to tune it out.
The range of emotion up here, and you being a PIR guy, a neutral party in the bunch, and it's like, sorry, ladies, sir. Sorry, not really. Yeah, get out of my tower. God, Kevin's getting ready to throw me out the back door.
There goes Kenna Hawkins. Joshua Klosky giving chase. Who's it going to be? Klosky picks up the win, and the natives go wild. Point for Team Mission. 908 and a 904 had the reaction advantage.
That one went one each way, didn't it? Because that was our Firebird team machine there that went down for the count. We split on that, I guess.
Oh, well, here we go again. Tyler Smith for Team Mission in the left lane, and that's Brody Kelly in the right lane, racing the El Camino. You suppose that he was prone to be a racer? He really didn't have any other option. There was racing up both sides of the family line in that deal. You'll be able to tell by the noise in the background how it goes for the local.
Oh, man.
Boy, this is not Super Pro. This is Junior Street, and we have 008 versus 018 at the starting line. Eat your heart out, delay boxes. It's Tyler Smith picking up the win. Dead 3, an 11 pack in Junior Street. Oh my goodness. Brody Kelly was right there. An 18 light breaks out by an even 100th, but an 11 pack in Junior Street.
My, oh my.
Get the boy a dragster ASAP.
Well, Brody already has a championship title this weekend, so we'll have a new champion here today as Tyler advances with a run that would otherwise be almost unbeatable in any class. That was a humdinger right there. My, oh my.
I don't think there's a Super Pro racer on the property that wouldn't be tickled with an 11 pack.
Yeah, that was sweet. Very nice. Good job, Tyler.
And that's someone that is, what, 15, 16 years old?
Yep.
Uh-huh.
And looking to march on, and we'll return in the next round as we are gathering up for juniors. Are they knocking at the door? Thunder and Lightning, I know you put a call out for them.
Yep, they should be out there and ready to go.
I see them in the lanes out directly due west of us. They are rolling in as we speak as the sun continues to find its way behind a few clouds back there. Like we mentioned yesterday afternoon or the day prior, John, you had talked about how the sun can play a role when you're trying to watch the Christmas tree, whether you're in the left lane or the right lane.
Oh, yes.
If it stays behind the cloud, it really is no issue, I guess, in a...
Well, it's just like a giant blinder.
Right.
So we're in good shape.
That is true. Huh. Interesting. I do want to pass out a Larry Pfister had planned to be here this weekend. What a great guy and what a promoter of our sport and all things under the umbrella of NHRA Championship drag racing across this coast. Larry's been such a fixture. When he came down for our night fire race a few weeks ago, I'll tell you the story that he brought with him, I don't know if it was a couple of dozen stickers, but I will cherish forever his 50-year logo, having been involved in this sport for such a long time. And he gave me one of the decals, and he went around to different people on the property that he had become friends with over the years and shared those stickers. And he just covers things in such a fascinating way. I don't care if it's the giant race they held here at Mission last weekend to our night fire and a variety of other events. And it doesn't have to be an NHRA event. It could be a hot rod event and all kinds of things in between those two. But I just wanted to put a shout out to Larry Pfister, just a great guy. I can remember the days where everybody read nothing but all the features that he did on Horsepower Heaven, and quite a career that has spanned all the way back to like 1974 to the NHRA Fall Nationals. He was at many of the big races that Bill Donor and Jim Rockstead put on from the days of 64 funny cars at SIR and a lot of other things. And just a great guy, and it's cool that we were hoping to run into him this weekend here at Mission, but you can only make that trip on the ferry from Vancouver Island over here so many times, and he's been so extra busy booking himself up literally every single weekend. And I just want to toss a big hi from your friend from Idaho, because I'm sure he's watching a lot of the coverage here that just fascinates me, the cool camera angles and perspectives. And you and I, John, along with everybody else that's shared time on this microphone throughout the course of the weekend, it's been fun to be able to do something that I think is unique for the ET Finals. I don't believe this has ever happened before in the Great Northwest, to my recollection anyway. Of course, I've always been at the event, so I haven't yet had an opportunity. But for a lot of people who weren't able to make it, boy, I bet they've spent a lot of time watching things.
We've run into a lot of technology changes for this event this weekend. We have live stream, we have electronic time slips, so you don't get your slip handed to you, but you also know everything about your pass as soon as you can get back and get your phone opened up.
Kevin wanted to share that Larry had mentioned on Facebook how much he had enjoyed this week. I didn't even realize this, but he had just said that Larry made comments about the great announcers, specifically you. What? I think I'm out of the equation there, but he was just basically commenting on how great you were and everybody else. I'm not sure I'm in the equation
Scott to
there.
say that.
Thanks, Kevin. Time for Thunder. You ready?
Yes, sir. Here comes Wesley Armstrong, left lane, team on a mission. That means the natives are ready to cheer behind me again.
We got a whole cheering squad here in the tower from the home track players.
Easton DePeel for Team Woodburn in the far lane. They were one lousy thousandth apart at the starting line. Anybody's race. It's Easton DePeel. Runs 99 on his 95. He didn't get there first, but Wesley Armstrong going too fast, breaking out. So Easton DePeel, point for Team Woodburn. I'm sure the parents went wild wherever they ran off to. Next up, Cadence Rodrigue, 11 years old. Home team. All right, they're awake. Just checking. Right lane, Natalie Holloman. Team Woodburn again.
Same two tracks, same two lanes.
I notice a trend here. Now, just if they would stage. All right, Holloman leaving first. Cadence Rodrigue giving chase. 2,000 separate him at the tree. Anybody's game. No real advantage there. And Cadence Rodrigue taking the win. As you can tell by the cheering in the background, that's for the home team. Team on a mission. 41 light. Didn't get there first, but Holloman broke out, staying out in front.
For those that are exiting and heading home, we do want to convey safe travels and thank you for being a part and contributing to the tradition. As we've mentioned a couple times over the weekend, 47 years be proud of the fact that you were here at Mission Raceway and a part of a very incredible event, as it is each and every Labor Day weekend.
Yes, I hope everybody heading home has the most amazingly calm, relaxing, and uneventful trip that you could ever imagine.
And things go good at the border, right?
Yes.
Uneventful is a good thing.
Driving up here, there were some stories. There was an RV burning to the ground on the side of the freeway.
That's not good.
I also came across the aftermath of what looked to be a race car trailer and a pickup truck that had been the backside of the filling in a sandwich job. Ouch.
Oh.
It's like, man, your heart hurts when you see that stuff. Here's Ashton Katinick. Oh, Katnick in the left lane. Grayson Fossum for Team Renegade in the right lane. Oh boy, big reaction deficit here. Ashton picks up the win. An 11 light will do wonders for your odds. Runs 902 on the 898. But boy, that 11 light, that just does wonders. You're in Fat City at that point. Next pair up, Bodie Larimore in the left lane. Team Madras. Peyton Huber. Team Bremerton running the right lane. 907 dial for Bodie. 893 for Peyton. Bodie's away, Peyton's away. Well, this one's going to be weighted pretty heavily to one lane versus the other. Bodie got away with a 59 light, runs dead 5. Ooh, got to be careful taking that much stripe. But Bodie Larimore, point for Team Madras. Peyton Huber was a little late at the tree, just not able to get there. Oh, now we get to have an internal battle up here. We've got Alex Green running for Team On a Mission, and we have Reese Heaton running for Team Portland.
Ooh.
Bring it. Reese is going to leave first at 895. Alex Green going to leave at 892. A 300th spread here. I'm still curious, who stresses out more about the junior dragster races? The actual racer or their parents standing behind them? All right, Gene looks on. Alex and Reese, they're staged up and they're off. Well, the reaction advantage is going to the Team Portland racer. Will it work? Yes. Oh, Reese is not able to get there. Alex Green picking up the win for the home team. 98 on a 92, had an 85 light. Reese was much better at a 48, but just couldn't get down the track. Darn it.
Man, Mission's having a good go of it here in the Thunder Rings, which we are not yet done. There's more to go.
Here comes Joey Sharadella, Team Woodburn, the Outlaw. And that's Caitlin Pratt, running for Team Medford. They live practically across the street from Woodburn, but spent many a weekend down south, they tell me. Ooh, Joey Sharadella is in command of this race. And there you go. Point on the board for Team Woodburn. Joey Sharadella picking up the win. Caitlin Pracht, unfortunately, was exceptionally tardy. Something a little out of sorts there. And there's more. Still more Junior Thunder. These are the people that in a few years are going to be racing dragsters and making you look bad. Just so you know. They will embarrass you. It's happened many times. I don't take it personal. I just go to the track anyway. Here's Revy Swiger. Team Walla Walla in the left lane. Ezra Taylor. Team Bremerton in the right lane. 2/10 apart on the handicap. Left lane's going to lead first. Or theoretically, they're supposed to lead first. It's never for sure. Oh, 2000s red for Revy. Ezra Taylor picking up the win. 73 green light. Dialed 898, runs an 892. But the win light turned on, and that is what counts.
So, John, one thing I wanted to convey as we got the bye run here to finish out Thunder, I wanted to extend to all those captains. I don't think we've mentioned it yet. So you might have, John, but I just want to speak on behalf of all the track operators that are here. We are indebted to the team captains that really play a unique role behind the scenes and out recruiting people. We've had people like Tammy Schaefer, who spent a lot of time leading up to this event, helping to coordinate and get everybody on our team, and Toby Halverson, Robert Suttle, and every team has people like that. I mean, the captains, they're obviously not paid. Maybe they get a meal or two throughout the course of the weekend and maybe a team shirt, but for the most part, they're doing it because they love what takes place at this team finals, and they love the team that they're supporting. And I just want to throw out a great big huge thank you to all the captains. You've come to know them. I know Nick Shepard helped on the Woodburn team this year, and there's many, many others that have really played quite a role in just getting people to come to the event. And
Indeed.
It means a lot to all of us.
And there's Oliver Adams getting a single. Gee, a point on the board for, wake up everyone, Team Woodburn. Wave and cheer.
Uncle Jonathan is quite excited to see that he's continuing, and we're looking for Sportsman quarterfinals. We are down to the final 8 as Lightning's rolling forward. Sportsman quarterfinals to the lanes, please. I love it when we get to the quarters.
Yes.
Points update.
Points update.
Big
Excellent.
John, Woodburn 35, Mission 27, Renegade 26, Firebird 25, Bremerton 24, Portland 23, Walla Walla 20, Medicine Hat 17, 14 for Calypse, Pacific 12, Radtorque 11, Madras 11, Medford 4, Coos Bay 3.
Yeah, we slid down a little bit recently.
So did we.
That is not the...
Is it because you and I are on the PA, or what's the deal?
Oh, they're going to blame me if they want anyway. I can take it. Here we are in the faster... Well, it's technically not faster, but they are. The older version, it's Junior Lightning. Ellie Brown in the left lane for Team Renegade. Brandon Peck in the right lane for Team Medicine Hat. Brandon Peck's away with a 6th better light, and it's good for the win. Ellie Brown got down there first, but broke out by 2 thousandths by getting there just barely too much.
Just got a text from Jonathan Adams that wanted to convey he's very proud of his nephew, and he was like thanking me for getting the bye run for Oliver, but I had nothing to do with that. You had nothing to do with that. That was him earning it by the reaction time from the round before, as Jonathan well knows, but it was nice that he dropped us a note to say hi. And he is watching keenly, likely with hundreds and hundreds of other people, along with everybody here on the property.
It's fun having this run live like that because it's just so much fun to be here. It's fun to be able to share and let everybody else join the activity, the excitement.
Have you felt at any moment in time that you've tried to be careful how you're communicating? Because there's a lot of people listening from all points of everything.
It's different than when you have a captive audience amongst the people that you see every single week, because sometimes they do things that, well, I'm not very nice to them, and they've earned not being very nice to.
But you know them, the family, and they know you. Where here, very few people know you and I.
Here
aside from our
I gotta
teammates.
behave myself.
Right, I agree.
Here goes Gray Shan in the left lane, Sydney Loshik in the right lane. Oh, the reaction advantage went to Sydney. Not able to get there. Gray Shan picking up the win. Was a little bit late, 125 at the tree, but has the better package at the top end and did not break out. That's the important part.
We'll go back and go John Lundberg on everybody. Attention in the pit area. Pro Eliminator. Sportsman, I think, is rolling in now. We called Sportsman a few minutes ago. Second call for Sportsman, but guess what? Good news for Pro. You're back up. Pro Eliminator to the lanes. I'm not sure how close I was to John Lundberg. Thunder lungs himself. Mike's down there shaking his head. You're not even close, Scott. I'd have to hold the mic about 12 inches from myself and really cast a big, booming, huge voice. Having been raised by a number of announcers, guys like Richard Schroeder, Bob Fry, Dave McClellan, Bernie Partridge, Steve Evans. So many incredible announcers when you go back 20, 30, 40 years. It's been amazing people call the sport of drag racing over time.
It's always been fun watching that whole list of people you just mentioned because their experience, their knowledge of the people that are in the events is wonderful. Pulling up the line now, staging carefully. Cole Karen in the left lane. Team Medicine Hat, right lane. Bentley Johnson, team on a mission. Home team cheering squad here still awake. We're dead even at the reaction time. How will it shake out? It's going to be Cole Karen for Team Medicine Hat. Runs 4 off of the 7. They were both dead even, 90 apiece on the reaction time. But Bentley Johnson breaking out, trying to stay out in front.
So, John, we wanted to convey an appreciation and a big thank you, Mission Raceway, for all of their hospitality this weekend, and Team Mission captains, just to point out, both Sylvia and Terry, for all their generosity and being such good people. And it wasn't just for the Mission team, it was essentially for all of us.
Excellent. Yes, thank you very
You're
much.
famous. Thank you, sir. Thanks again to Mission for everything. And we're still far from being done. We still got many more races to go down this racetrack.
Next up, Jeg Holbrook in the left lane, Team Walla Walla. Rachel Place for Team Portland.
They're paying no attention to you when
No,
you say
they
Portland.
don't care.
I can tell.
Their person isn't out there. We got a heads-up race, 792 apiece.
Go, John.
Well, Jake Holbrook goes red, so point on the board for Team Portland. Rachel Place picking up the win. Come on, jump and cheer somebody. Somebody on our team's got to be down on this side of the finish
Well,
line.
Letty's standing right there, for goodness sakes. Hi, Letty.
All right, good. We got sublet cheering going. I appreciate that.
Bring us donuts.
Bring voodoo donuts next time. Yeah, we love Portland.
So if you're making donuts up. Come on, folks. They're donut holes, okay? Is it that obvious? I'm from south of the border. They're donut holes. I used to get the big packages of them when I was itty-bitty. That was our little treat on Sundays. We'd go to Dunkin' Donuts when they actually sold donuts. I think they just sell coffee now.
Cross-city rivalry. Maybe further than a city or two, but here we go, head-to-head there, buddy.
Oh, it's the old Willamette Valley Duke it out. Xavier Heaton in the left lane for Team Portland. Megan Moore in the right lane, Team Woodburn. Well, there's certainly more people waving pom-poms for Team Woodburn, but we may be small, but we are strong. Hey, I'm just excited we finished 6th in the main bracket finals point series with half a team. We've done worse than that with a whole team before. Heaton's away, Moore's away. Reaction advantage going to Mr. Heaton. Will he make it stick? No, he breaks out by 0.02 of a second. Megan Moore runs dead one, 54 light and square on the dial. Xavier Heaton has a 23 light, but took a 34 stripe and it needed to be 32 or less. Ouch, that's a close one. So a point for Team Woodburn and another Portland racer falls. I will be bummed now. Coming up to the line now, Natalie Erickson in the left lane, Team Bremerton. Adam Katnick, team on a mission. All right, the cheering squad mostly left. Heads up, 790. Fastest you're allowed to dial in this bracket. Thank you for the cloud cover. Keeps it from being as warm. Saves you from listening to me whine about, gosh, it's hot.
You're up in the tower where there's air conditioning. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but when I
Jeez.
walk back outside, I feel like the
Oh, you poor
abominable
guy.
snowman.
You poor guy.
Gosh, it's
72
hot.
degrees. I bet it's 95 today in Boise. Jeez. 72 degrees.
Well,
That's
I'm a
crazy.
sissy. So what? Oh, my. Adam Katnick leaves the line with a 001 light.
Hello. Dang.
793.6 on a 790 dial. Point 4, team mission. Team Bremerton's racer was a little bit tardy. Natalie Erickson breaking out, trying to get out in front.
High school eliminator. We're down to the final 3 or 4, which means semifinals. High school eliminator. If you would, we're looking for you at the back of the lanes.
I get so into this, I have to realize we're getting pretty deep, because didn't we just run high school not that long ago?
Well, that's a good
We're
thing
getting
when
deep.
it's not 4 hours to go one complete
Oh,
rotation.
boy.
And
Yes.
we're all of a sudden at a 20-minute or 25-minute click, maybe a little greater than that, but it just seems like it's coming way quicker,
Yes,
which gets us all energized and excited. I don't know about you.
Well, as a racer, it changes from mail me a postcard when our category gets called to, oh, crud, where's the water bottle? I got to cool it off.
Oh, goodness.
And it happens in a matter of a couple of hours.
True. Good example.
It's a good weekend at the bracket finals when you have to do something to help speed up the cooling off process of the car, because that doesn't even come into play until the third round.
Well, these cool temperatures, I think, play to our advantage as we get to the late go, down to the quarters, the semis, championship finals, and then that means we get to go celebrate in the winner's circle with all of our champions. But we're still roughly in the realm of, for sure, 4 rounds in several classes. There might be one class that's still 5. Here comes Team Firebird.
I always like the weather up here because I'm thinking of the last time I visited your fine track.
Right.
Sitting there in the trailer watching the weather station. Oh, goody, 104.2. Shoot me. Oh, but it's a dry heat. I don't care. It's too hot.
Quit saying it.
All right, classes in session. Pay attention, students. High school bracket, William Carnell. Oh, we're sportsmen. Never mind, I guess I'm going to get an F today.
3 rounds left in Sportsman, 3 rounds left in Super Pro, 4 rounds in Pro. So no 5 rounds left in any class. Thank you, Kevin.
All right, now that they got me straightened out, we are in Sportsman bracket. William Carnell, Team Firebird in the left lane. Stephen Ryland, Team Pacific in the right lane. Ryland's going to leave first in his Coronet. Carnell's going to give chase. Oh, boy. Sportsman, you might have a radio in the car, so I'm not going to tell you much of anything. There was just a big reaction advantage that went to one of these 2 racers. And it happens to be the left lane. And not coincidentally, that's where the wind light turned on. William Carnell, .4, Team Firebird.
Oh, yeah.
Runs a 65 on a 62 dial. Ryland dug himself a hole with a reaction time that started with a 1. Next, bear up, Jared Greenan, Team Rad Torque Raceway. And Derek Jackson in the far lane, the big dog champ from yesterday and many other years. Jackson's going to leave first by 1500ths. Well, the handicap is 1500ths. We'll see who leaves first. Oh, Greenan goes red. Trying just a little too hard to squeeze that tree. Derek Jackson gets away with a 60 light, dialed 1188, but it no longer matters. He's already got the win line. Coasts across to a 93. Another .4. Team Woodburn. And Team Woodburn was already awake. So they have another racer coming to the line. Left lane, we got Bobby Berkovics and his Nova for Team Renegade. Right lane, Jed Biscay, Team Woodburn. $13.34 for Biscay. Berkovics giving chase with an 11.97. They're both off. 15 thou separate them on this end. Who's it going to be at the finish line? And it goes to the better reaction time. Jed Biscay, point for Team Woodburn. 36 on a 34 dial. Gets a 33 reaction time.
Super Pro, you're up. Super Pro Eliminator. Quarter final round. To the lanes. Super Pro, you're up.
Next up, Devin Froud, Team Renegade and his Mustang. In the right lane for Team Portland, it's Tether. It's the Tyler half. Tyler Hereford. Tyler's away too soon.
Darn it.
That's already been done in that household. Devin Froud picking up a win for Team Renegade. So Tyler Hereford has no excuse to not come up and pick up his check now.
I don't think Derek Snelson's going to have a voice before this thing's done. These Renegade racers keep cranking through this thing. He's screaming, yelling down there, cheering on his team along with the teammates that are still in place. That is impressive. Great job.
Well, we have all fall and winter to recover from this event.
That is true.
That's okay.
You know what's amazing, John? Some of the unsung heroes of drag racing. You know, we talk about the captains, we talk about all the teams, the families and whatnot, but some of the people that you never do get, or they don't get much attention. We certainly share the love if you're a racer and you're coming up into the water box, but one of these guys that are down here that have been busting their butt since Thursday morning, whatnot, when we started test and tune runs that are working the water box, I am just beyond impressed. Some tracks, and I've been to lots of them in my time, you have one person back there working their tail off. There's been 3, 4 people constantly with brooms and mops. I mean, I tip my hat to those guys, and I'm sure you've seen them down there too. They are hard workers
yes.
here at Mission. It's impressive.
Yeah, ever since we got here, everybody's been up on the job doing everything that they can to make everything move smoothly and efficiently, and it absolutely has. We haven't had long gaps between cars that weren't for some necessary function. Things have been flowing as quick and efficient as you can, which makes it a little tougher up here, but it actually works out well because I can just go and there's no breaks to get distracted. That way my attention span does not quickly depart.
Well, the fact of the matter is when you put in over 400 giant transports all over this property, taking up pretty much a big segment of this incredible place, there's rocks, there's gravel, there's sand, there's dirt, and it often, because the tires are hot, it sticks to them. And so it starts coming off as you drive on all the pavement that's here, but eventually some of it gets up here. So these guys have just been, I mean, constantly, every single pair, trying to bust some of the pebbles and rocks out of the way just to try and make it as perfect as possible. You can see them down there working with the blowers right now and whatnot. And these guys get, in my opinion, gold stars this weekend. I mean, they're people that typically you'll go to a drag strip and you'll hear all the different people that get accolades. I don't care if it's from the starter to the top end crew. Our safety team is the best of the best here, that are there in a position when we hope never to have to use them, but should a situation arise, they're right there instantly responding to whatever it might be. They are such valuable assets to any NHRA member track, and we are grateful for their support. And they're half a mile from us up here in the tower to the people that work in the food and beverage stand, the souvenir stand, the starting line, all the gals here in the tower. And the list goes on, from them that are down there flipping the coin. That young fellow that's flipped the coin about 9,000 times at the head of the lanes, and he's still not keeled over. But these water box guys, it is, bless your heart, it is impressive to see. I don't know, I've been down there as a kid. You know, when I first started working when I was 12, and I was working the front gates in 72. I was actually 11. My dad had to let somebody go, and he decided that it was time to bring a family member in, so it was my turn to learn how to make change on cash, right? So at age 11, here I am still in grade school. Dad's got me working the front gates, but it didn't take me long. It was kind of boring working at the front gates, and so at some given point, somebody didn't show up to work the water box, so I was, at a young age, working the water box like all of us. My brothers, John and Brad, both of them, worked the water box. That's kind of the starting point for a lot of people. And these young guys down here have just been busting their butt. I don't know what's their names, Kevin. Do you know them?
Isaga and Acam are the two down there right now with the blowers on. So those guys are yeah, they've been working the whole weekend, morning to night, no stop. They don't even want breaks half the time. We try and get them to take breaks, and they're like, nah, we love being here and watching the cars. So it's unbelievable to have for sure. Daniel's in the red shirt down there. He's another one that's been here all weekend as well.
Well, I just tip of that. They can't even hear us. They're running the blowers, blowing some of the pebbles and whatnot. There's not a lot of stuff down there, but they don't want anything down there. I mean, they are absolutely addicted to keeping their area and their domain as good as it can possibly be, just like Wally and the rest of the crew underneath the canopy down here that have been working the starter box and dragging and spraying and doing everything they can. For those of you that didn't know, in our last visit here in 2016, this is a far different racetrack. Yeah, it's the same concrete that's out there, but you guys you could almost buy a house for what it costs to go out here and grind this thing and get all the little imperfections out of it, right?
It cost us about $350,000 Canadian to grind the whole track start to finish, make it completely smooth, get rid of all the imperfections, and make it nice and beautiful. So it's definitely, we feel, one of the fastest racing surfaces in the Northwest, and we're super happy with it and proud. Yeah, we're proud of what we've done with the track here. So yeah,
you should be. And you should not limit yourself to the Northwest. We're talking about all of North America. When you have Murder Nova, Ryan Martin, people that I've become friends with over the years, run here last week and for the first time and put numbers on the scoreboards deep into the 360s at speeds that are just crazy. I mean, it just shows you what this surface can yield and the numbers that some of our racers, I mean, I've talked to many of our racers and they said it will repeat each and every run to thousandths of a second, not to hundredths of a second. And then occasionally the weather takes a swing and it gets a little cool or a little hot, but that's what racing's all about. Bracket racing is all about bringing forth all of the material and information you've gathered up during the course of a season and trying to apply it at an event like this.
Yeah, you know what? I've always said that bracket racing is one of those underappreciated things by a lot of fans because they don't necessarily understand it. And one of the things that I've always said is that you have to be, as a bracket racer, you have to be a part-time weatherman, a part-time mechanic, a part-time chef because you're cooking for yourself at the track a lot of times. And, you know, there's a whole list of jobs you got to be good at to be a good bracket racer. It's not as easy as it looks for a lot of people. And a lot of people just don't understand it. It's like the super classes. When it's funny, we talk about the burnout box. My first job ever at this facility was the burnout box at 16 years old. That was the first job I ever had here. And it's one of those things where when I started, I used to watch like Super Street, Super Gas, Super Comp, and I went, man, I don't understand these classes. They don't make any sense to me. Like, I don't get why the car leaves. It's slow, and then it comes back on again, and this doesn't seem exciting to me. And the more I worked here, the more I watch it, the more I see it, the more I'm like, this is really cool, actually. The amount of effort and time that goes into this and figuring these things out and making small little adjustments as the weather changes and things like that happen to try and perfect that and run that number every single time is astounding. It's awesome, really. So.
Well, thanks for sharing that insight. Of course, Kevin and the entire team and the board or the council, how does that work in terms of there's a complete group of people that oversee this entire facility, right?
Yeah, so the racetrack is owned and operated by BC Custom Car Association, which is a non-profit organization that's been around since 1952. We have just under 70 members in the club, and we have an executive of 8 people that are voted in on a bi-yearly basis, and those 8 people are kind of the ones that make the overall decisions of the direction of the way the facility is going to go and what we want to do with it and where we're going to spend the money and the changes we want to make. In the last 5 years, we've grown substantially, and we've managed to be able to hire great staff like we have, some more full-time staff that we can use in positions, management positions, to help take us to another level. So, but we'll get back to racing here.
That's the good news. John?
Well, I have to share my own little random commentary. Your comment about the fellow down there flipping the quarter that many times, that thing's probably only got about 24 cents worth of material left on it now.
I don't know if it was a loony or a toonie, or maybe it was a Ben Franklin. No, it could have been a Ben Franklin. One of our quarters or dollar coins. Hard to say.
Well, here we are, pro bracket. I believe we have 9 cars left. Here's Dave Barcelona in the left lane, Team Bremerton. Philip Hole in the right lane. Team Walla Walla, unfortunately, going red by 22 thou. Dave Barcelona, 12 green. Good for the win. Dialed 977. Throws a 979 at the scoreboard. Got himself some info and a point for Team Bremerton. Next pair up, Martin Condon, Team Renegade. Dodge Dart. Race Albie. 63 Nova, Team Coos Bay. Pretty good split on this one. This is right up my alley. I like this kind of stuff. Send the rabbit. See if you can catch him. Martin Condon leaving first with a 1205 dial. Race Albie dialed 959. With a closing rate of have fun judging it. they're off. Only 3,000s are separating them on the reaction time. Anybody's race. Boy, it's tough to figure that out. Whether you're the fast car or a slow car, it's still tough figuring that one out. Martin Condon picking up the win, runs dead 7. 12.057 on a 12.05 dial. 35 light. He'll be back for the quarterfinals. Here's Brian McGinnis pulling up. Team Bremerton, dialed 1033. Tyler Zeller in the right lane. Team Medicine Hat dialed 1027. Only 600ths apart on the handicap. McGinnis should be leading first. If Zeller leaves first with a green light, McGinnis is in trouble. Ooh, 1,000th apart. McGinnis has the, well, he's down by 1 lousy thousandth, so in anybody's game so far. Top end, it is McGinnis. He runs 2 off with a 24 light. Tyler Zeller was slightly better to 23 light, but breaks out by 6 thousandths trying to get there. He did get there first, but unfortunately it was by just a little bit too much. Here comes the Plymouth Duster of Dana Olson, Team Walla Walla. Jason Harmon in the right lane, Team Portland. Oh boy. Jason left with a 005 light, and he's dead late. 001 for the left lane for Dana Olson. Holy cow. Top end, it is Jason Harmon on a double breakout. 44 on 6 on a 40. Too many digits. 44.6 on a 46 dial with a 005 light. He only broke out by 13 thou. Dana Olson breaks out by 57. Man, grand total reaction time between the two lanes of 6 thousandths.
That was a humdinger. Man, when those two deals popped up, those two reaction times, that was like, hang on, baby.
Yeah, we got a live one. Here goes Brian Jenin on a single 16 light, point for Team Walla Walla. And we are ready for Bike Sled to the staging lanes. Hang out at the back, but we need Bike Sled to the lanes. Jenin runs a 57 on a 59 dial.
More than a few racers starting to get hungry for, no, not eating today, hungry for going to Las Vegas. As we start to shrivel this field in half every round, God, you can just imagine, they're licking their lips like, man, could this possibly happen a couple more rounds from now?
Well, I'm not going to Vegas, but you had me at hungry. I could eat.
Well, you're just skinny as a stick, for goodness sakes. Do you ever eat? Criminy.
Oh, I eat plenty.
Yeah, right.
And not necessarily the things that I should eat. Is this high school now? Okay, now class is in session. High school bracket. John Sherlock in the toilets. Hey, they named it, not me. Look at the tailgate. Prabjat Molly. Trying to stay out in front. There's a whole lot of wamping in the left lane. And it's Prabjat. Molly picking up the win. Runs way off the dial. But Sherlock apparently tried to get a little bit in front and stay there, but it didn't work. He gave the stripe back by 10 thousandths. Ouch. Oh, that's going to sting. Next pair up, Jed Biscay. In Mom's Mustang, Xavier Heaton. Team Portland in his Malibu. There are many reasons why you always run the race. Well, we're back to the not telling you anything because of the radios thing. But I can tell you that the right lane definitely had a reaction advantage. He was up by 30. Oh, and he doesn't get there. Jed Biscay snatches away a win. He runs 90 on a 74 dial. Heaton had him 28 to 58 at the tree, but Heaton not getting there. Jed Biscay getting there first by 18 thou, picking up the win for Team Woodburn.
Getting ready to put spray down. And John, when you get to that last 100 feet, it's hard for me to speak with any kind of degree of experience, because when I raced any degree of seriousness, we're talking about high school days. So we're back to the late 1970s. racing my dad's, what was then just a couple of year old 1970 Datsun pickup that ran 24 seconds in the quarter mile.
Oh, cool.
With a 4-speed and a 4-cylinder, right? And I did have some success. I won a high school bracket 5 eliminator one year, like in 76 or 77. But when you get down to that last 100 feet, because we've seen a couple of oddities here where you have one car that's several tenths off the dial and the other one is kind of in the same ballpark trying to judge up the finish line. When you're trying to make a decision when you get down there, are you formulating a plan at 700 feet, 800 feet? Are you waiting to the last 80, 50, 30? At what point do you make a decision if you're going to let your opponent take the stripe or you're going to take it? How does that work?
Well, I normally run 8th mile, so everything comes at you faster.
Okay, sure.
And I grabbed top gear probably 150, 200 feet or so from the finish line
Right.
at the
With
most.
your Buick,
So
your
as-
65 Buick.
Yep. So as soon as it goes into high gear, I'm looking over, and you have to ponder, determine, pull the trigger, and I hope you got it right because you don't have much time to do it.
Do you always dial tough and then just never lift? Or there are times that you lift, right?
If there's room to lift,
All
you,
the time?
you always lift.
Okay.
If there's room.
Because you're trying to tighten it up. I mean, that's one of the secrets of being able to make the right decision so you can make it as tight as possible but get the stripe and be over the number, right?
Correct. Now, a lot of it has to do with how close your dial-in is to your competitor. Because me being as slow as I am, I'm normally dialed right around 8 flat in the 8th.
Right.
There's the vast number of the pro bracket entries are right around in the 630 to about 60 or so
Right.
range. So when a couple of those go race each other, I joke with them that they share the same shadow. They can go out there and play all these nonsensical games about, not be all in, throw a couple in the trunk, we're packing a little bit of this, we're going to go spot dump that. They can play all those games because they're directly across from each other. Well, you even have Matty Kielman telling me that, John, when I race you, I don't like that because I have to change my game. I have to dial honest because a 22-mile-an-hour closing rate is just as obnoxious for the person chasing as the one being chased.
Yep.
So you still got the same pieces in there, but you can't play as many games, and it's harder to get down to that last bit of precision. So it's no secret. I usually try to dial as honest as I can. I don't ever intentionally pack. Never.
Just holding numbers, 100.
Right. Yeah. If I think I'm going to go out there and run a 799 and I put an 8.0 on the window, I'm just begging for problems because it's tough to dump that last little bit when there's that much of a mile per hour difference at the finish line. And here in the quarter mile, it's even worse.
Decisions, you've gone through this whole explanation. You end up here being an announcer, right?
Yep. Oh, I blew both ends of it today. I was 9,000 spread and completely missed the dial. All that try to drizzle and stop and try to drizzle and stop. I thought I was good dialing 3 slower than the first pass in the morning. Wrong. I was a 10th off the pass in the morning. So even if I'd gone green, I had no chance.
Well, God bless you, John. You're up here having fun. I am too, and life is good. We're watching a lot of very top quality races.
Oh, yes.
Go deep into eliminations, and we're not yet done yet.
Yeah, we get a very, very good seat in the house. I won't say the best, but it's certainly good up here. Here's Super Pro quarterfinals. Jim Bruns leaving too soon, going red. David Prack, 14 green, runs dead to a 16th thou package on a freebie because of a red light. I'd say he's tuned up pretty good. Here comes George LeBlanc in his Chevelle in the left lane. Dave Wakefield for the right lane. Team Renegade. As long as he keeps coming back up here, I'm going to keep remembering to ask, is this Gary Hostetler's old car? Can somebody please tell me yes or no so I can stop asking you? Wow. Wakefield away. The 008 light. Runs 07 on an 05. Wakefield for the win. Team Renegade. George LeBlanc, he wasn't that far off. 27 light. He did get there 6,000ths first. The trouble is he broke out by 4 thousandths. He had a 2 thou window to work in and couldn't quite hit it. Man, that's tough. Next pair up, Doug Widholm. Dorcar Camaro. Team Renegade. Justin Jones, Dragster. Team Calispe.
Good news is you're down to the final 4 if you win this round.
Now, in a strange change out of the pattern of the event, the Dragster leaves first this time. The door car is going to give chase. I imagine that they're on a throttle stop. 562 is not a whole lot for a dragster that weighs, 1,900 pounds. Woodholm's away with a better reaction time, and good for the win. He was 0-1-6 at the tree, 22 on a 21. Justin Jones and his dragster trying to give chase, was a little bit behind, 7th thou behind at the tree. Got there 12 thousandths ahead, but broke out by 7. The math game is getting to be smaller and smaller and smaller as we go. Here comes Jerry Brown and his Dodge Demon, Toby Peterson and his Malibu. Brown's leaving first, 690 dial. Peterson giving chase, 547.
Last member to make the final 4 between this pair.
Oh, both lights are double O. The trouble is one of them's red and one of them's green. Brown going red, Toby Peterson, 005 green. On a breakout pass, but it didn't matter. He got there by way of a red light. Man, that's close. Steve Campbell, you are somewhere on this property, and they need you in the staging lanes on this property. Steve Campbell needs you to the staging lanes, please. ASAP. They are waiting for you.
So Sherry Sherry, you're not leaving, are you? Let me see if this microphone works, but John could be talking at the same time. Who knows, John? I just want to say congratulations again on last night's championship. That was amazing. Is it really 2-0?
Yes, 2-0, Scott.
That is remarkable.
How many do you have?
No, we're not talking about us, but congratulations.
Connor already told me he's coming for us next year. And I said, I would expect you to. That's what we're supposed to do. Game on, buddy. Game on.
Oh, Lord. Game on. Well, here comes one of Team Firebirds, John. We're getting ready to shake and bake as his microphone went out. Mine went out, but I'm back in gold as Roy Barrera hot after it on his screaming machine against Lindsey Miller with Walla Walla. Woo, it's close. Top end shows. Look at that. Roy Barrera, and that's the first race I've called in like 2 hours. And Firebird goes 783 on a 783 to knock out the 950 by Lindsey Miller. Way to go, Roy Barrera. And here comes another Firebird machine. Not to block you from the screen, John, but that was a little bit of mojo going there, buddy. Travis Washburn running for Team Firebird to take on Cody Compton.
I think I've jinxed all of our people right on out of here. I don't even know if we have anybody left. Do we have anybody left?
Oh, you do. Madras drag strip in the far lane. Washburn in the near lane on the Fly Like an Eagle team from our great state of Idaho. Oh, my goodness. We're going to have to say a prayer in one of these lanes.
I think you...
I'm saying a prayer.
Yeah, I think you just got your own jinx there, Chief.
Okay, I'm back out.
Cody Compton picking up the win. He went 001 at the tree, and Travis Washburn did not.
God, his bike ran perfect, too. 933 on a 933. That's a gut punch. Do I see that right?
Yep.
Oh, I hate it when I see it like that.
Here comes Terry Holloway in the left lane, Frank Scally in the right lane. How many times have these two raced each other over the years? 1.6 million, perhaps? I don't know. They've been around a long time, and I'm sure they've raced each other dozens of times.
So is this going to take us to 3 in the semis? Was it 6 down to 3? Am I counting that right, or are there more in the lanes? 2 more, okay.
Yeah, we should have 4 after this. Ooh, 2 thousandths apart on this end. A 15 light to a 17 light. These guys mean business. Oh, 9 thou breakout for Scally. Holloway picking up the win. Runs dead 4 with a 15 light. 19 thousandths total package. Good night. Point for Team Renegade.
Well, guess what, John? Kevin just walked up and said, guess what? We just got bumped down a position. And as we look back in time, you know me, Scott the historian, from the days of D. Adams, who was on the ground floor of this ET Finals like a lot of the racetracks and a lot of pioneers of our sport, the late D. Adams, to his son Tony, and of course Troy spent a lot of time, and Derek Snelson today, they have now moved into second in the Track Managers Cup. They've moved up and around the home track team of Mission. It is 39 for Woodburn. Congratulations to this point in the program, because Renegade is now 1 point in front of Mission. They're 30. Mission's at 29. Firebird's at 26. Bremerton were tied with Dennis Boley and company at 26. And then it's PIR, John, Letty and crew at 25. Then Walla Walla 21. Medicine Hat 20. Calypse at 14. 13 for Pacific. Edmonton's Rad Torque at 11. Madras at 11. 5 for Medford. 3 for Coos Bay. So it's quite a slugfest here. I mean, Woodburn's quite a ways out in the lead, but Renegade has now made a position change up to 2, and Kevin's back here in his office. Are you crying back in there, dude? What's the deal? Third place, there's nothing to be ashamed with third, but we're still not done yet. We are not done yet.
We need juniors to the lanes, please. Both Thunder and Lightning to the lanes, please.
And EV.
And EV. Oh, perfect. Now, a commentary on the current point standings. If the current trend continues, I think we're going to gain us a zip code. Because I keep joking that we're 3 zip codes from the starting line. We're only going to be 2 zip codes away next year. It also has been requested to make sure that everybody knows where the bracket finals are planning on being held next year. And that would be at Team Calypse in Spokane, Washington, or Airway Heights if you want to get really technical.
Ooh.
Barring a change from the steering committee that you are part of. So unless something changes at that January meeting, I'm told we're heading for Spokane next fall.
Don DePeel, Steve Campbell. It's getting interesting with Medicine Hat and Woodburn. This is the final pair. as we will go down to the final 4 in the bike sled category. And I think it's all motorcycles, right? Still in the mix of things. So it's now motorcycle eliminator in the final 4. One of these two going to decide it.
Don DePeel, the many time champion, still sporting number 61. Team Woodburn, Stephen Campbell, Team Medicine Hat. DePeel leaving first. Got ourselves a race, 16th hour apart on this end. The bad light's a 30, the good one's a 14. How's it going to shake out? Stephen Campbell picks up the win. 14 light, runs 17 on his 13. He got there 22 thousandths in front, picking up the win. DePeel, little bit further off. Not much, but just a little further off.
So EV's rolling around the corner. Junior Street, you should be in the lanes. Junior Thunder should be heading this way, as well as Junior Lightning. The semifinals in our EV category. The winner here will take on Ali Mazir. Matthew Shea from Team Woodburn. 965 is the dial-in. We'll be taking on Jason Leon for Team Renegade. 1277 is the dial-in for the 2024 Summit World Champion, and a red light start for Matthew Shea. 0008 red. Ouch. Jason is 17 green and 1279 to get the win. So Jason Leon and Ali Mazir when she comes around the corner. But just painful for Matthew Shea. Had a great weekend. The Tesla out of Kaiser, Oregon. 0008 red. Painful. All right, John.
Thanks, Chief. So, hey, Dylan, are you still around? Are you still counting the 000 red lights for this event? I'm curious how your little bet with Connor's going, because unfortunately there was another one. Here's Allison Mazir getting to race nobody. Dialed 1212. $67 on this end. Looking for a 1212. What's going to flash on the board? Ooh, 12:09. Right there in the game. 1 round to go. Semifinals, Junior Street. 13 to 16-year-old racers, full-size vehicles. Got to ride with a parent. Both wearing helmets. Limited to 9 flat dial. Tyler Smith in the left lane, Race Fuller in the right lane. Team Mission versus Team Firebird. The natives are watching. Oh, the natives are groaning. There's some reaction deficit to overcome for the locals. Race Fuller picks up the win. Had the advantage of the tree, runs 904 and a 903 dial. Tyler Smith breaking out, trying to stay in front. Here comes Samantha Payne. 1975 Chevrolet Camaro. Always had a soft spot for these. My big brother's very first car was this blue 76 Camaro. And yeah, they grew on me. I've had a 79 Camaro since 1989. That's Joshua Klosky in the right lane. Also for the home team, Team Mission. Oh my, bad light, worse light. Lots of brake lights. Joshua Klosky picking up the win. That's not a time slip to write home about, but that was a good job at the finish line. Josh Klosky taking a 21 stripe, putting on a point on the board for the home team. Prop Job Molly. So, Prop Job Molly, need you back up to the staging lanes. Prop Job, need you back up here, please. Sportsman, need you to the back of the lanes, please. Sportsman Eliminator to the staging lanes. And Pro Bracket, need you back up here as well. Pro Bracket, you got one more round than everybody else, so make it snappy. Pro Bracket to the lanes, please. Sportsman Bracket to the lanes. Super Pro, wake up. Pull the suspenders tight. It's almost time. Not yet, but close. And the 3 full tree motorcycles. Stand by. Get ready. Don't come up yet, but be ready very soon. Quarterfinal round, Junior Thunder. Left lane, Cadence Rodrigue. Right lane, Easton DePeel. Home team, Team on a Mission. Far lane, Team Woodburn. They're still clapping, they're still awake. Nice work. Got that team spirit going on. Well, the cheering may change shortly. Cadence gets away with a better reaction time and picks up the win. Well out in front, so a point for Team on a Mission, the home team. Easton DePeel was a little behind at the tree, and it closer to the dial, but it just didn't work out with that reaction time. Next pair up, 100th difference in the dial in. Alex Green in the left lane, also for Team Mission. Right lane, Joey Sharadella, Team Woodburn. See, the announcing is technically supposed to be unbiased, but I can't do anything about the noisy cheering section behind me. I just like picking on them because I can. They're away. Little reaction advantage for Alex. 15 thou. And it's Alex Green for the win. Runs 9 flat on an 897 dial. Got to the finish line first by 1/1000th of a second. Another point for Team on a Mission. Here comes Oliver Adams in the left lane, another Team Woodburn racer. Standing room only in the Woodburn stands. Far lane features Bodie Larimore, Team Madras. Got a 3+ second split on this one. Oliver Adams is going to leave, and Bodie's going to have to sit there for quite some time. Hope they packed a little extra patience up there just to be all set. All right, all staged up. Oliver's going to have quite the head start on this one. Larimore's giving chase. Reaction advantage did go to the left lane. Closing rate of a lot. And Bodie Larimore covers the gap. 908 on a 906. Gets it done. 61 light. Team Madras. Coming up next, Ashton Katnick. Another racer for the home team, Team on a Mission. Far lane or right lane, depending on your perspective. Ezra Taylor, Team Bremerton. Well, unlike the last round, there's only going to be 300ths difference in the handicap on this round. Left lane is scheduled to leave 300ths sooner than the right lane. But when it's that close, it can go either direction depending on who had the better reaction time. So if you're watching from the side, just look to see who flinches first. About even. 7th hour reaction advantage went to the left lane. Will it be enough? No! Ezra Taylor picks up the win, though. 894 on an 893. Was down 34-27 at the tree, but got there first. 21 thou stripe, and it did the trick. Good on the dial by 11 thou. Final pair this round in Junior Thunder. Left lane, Megan Moore, Team Woodburn. Pom-poms are still active. Brandon Peck in the right lane. Oh, we've moved. Announcer is off the ball. We have moved over to Lightning. Hey, you got to hire better help sometimes. Ooh, Megan Moore picks up the reaction advantage. 003 light in a junior dragster and runs 798 on a 797. Megan Moore picking up a point for Team Woodburn. Brandon Peck had a game effort there, 41 light. Got the finish line first by 2/10,000ths of a second, but broke out by 23 thou doing it. So Megan Moore in a junior dragster has an 18-pack. Yikes. Coming up the line next, Gray Shan, dialed 813, Team Medicine Hat. And the last surviving Portland entry, Rachel Place, dialed 795. Shan leads first. Oh my. Well, in short, to not be all that polite, they both stunk at the tree, but they were only 5,000ths apart. Gray Shan picks up the win. 814 on an 813 dial. Gets to the finish line first by 1,000th of a second. I'll pick on him a little bit because the right lane went 100 and the left lane went 105 at the tree. But Gray Shan was able to get a little bit closer to the dial, not by much. 14/10,000ths margin of victory. Good work, Medicine Hat, and bummer, I think that's our last bullet in the gun. Super Pro, need you to the lanes, please. Super Pro, ready for you in the lanes. All right, I lied. We still have someone left in Pro Bracket. Shows you how well I'm paying attention. You would think that since I'm standing here watching it and announcing it, I would retain more of this, but nope. Maybe if I was 30 years younger, a lot more of these numbers would stick. I like numbers, but at 55, I just don't grab a hold of them quite as well as I used to. Cole Karen in the left lane. Adam Katnick in the right lane. Both dialed 790. Oh, 001 red for Cole Karen. Ouch. And the cheering squad in the background does a little dance for Adam Katnick. Point for the home team. 92 on a 90. Cole Karen goes 001 red and dead 4. Oh boy. If that were me, there would be tears involved. Just saying. All right, class, pay attention. This is actually a rerun for the semifinals and high school bracket. So it's not the final, even though you only see 2 competitors out there. This is going to be to determine who the other half of the final round is. Man, it's Sunday. You shouldn't do that to me. We got ourselves some Friday and Saturday night lights going on here. Well, the reaction advantage went to the left lane. I really don't want to tell you what it is, but John Sherlock picks up the win. Prop Jop Molly, a little tardy at the tree, not able to get the job done. So John Sherlock will be back for the final round in high school bracket. Semifinals coming up, Sportsman bracket. Only 4 competitors left. Derek Jackson's on a quest to do the double. Devin Froud's trying to put an end to that kind of nonsense. He says, you got to go through me. Team Renegade in the left lane, Team Woodburn in the right lane. We've got ourselves a race. They're 16th thou apart up front. What's it going to look like at the top end? And the big dog goes down. Devin Froud picks up the win, 82 on an 81. He had the reaction advantage, 38 to 54, and Jackson breaks out by 3 10,000ths trying to get there. Devin Froud got there first only by 12 10,000ths. 1 lousy thousandth of a second and a little bit of change that no one will ever see or notice. 12 10,000ths. That is just not much. Here's William Carnell, 3rd Gen Camaro, Jed Biscay, Mustang Coupe. Will it be Team Firebird or will it be Team Woodburn? Jed's away. Williams away. 6th thou apart on the tree. Got ourselves a good race. The top end. It's going to be Jed Biscay for Team Woodburn. 35 on a 34 dial. 68 light, which isn't getting too excited, but it's better than the 74 light, and that's what counts. Got there first by 18 thou. It did the job. So he'll be back for the final round. So Devin Froud and Jed Biscay will duke it out for the trip down south. No pressure, no pressure, no pressure. Bike sled, or in this case, we're just down to just motorcycles. Need bike bracket to the lanes, please. Motorcycles to the lanes. The full tree bikes we need to the lanes, just the 3 full tree bikes. All right, we have race car type activity. That's what we're here for. 5 cars left in pro bracket, quarterfinals. 2 pair and the odd man out. And if we shut off unbiased announcing for just a moment, I like who's sitting back there with the single. Thank you very much. Pro bracket, 5 cars left, quarterfinals. 5 people still trying to settle out an argument of who's going to go to Vegas. We are ready for the EV final round. Please head up to the back of the staging lanes. The last 2 EV competitors, please come to the back of the staging lanes. Junior classes, be on standby, be ready. It's almost time. Here's Martin Condon in the near lane or left lane, depending on your viewpoint. Dave Barcelone in the right lane. Martin's going to leave first. A long time later, Dave's going to leave. There we go. 30 thou difference on the tree. Reaction advantage went to the right lane. Will he make it work? Or will Condon pick up the win? Barcelone for the win. 78 on a 76. Martin Condon trying to stay out in front, broke out by 3,000ths, but still didn't get there. Was down 30 at the tree and just not able to overcome it. Next up, the Wild Poncho, Brian Jenin, Team Walla Walla. Brian McGinnis, Team Bremerton, Shoebox Chevy. 10:57 for the left lane, 10:34 for McGinnis in the right lane. Got ourselves a race. 14,000 separate them up front. The bad lights, 24. Will be Jenin, will be McGinnis. McGinnis getting there. He gets there first by 0.42. He had a 10 light and runs 36 on a 34 dial. So McGinnis will be back for the semifinals. And another brief, selfless team promotion. Our last racer, Jason Harmon, Team Portland, getting a single to the semis. Excellent. I don't even think me rooting for him now can jinx this one. As long as it runs long enough to trip the beams, we're good. Dial 1040. And he's off, 32 green. And all appears well in Pontiac land. Now we got to work on that dial in. Unless he lifted. Yeah, he lifted. He's pulling a Steve Kelly, Matt Kielman maneuver. It's okay. We can look up everybody's data online now anyway, so you're not really hiding anything. Just saying. Here comes Super Pro. Next up, semifinal round, Super Pro. Dave Wakefield in the Chevelle that I still want to know if it was Gary Hostetler's car or not. That's just going to be its name now. Dave Wakefield that drives the car that I don't know if Gary Hostetler used to own. Right lane, David Pratt for Team Medford. Oh no, Wakefield goes red by 001. David Pratt, 18 green, 548 and a 546. And I'm sure there is much cheering. Juniors, need you to the lanes, please. Juniors, we need you to the lanes. Here's Doug Widholm in his Camaro. Toby Peterson in his Malibu. They're duking it out for a trip to the final round. Oh boy, one of them has a big advantage at the starting line. And you see it matching the win light. 48 on the 45 for Toby Peterson. He was 15 on the tree. Doug Widholm was 47. He got there first, but broke out by 005 doing it. So it'll be Peterson and Pratt in the final to see who gets to go south. And for competitors that made it as far as the quarterfinals in any of these categories, Pro, Super Pro, Sportsman, or Bike, you have money in the tower. And if you made it to the semifinals of any of the other categories, you also have money in the tower. So if you had a really good day, even though you didn't make it to the end, hey, visit the tower. It just might be worth your while. Now this technically is the quarterfinals of bike bracket. It's a very long story. Terry Holloway in the left lane, Roy Barrera in the right lane. Oh boy, the bad light is a 008. These guys mean business. Holloway picks up the win, runs dead 9. Holy cow, 17 pack. Roy Barrera went 005 at the tree, runs 86 on an 83, and it's not enough. Yikes, 17,000's total package. Excellent work, Mr. Holloway. And here's Cody Compton getting the single in what will technically be the quarterfinal round. Dialed 960. Point for Team Madras. 9,000 red light, but it doesn't matter. All that matters is he tripped the beams. The computer is happy. He moves on to the next round officially as soon as the tree activates. 962 and a 960 dial. Cody will be back for the semifinals. Here we are, final round in EV. Left lane is Allison Mazier, dialed 1209. Right lane, Jason Leon, dialed 1278.
Yeah, there's lightning to the left of us here, so let's just keep our eye on that.
Duking it out here, the winner of this round gets to represent Division 6 down in Las Vegas. Leon's away. Oh, Mazier goes red. Jason Leon picking up the win, the Wally, and the trip to Vegas. Okay. The boss set me straight. There's no trip to Vegas anymore for EV. Sorry about that. But there is a Wally involved and serious bragging rights. So Jason Leon, your winner in EV. Junior dragsters, you should already be in the lanes. You're just about ready. All right, here we go. Final round, Junior Street. Josh Klosky in the S10 Blazer. Race Fuller in the C10 pickup truck. The natives are in the back, getting noisy already. Will it be Mission? Will it be Firebird? There's only 400 separating them on the handicap. Klosky should leave first. Well, they were safe green lights. Reaction advantage did go to the right lane. And it's Race Fuller, good for the win. He runs dead on with a 0. 74 light, but that's a lot better than a 127. But it's dialed 9 flat and runs 9.0009. It's a lot of digits, and a lot of them match exactly on the dial. Congratulations, Race Fuller, Junior Street Champ for this year. Semi-final round, Junior Thunder. Left lane, Bodie Larimore. Team Madras. Right lane, Cadence Rodrigue. Home team. We need Pro and Super Pro to the lanes, please. Pro and Super Pro, back to the lanes. And Sportsman, you may as well head up to. Super Pro, Pro, and Sportsman need all of you back to the staging lanes. Tenth of a second handicap start for Bodie Larimore. And they're off. The reaction advantage went to the left lane. Can Bodie make it stick? Looking for 908. Oh, breaks out. Cadence Rodrigue picking up the win. Was down at the tree, but good at the top end. 9 flat on an 898 dial. Overcame a 28 thou hole in the tree, but dug out of it, made it work. Bodie Larimore was trying to stay out in front, broke out by 7 thousandths of a second. Ugh. Here comes Alex Green in the left lane. Team on a mission. Right lane, Ezra Taylor, Team Bremerton. We're all staged up. Greenlee is first, Taylor giving chase. Bad light, worse light. But they're both green. Top end, it's Alex Green. 903 on a 9 flat dial. Had the better of the two reaction times, and we'll just spare you the gruesomeness of this one. Ezra Taylor just not quite able to get down there. A little closer to the dial, but couldn't get there in front. So Alex Green will be back for the final round. Next up, semi-final round of the Junior Lightning Bracket. Left lane, Gray Shan, Team Medicine Hat. Right lane, Adam Katnick, Team Mission Raceway Park. And they're off. Well, the natives are watching this one. Top end, it's going to be Katnick. Team Mission, 799 on a 790. Had nearly a tenth of a second reaction advantage, and that's a whole lot to work with. And Adam was able to do just what he needed to do with it, which is turn on that wind light. We'll send him back for the final round. Here comes Megan Moore, racing nobody. A single in the semis. That is the coolest thing. If it isn't the coolest, it is very high on the list. It's every bit of info you need going right on into the money round. Megan's dialed 798. Another point's going to go up on the board for Team Woodburn, which doesn't matter because they're going to win anyway, because they're too far ahead. But they can cheer because their racer wins anyway, because that's just how it's done at the bracket finals. Turns green. Runs dead one on a single. Wow. 98 with a 1 on a 98 dial. We still need Pro, Super Pro, and Motorcycle Full Tree. Back to the lanes, please. Pro, Super Pro, and Bike Full Tree. Tyler Hereford, you still have a check in the tower. That's a pretty good sized one, too. Tyler Hereford, you still have a check in the tower. Pulling up the line now. No pressure, just a trip to Vegas and a Wally and a gold card at stake. Final round, Sportsman bracket. Devin Froud and his Mustang. Jed Biscay and his Mustang. Will it be Renegade or will it be Woodburn? Will it be the 67 or the 65 Mustang? Jed's going to leave first. Devin's going to chase him down. Ooh, we are making a fight out of this one. 3 thousandths apart on the starting line. Anybody's game at the top end. Who's it going to be? And Devin Froud breaks out by less. He is your winner. Devin Froud, you are Vegas bound. Team Renegade. Congratulations. Double breakout. 10,000th breakout. Did better than a 15,000th breakout. So Devin Froud, your winner in Sportsman Bracket. Bracket Finals winner 2025. That has a cool ring to it. Enjoy it, champ. Hey Dylan, they just spotted your ride. I want you to say they do approve. And they're calling it all kinds of names that I probably shouldn't share. You do need to come and tell me whether you won your bet with Connor on those 000 reds, though. You didn't? Man, we had to be up around 7 or 8. There was another one. Did you catch the one that happened later on this afternoon? You were close. Man. Pulling into the water now. Semifinal round, pro bracket. 3 competitors remaining. Which one of these two is going to go to the final? Will it be Dave Barcelone or Jason Harmon? Defending the honor of the foundation, it is Michael Knight. Jason Harmon in the right lane dialed 1044. Dave Barcelone, left lane dialed 977. Bremerton in the left lane, Portland in the right lane. Letty freaking out off to the left-hand side of the track. They're off. Oh my. Let's see how this shakes out at the top end. The bad light was a 20. Boom! Jason Harmon is your winner. 1045 on a 1044. Are you ready, Portland fans? 000, perfect light. 0.0007. Barcelone was 20, and he was dead late. That's harsh. Man, Jason Harmon back for the final. Dave Barcelone had a really rock-solid pass that time, but man, Harmon squeezed him out. Here comes Brian McGinnis on the single pass. He threw a 1039 at the window, but as you know, it doesn't matter on a single. So you never know if somebody's trying to run an honest dial to look good or if they're going to throw a goobery number up there just to mess with you. I bring that up because I figured out years ago it's fun to mess with people. So if I know I have a single, I will throw a random number on that window just to make them go, "What are you doing?" Sixth thou red, but it's a single, doesn't matter. The window says 1039. 1031 says the scoreboard. Ooh, we got a bonus treat for you here. It's the final round of Super Pro. Winner of this does go to Vegas. David Pracht in the left lane, Toby Peterson in the right lane. What's the special treat? Heads up. They are both dialed 547. Team Medford or Team Pacific? Of all the Super Pro entries, we came down to 2 door cars, dialed the same. 7th thou split at the starting line. Who's going to get it at the 8th mile? It's Toby Peterson. You are going to Vegas. 15 light runs 48.1 on a 47. 26 package. Crosses 3 thousandths in front. Good for the win, good for the Wally, good for the gold card. You better start making travel plans. Toby, you are headed for Vegas. Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, need you back to the lanes, please. Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, please head on over to the staging lanes. Now, there are 2 bikes out there in bike bracket right now. It's a long story, as I said. This is technically the semifinals. Terry Holloway in the left lane, Cody Compton in the right lane. And they're off, and holy cow. Cody Compton went 001. Terry Holloway went .1, ouch. Cody Compton picking up the win. He will be back for the bike final round, 67 on a 63. When you go 001 versus a 108, you've got some space to work things out. Oh, I love this time of an event. Instead of calling you per class, if you won your round and you're still in, head on back to the staging lanes because there aren't many left. We are down to go time. We are all final rounds now from here on out. So if you're still in, please get yourself, and your car, of course, back to the staging lanes just as soon as you can. And everyone that's still left in competition, please get yourself back up here as soon as you can. We don't like to talk about things in the weather forecast department, but word is we need to get moving. I'll put it that way. My fan club has found me. While everybody's watching the live stream, feel free to throw a like up there. It helps pad the numbers, pad the stats. And I'm told that my oldest daughter's listening now. Hi, Ruby. Daddy's having a blast. We're down to the last few final rounds, and it's just an amazing weekend out here. Got to get a shout out to her Aunt Heidi, too, my sister-in-law. Hello, Heidi. I hate boats, just saying. Let's see, do you want some dead air while we wait for the racers to get back up and ready? Or do you want me to talk about some random things? Just final rounds remaining. Some categories have already been settled up. Others, we still have to duke it out. There's tons at stake. Trip to Vegas involved in pro bracket. Trip to Vegas involved in motorcycle bracket. Whole lot of work goes into running at your local track to become eligible to come and run at this event. And to make it down to the last round, to the biggest deal, that's pretty darn cool. But the stress level for the folks that are in, it's pretty high. It's pretty intense down there. For those of us watching, we're cheering on our teammates, our friends. and just fellow racers. We're just having fun. And I have to sneak a shout out there as well for my amazing wife, Deanne, who tolerates me disappearing and leaving her with the kids for 5 days. I'm going to owe her big for that. There you have it. Now everyone heard it. Well, just to make sure everyone's still paying attention, we're down towards the end. Another thank you to everyone at the Mission Raceway Park staff for getting this event set up. I have had an absolutely awesome weekend here. The competition side was hit and miss, but I've had a blast. Normally Stevie's here and does a fantastic job, but there isn't a whole lot of room to sneak up here and talk. This weekend, without him here, we've been a little short on people to come up here and do the yapping. So I've had a marvelous time being able to come up here and just have my phone my own little strange way. All right, we got engines running. Final round time. Junior Dragster Thunder category coming up first. Cadence Rodriguez in the left lane. Alex Green in the right lane. 500 separate them at the handicap. Right lane should leave first. And we need the pro bracket final. Over to the lanes, please. Pro final round. Need you to the lanes. Everyone else is here. Come on, everybody's doing it. Do what the cool kids are doing and go back to the staging lanes for the final round. Well, Mission's going to get a point out of this deal because it's mission versus mission. So the home team's going to be cheering in my ear no matter what. Staged up, here we go. Well, the reaction advantage went to the right lane. We're 22 better. How's it going to shake out? Alex Green picking up the win, runs dead one. Holy cow, 903 with a 1 on a 903 dial in the final round of the 2025 bracket finals. Alex Green is your Junior Thunder champion. Excellent work. Coming up to the line next, final round, junior dragster lightning category, 13 to 17-year-olds. Adam Katnick in the left lane, Megan Moore in the right lane. Will it be Mission? Will it be Woodburn? And they're off. Oh boy. Oh boy. One lane's in trouble. Adam Katnick picking up the win. And the home crowd goes wild. Adam Katnick, 38 at the tree, 93 on a 90. Got their 22 thou in front, picking up the win. Congratulations, you are the Junior Dragster Lightning winner at the 2025 bracket finals. Oh, I keep getting texts telling me that the family is finally listening to the live stream after the whole weekend. So I got to throw a shout out there for my mother-in-law. Thank you for giving birth to my now wife. Without you, I wouldn't have gotten to marry her. And that'd be sad for me. I tell my wife regularly that she's just jealous. And she says, of what? I tell her I married better than she did.
All righty, folks, here we go. High school final round. Mustang versus Toyota. JT Sherlock racing for Team Calispe. One of my good buddies dialed in at 1178. Jed Biscay dialed in at 1180 for the Woodburn Warriors. Who's going to get her done? 2 hunts separate them at the starting line. Can JT pull off the win over Jed Biscay? High school, final round, coming at you. JT Sherlock gonna give the stripe back, 68 thou, giving Jed Biscay the win. Jed Biscay, 154 up front, runs 1197 with the 0 on the 1180 dial. JT Sherlock whomping at the 1,000 foot. Had an 87 on the tree, but runs a 1208 with a 5. That'll do it for me, folks. Dylan Almeida's out. Take it over, John.
Thanks, Dylan. Thanks for sharing some time up here with me this weekend. I've had a marvelous time getting to call this event. I consider it a privilege. Normally we have all of the official trained professional announcers up here, and I feel like the kid that snuck into the big kid's office and took over. You could argue that the inmates are running the asylum, but whatever. We're looking for our pro bracket final and our motorcycle final. So, all right, pro is present and accounted for, so I will stop nagging. I just wish that happened at the home track once in a while. Our home track has issues with pro bracket pairing up and pulling forward. We always race on a ladder, but everybody always pulls to the back of the lanes and sits there and pairs up and then sits there. And continues to sit there. And I don't even mind ridiculing them in front of the whole division because they've earned it. What does Team Woodburn need a points update for? I already told you nobody can catch ya. Sheesh. You're getting kind of high maintenance at this point. I already told you were going to win. All right, we'll read off what's on the scoreboard now, just to satisfy the natives so they don't mutiny on me. All right, Team Woodburn, 43 points. Everybody else cannot catch Team Woodburn at 43 points. Second place, Renegade, 36. Third place, Mission, 35. Tied for fourth, Firebird and Bremerton at 30. Sixth place, Portland, 27, same as yesterday. Seventh place, Medicine Hat. Eighth place, Walla Walla. Ninth place, Calispe, 15. 10th, two-way tie, Pacific and Madras at 14. 12th place, Rad Torque at 11. 13th, Medford at 6. 14th, Coos Bay with 3 points, otherwise known as the Race Albie team. Now, while we're waiting for our finals, we'll go through some of the people that need to come up to the tower and pick up their checks. I like it when I get a check at the racetrack. That's stinking cool. I don't do this for the money. If I want to do that, I go to work. So, Terry Holloway, you have a check. Allison Mazier, you have a check. Brian Jenin, Jed Biscay. And hang on, we got to dig through the pile. We got quite a few. Derek Jackson, you have a check. William Carnell. Stephen Ryland. Bobby Berkovics. Which one, senior or junior? Okay, nobody knows. Everyone named Bobby Berkovics, just come up to the tower and we'll figure out who you are. Tyler Hereford, you still have a check. You're on my team. I will nag you. Oh, Tyler, you have 2 checks. Get up here. Come on. Lindsay Miller, Toby Peterson, David Pratt, David Wakefield, Jim Bruns, and George LeBlanc. Some of these are pretty large checks. Brief break from nagging for money retrieval. Final round, pro bracket. Not any big deal. It's just a, Wally Gold card trip to Vegas for a world championship. That's all. Brian McGinnis, Jason Harmon. I assure you a black car will win this round. Jason Harmon running for Team Portland. Brian McGinnis running for Team Bremerton. Yeah, it's pretty cool that the two finalists in Pro Bracket are the ones that are pitted like 3 zip codes down the track. Harmon's going to leave first, 10:44. McGinnis dialed 10:33. Oh, no! Harmon goes trip zip red. Oh. Brian McGinnis, you're on your way to Vegas. Runs 32 on his 33. He turned the light green. Harmon, man, he was pushing, squeezing, going for every last drop he could get, but 7/10,000ths of a second red. Ouch. Okay, there will be crying and perhaps alcohol consumption in the Portland pits tonight. Brian McGinnis, your Pro Bracket champion of the 2025 Bracket Finals. You are going to Vegas for a World Championship race. Nice work. Cody Compton, need you to the lanes, like now. Cody Compton, need you here, post haste. Okay, anyone that wants pictures from Mr. Grice of this weekend, this is your last call to get down and see him for those pictures. Again, if you are looking for photos from Mr. Robert Grice, need to get yourself on down there to grab it because he's about to head out. So this is your last call for photos. All right, we have more names to share that have things up in the tower that are worth coming to get. Looking for John Sherlock, Xavier Heaton, Race Fuller, Fumble Fingers, Josh Klosky, Tyler Smith, Alex Green, Cadence Rodrigue, Ezra Taylor, Bodie Larimore, Adam Katnick, and Megan Moore. You all have envelopes with your name on them that have really cool stuff inside. It will be totally worth your trip to the second floor of the tower to come and claim those. We do still have one final round left. The motorcycle final round is being assembled as we speak. And due to some unforeseen timing system gremlins, the bike final may not look the same. Two finals left. My bad. Glad I have lots of people here to keep me in line. Now, when we do the bike final, it's going to look a little interesting. And one key part of the bike final is that whoever you see get a win light at the top end, that doesn't necessarily mean that's who won. Again, the timing system has a little gremlin in it that came to light yesterday. So there's going to have to be a whole lot of math and calculations happen once the bike riders go down the track and across the finish line. So stay tuned once that happens. And once they crunch all the numbers, they will officially declare a winner. And again, it's a very long story, but it is a software glitch. And this is the only way they were able to work around it to come up with a solution that worked. Here we go, final round, motorcycle bracket. And again, just because you see a win light turn on down there, got to ignore it. They got to go crunch some numbers to make this all finalized. All right, left lane has Cody Compton, Team Madras. Right lane, Stephen Campbell, Team Medicine Hat. One or the other is going to go to Vegas. But again, don't pay any attention to the win light this pass. They got to sort out some math up here once they cross. Compton dialed 953. Stephen Campbell dialed 812. All right, while we are confirming the bike winner, there is much more nagging to come pick up checks to be done. We're looking for Terry Holloway, Allison Mazier, William Carnell, Bobby Berkovics, David Wakefield, Jim Bruns, Toby Peterson, Brian McGinnis, Jason Harmon, Ezra Taylor, Bodie Larimore, Race Fuller, Josh Klosky, Tyler Smith, and Xavier Heaton. You all have money in the tower. I would recommend coming up and claiming it because some of these are not small checks. I'd love to have one of those follow me home, but my name's not on any of them. I just got a look at the official lane decision-making quarter used for down in the staging lanes all weekend long. Wow, this thing really is worn down to 23 or 24 cents worth. This thing's got some miles on it. All right, drum roll, please. The bosses have done their number crunching. They have confirmed Cody Compton is your winner in motorcycle bracket. Point for Team Madras. Cody Compton, you are headed for Vegas. Congratulations. Well, I thank everybody for letting me come up here and run my mouth and tell you what's going on to the best of my strange abilities. Thank you for listening to all the stories, the updates. I had a marvelous time. I hope to be back again in Spokane next year, and I hope everyone has an amazing time celebrating their efforts this weekend and a good, solid, safe trip home. Thank you.
Hey, attention in the pits out there. Attention in the pits. One last announcement. We need all the winners to the winner's circle, please. If you were a winner today and you are still on the property, we need you to go down to the winner's circle, please. So yes, if you were a winner today, head on down to the winner's circle as we need you down there as soon as possible. So yes, all the winners, head on down to the winner's circle, please. Hey, attention in the pits out there. Attention in the pits. Super Pro winner. If you were the Super Pro winner today, I should have your name in front of me, but I don't. Super Pro winner. We need you down to the winner's circle as soon as possible, ASAP, please. As well, if your name is Bobby Berkovich or Stephen Campbell, we have a check up here for you. So Bobby Berkovich and Stephen Campbell, we have checks up here for you. And yes, Super Pro winner, please make your way down to the winner's circle ASAP. We need you at the winner's circle ASAP. And Bobby Berkovich and Stephen Campbell, we got checks up here for you, so come get them, please.